to the Tuesday, February the 28th, 2017 convening of the Baltimore City Board of Municipal and Zoning Appeals. We're going to get underway now. A couple of house rules, though, before we get started. First, if you have a cell phone, a pager, anything that's kind of an electronic device that plays any sort of audible sound, plays a ringtone, a chime, etc. We ask at a minimum you please turn those to a vibrate only, if not off position. Similarly, to the extent that you need to have a conversation with someone, we ask you to take that conversation out the double doors to your rear. You, of course, can come back in, just go out when you're having a conversation. And the reason for those rules is pretty simple and straightforward. You'll note that there are a number of microphones which are arrayed around us up here, and those microphones are all very sensitive, not only for the purpose of amplification, but they're also for the purpose of recording these proceedings. And cell phones, pagers, conversations, and the like going off disrupt not just the general conduct of these proceedings, but also the recording of these proceedings. In a similar vein, those of you who are forward of the wall above you, if you turn around, you can see that there are 1, 2, 3 video cameras which are mounted on the wall back there, and there are 1, 2 video cameras which are mounted on the wall up here behind us. And these proceedings are being recorded for broadcast. I believe that they're actually being streamed live on the city's cable access, I guess the website for the city's cable access channel, as well as recorded for posterity for the city's YouTube channel, and also recorded for broadcast on the city's public access network. So cell phones, pagers, conversations, and the like also interrupt that proceeding as well, in addition to just making it look like there's just a bunch of chaos going on. Moving on, we'll be voting on at the end of the day. If you would like to enjoy a civics lesson, you certainly can remain and wait for us to complete our work with today's docket. But if you've got other things to do on this, I guess somewhere between late winter, early spring afternoon, that's quite understandable. And if you call into the zoning board office in the morning, you can find out how we ruled on your case. If you take out pen and paper, I'll read the number for the zoning board off a couple of times. And that number is 410-396-4301. That number again is 410-396-4301. You will, however, need to wait until you receive the formal written notice of the outcome of your case, which should be forthcoming in about 3 to 4 weeks, before you'll be able to get your permits. We certainly ask that you please not build in the city of Baltimore without first obtaining all of your proper permits. If you haven't already done so, and a number of you already have, but if you haven't already done so, we ask that you please sign in on our sign-in sheet, which is being held up now by Mr. French. The sign-in sheet allows us to know generally which cases have opposition. In addition, it allows us to know who needs to receive those aforementioned written notices I just talked about. Additionally, there are a number of cases which are being postponed today. So if you're here in relation to any of those cases, we need to know who you are to let you know when those cases will be going forward, because obviously if a case is postponed, it will not be heard today. The procedure for when the cases are called is that if you're the appellant, you'll come forward and you'll stand to my left or your right. The opposition, if any, will stand to our right or your left. Once everyone gets up here, we'll have you all sworn in. And I guess we'll first begin with the appellant, who'll be given the opportunity to tell us what we're here for, what they're proposing, present any documents or witness testimony in support of their proposal, in addition to answering any questions which the board may have. Once they have concluded with their presentation, we'll then be turning to the opposition, if any, to hear their side of things, and the opposition will be given the opportunity to present their witnesses, documents, etc., in support of their position. Once the opposition is concluded, we'll return back to the applicant, who'll be given the opportunity to respond to any points brought up by their opposition, and then to offer a closing statement. We won't be going back and forth, unnecessarily delaying things, because as you'll note that there are a number of folks around who are joining us this afternoon. We wouldn't like to have you all held up or delayed any longer than is necessary. We'll generally be hearing the cases in the order in which they appear on our docket after we first address some preliminary matters. First, as I had indicated, there are a number of cases which are being postponed in addition to one case which has been withdrawn. And so if you're here with regard to any of these cases will not be heard today. As to the cases which are being postponed, so long as you have signed in on the sign-in sheet, we'll let you know when those cases will be going forward, but they will not be going forward today. First case which is being postponed today is 2017-27, 7106 Old Hartford Road. Next, we have a case which has been withdrawn. That's 2017-30, 2203 Maryland Avenue. Next case postponed, these are all in a group, 2017-34, 2017-35, 2017-36. These are 2006 Druid Hill Avenue through 2010 Druid Hill Avenue. All those cases are being postponed. And then 2017-39, 2745 Huntington Avenue. That case has been postponed. And finally, 2017-47, 509 through 513 South Broadway. That case has been postponed as well. Next are the cases which are on our consent agenda, and the consent agenda consists of cases where the zoning board staff has reviewed the files in these cases, and the board has determined that we have sufficient information based on the records submitted to approve these appeals on a consent basis. We're going to call the consent cases together as a group. We just ask that you please stay in the order in which you're called. First person will line up here. Everyone else will line up down the dais behind them. Once everyone is all up here, we'll get you all sworn in as a group and then call each case in turn. And you'll be given the opportunity at that point to have any information added to the record that you would care to have added at that time. First case on the consent agenda is 2017-37, 416 South Duncan Street. Alex Didenko. Okay, calling again. 2017-37, 416 South Duncan Street. Alex Didenko. All right, moving on. 2017-40, 1821 West Pratt Street. Adam Mehta.
Yes, sir.
Next will be 2017-42, 1214 South Highland Avenue, Travis Lockman. Also have 2017-32, 110 South Arlington Avenue, Santi Shanmugaval. And actually, ma'am, if you can move to the front of the line, I skipped you first. No, you'll go to the front of the line. You'll go first, as you're the highest number, or the lowest number, rather. Next will be 2017-43, 801 Washington Boulevard, Dominic Carter. And 2017-44, 2113 St. Paul Street, Elizabeth Comer. And that's it. Okay, is that everyone? All right. If all those giving testimony can raise their right hands and be sworn, please.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Calling first the case of 2017-32, 110 South Arlington Avenue, Santi Shanmugaval. Ma'am, we have this as an application to construct a two-story rear addition at this location. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You can come a little bit closer to the microphone there. All right. And Mr. French, do you have anything on behalf of the Planning Department?
Thank you. Martin French for the Baltimore City Planning Department. Planning Department has no objection to this application, notes that this property is in the Union Square Historic District, and therefore approval of this application needs to be followed up with, as a condition, issuance of an authorization to proceed issued by the Commission for Historical and Architectural Preservation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And ma'am, was there anything you would like to have added to the record at this time?
Pardon me?
Is there anything you would like to have added to the record at this time?
No. I mean, we are adding the other extension
Mhm.
to the building, that's it.
Okay.
Whatever in the application.
All right. Zoning board staff, having previously reviewed your application, we've determined that there is sufficient information to approve your appeal. Good luck.
Okay, thank you.
Next. 2000, well, that's a no-show. 2017-40, 1821 Pratt Street, Adam Meadow.
Yes, Your Honor.
Afternoon, sir. We have this an application to use the premises as an office and 2 dwelling units. Is that correct?
You're right.
Okay. Mr. French, anything on behalf of the planning department?
Planning Department has no objection to this application. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Meadow, is there anything further you would like to add to supplement the record in your case?
No, yeah.
Okay. Zoning board staff, having previously reviewed your application, we have determined that there is sufficient information to approve your appeal. Good
Thank
luck.
you. Appreciate it.
Take care. Next, 2017-42, 1214 South Highland Avenue, Travis Lockman.
Afternoon.
Afternoon, sir. We have this an application to construct second, third, and fourth floor additions and rooftop deck at this location. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And Mr. French, is there anything on behalf of the planning department?
Planning Department has no comment on this application. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Lockman, was there anything you would like to add to supplement the record in your case?
Nope, nothing further.
All right. Zoning board staff, having previously reviewed your application, we have determined that there is sufficient information to approve your appeal.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Next, 2017-43, 801 Washington Boulevard, Dominic Carter.
Yes, how you doing?
Afternoon, sir. We have this an application to use the first floor for a tattoo shop as accessory to a variety store. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. French, anything on behalf of the planning department?
Planning Department recommends approval of this application, subject to the conditions that the proposed use complies with all requirements and standards of the Washington Village Urban Renewal Plan, where this property is located, that the tattooing occur only during normal hours of operation of the gallery and retail use or variety store, and that there be no sign placed on the building to advertise availability of tattoo service. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Carter, are those conditions acceptable to you?
Yes.
All right. And is there anything you would like to add to supplement the record in your case?
No, sir.
Okay. Zoning board staff, having previously reviewed your application, we have determined that there is sufficient information to approve your appeal. Good luck.
Okay.
And last, 2017-44, 2113 St. Paul Street, Elizabeth Comer.
Yes, thank you.
Afternoon, ma'am. We
Afternoon.
have this as an application to construct a one-story, one-car garage in the rear yard. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. French, anything for the planning department?
Planning Department has no comment on this application. Thank you.
Okay. And Ms. Comer, is there anything you would like to add to supplement the record in your case?
No, thank you.
All right. Zoning board staff, having previously reviewed your application, we have determined that there is sufficient information to approve your appeal.
Thank you.
Good luck. Take care. Okay. Now we're going to turn to the remainder of our docket, and that will include cases where there is opposition which is signed in. Actually, there are a couple. And frequently we found that opposition is the result of either a lack of communication or miscommunication between the parties, and it can be useful to offer the parties an opportunity to have a discussion between themselves, to discuss whatever concerns the opposition may have, to offer clarifying information from the applicant's perspective, to see if the parties can resolve whatever differences between them and come to an agreement on whatever is at the center of their dispute. Obviously, if two opposing sides on an issue approach the board and ask the board to resolve the dispute, one of those two sides is bound to go away disappointed and unhappy. And this is your opportunity to avoid that unhappy fate. You're going to call in the cases where there is opposition which is signed in, would ask just for right now, when the case is called, you can just stand where you are and we'll offer you an opportunity to have a discussion with one another. We'll ask if there already have been and if you and the parties would like to continue to have a dialogue. If you would, just let us know and you can go double doors to your rear and see if you can get something accomplished. If not, you can just have a seat. We certainly, it's not required, obviously, that you speak with one another, but we certainly do encourage and appreciate it. First case where there's opposition, which is signed in, is 2016-458, 746 North Fulton Avenue, Robert Campbell. And folks, you can stay right there. Have you had an opportunity to speak with one another? Okay. Would you like to see if you can have a dialogue now and resolve whatever your issues are? Okay, so no desire to continue talking?
Well, we have a association that wants a letter from us, but we've already gotten a letter from our community association. I'm not sure where that's coming from, so I don't, you know.
And sir?
From the Harlem Park Neighborhood Council, and we was asking for a postponement because we wanted to them to present it to the Harlem Park Neighborhood Council so we all could be on one accord.
We presented it to our community association, which is Harlem Park West, where our president gave us a letter of approval. So we get a letter from our council person, from other folks in the community. We have a community representative here as well. We're not sure why another association wants us to present.
Okay, it certainly doesn't hurt to try to talk and see if you can get something accomplished. I will say that it's not an exceptional instance that we have community associations, even where it's an adjacent community association, that may appear at a hearing, and they're able to resolve disputes such as this when the concern just boils down to a request to meet with one another. Although one thing I would caution you is that a lot of those instances, the meetings that are agreed to occur after the hearing as opposed to delaying it, but you can certainly have a discussion and see if you can get something worked out, and if not, just come back in and let us know, and we'll hear the case. Sound okay? All right, just let us know when you're ready to go forward. 2017-13, 316 South Loudon Avenue. Okay, and who's all back there? Okay, and have you folks had an opportunity to have a discussion? Okay. Why don't you come forward, ma'am? And folks, you can come up. Okay, we'll call the case 2017-13, 316 South Loudon Avenue. Ma'am, if you can state your name for the record?
Angel Williams.
Okay, if you can come a little bit closer to the microphone there.
Angel Williams.
Okay, and Ms. Williams, you had indicated that you're here to request a postponement?
Yes.
Okay, and who's here from the opposition?
Councilman Christopher Burnett.
Okay,
Courtney Smooth.
and ma'am? Okay, all right, you folks are all, can you say your name again, please, ma'am?
Geraldine Brooks.
Geraldine Brooks, got it?
Courtney.
Smooth. We're members of the Irvington community.
Okay. All right. Now, I'm going to guess, ma'am, that Mr. Curtis isn't here to present the case, so I'm guessing that's why you're here to request a postponement?
Yes. We
Okay.
had another meeting at the same time.
Okay. And,
this is our first time seeing this.
okay. All right. And Councilman, I guess there's a desire for the, for the applicant to have a discussion with the community association, is that correct?
Yeah, has that happened already? I believe, yeah.
But on this issue,
Yeah.
yeah.
The association president also couldn't make it.
Okay.
So I'm not sure what her dialogue has been. I don't want to say one way or
Sure,
the
sure,
other.
sure.
Yeah, how
Okay,
about you?
well, I was just going to say that that the postponement would certainly allow for the ability for there to be a dialogue, and it sounds like you've had some issues which came up at the last minute as well. All right, and you folks already had signed in, that's correct?
Yes.
All right, so you'll be notified when the case is ready to go forward. You can let Mr. Curtis know. Here you go,
Okay.
Mr. Clark. that when the case is ready to go forward, you can just call into the zoning board office and ask to be placed back on the docket. And we'll go ahead and do that. And when the case is rescheduled, you get a notice for the rescheduled hearing date so that you'll be given notice and an opportunity to come back then as well. So long as there's no change in what's being requested, it doesn't have to be, the property doesn't have to be posted again. You just need to call in and have it rescheduled.
Okay.
Okay? All right. And with that, 2017-13, 316 South Loudon Avenue is postponed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next case where there is opposition, which is signed in, is 2017-33, 2244 Essex Street. Ida Gamerman. Okay. Hi, folks. Has there been any discussion between the parties?
We've had discussion.
We had a meeting last Thursday.
We had a meeting with some of the people. There's some new parties here. I'd prefer to move forward, and maybe after we all have our testimony, maybe have a discussion at that point. Is that okay?
No, if you come forward, we're going to decide the case. So it's speak now or forever hold your peace.
I want to talk some more.
Okay. Just let us know when you're ready to go forward. You just step out. Yeah, just go out in the vestibule.
There's some people. Who are the individuals here? Everybody's standing, correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I'm Pete Chesney.
Hi, Pete. We haven't met, so I haven't met all of them.
Sure. I would say it doesn't hurt to talk. Maybe. If not, just come back in. All right. 2017 whoops. No need to feel bad. That's happened before. Don't worry about it. Next is 2017-45, 211 through 301 Warren Avenue. Howdy, folks.
Well, that takes care of the room.
Some of you I've seen before, some I'm seeing for the first time. All right, and I'm guessing that there has been some dialogue between the parties here.
That's correct. Good afternoon, Chairman Washington, members of the board, David Karseski, and Adam Rosenblatt, with Venable LLP, and Speaker on behalf of the applicant. Yes, you're correct. The applicant has held 3 separate presentations or meetings, one before the board for the Federal Hill Neighbor Association. That was in October of last year, one before the general membership of the association in November, and then one more recently on February 9th with some immediate neighbors on Grindle and Riverside and some streets. In addition to that, I personally sent an email to the president of the Federal Hill Neighbor Association on President's Day, the 20th, welcoming any suggestions after each compromise with no response. So we're not optimistic that one can work out, but we're here to hear.
Sure, and who is here to, other than various members of the Neighbors Association, is the president here, or a single representative who can speak on behalf of the association?
Mr. Chairman, I've been asked to speak on behalf of the Neighborhood Association.
Okay, and your name, ma'am?
Nancy Shamu.
Okay, and Ms. Shmoo, I guess at this point, the community association is just looking to move forward?
Yes.
Okay, all right. It sounds like there has been several attempts at a dialogue, so everybody can have a seat, and we'll get to you in a moment. Next is 2017-46, 707 South Highland Avenue, John Kalari. Okay, and is it just you guys?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm the opposition.
Okay, and have you, well, I figured, I was, after that last one, I was like, wow, there's only one person here. Have you two had an opportunity to speak?
No. It's my understanding that there's been no communication with any of the neighbors.
Okay. All right. Would you like to step out and see if you can talk? Sure. All right. When you're ready to go forward, just come back in and let us know. Okay. Let's be ambitious. 2017-45, 211 through 301 Warren Avenue. David Karseski. Come on up.
Can't all go outside?
No. I would say, since there are a number of folks who are here in opposition to the case.
They're the appellant, we're the
Yes,
opposition.
appellant will be on that side, opposition will be on that side. And I note that there are a number of folks who are here in opposition. You don't all have to come forward, only those who are intending to give testimony. And as there is, I guess, one person who's in charge of speaking for the opposition, if you folks want to organize yourselves such that if there are a number of folks who would speak to basically the same point or the same interest, you can certainly designate one person to testify as to those issues, and you can proffer that if called to testify that persons X, Y, and Z would similarly so testify, thereby accomplishing the aim of having the testimony submitted and the issues which you're concerned about having testimony provided for those without the need to call all upwards of 50 of you that are here. But I'll leave that to you for the moment. You're Mr. Karseski, correct?
Yes, sir, Chairman Washington.
All right. And is there any counsel on behalf of the?
I'm Andrew Geronik on behalf of Federal Park Condominium Association, whose interests are coextensive with these other residents,
Okay.
representatives of in the neighborhood, in the immediate vicinity.
Can you say your name again, sir?
Andrew Geronik.
Okay. Can you spell that last name, by the way?
J-I-R-A-N-E-K.
All right. Thank you. If you can pull that microphone forward, please. If you can come on down.
Good afternoon. Michael Green, G-R-E-E-N, here on behalf of the Grindles Yards Homeowners Association. We abut the property. We're on the property line.
Okay. And the association president or designee is, come on down.
Yes.
And ma'am, if we can have your name again.
Nancy Chamu, S-C-H-A-M-U.
All right, thank you. All right, if all those intending to give testimony can raise their right hands and be sworn, please.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, and do we have staff reports?
Yes. First, we have received over 36 letters from longtime and newer residents and homeowners. Many next to or facing the proposed building expressing opposition to this proposal. To summarize, they describe several problems. The proposal is imposing and overpowering. Grindle Street is a very narrow, under 20-foot wide street with historic 2- and 3-story homes with a residential feel that would be up against a 40-foot tall, modern commercial-style building with a 5th-floor penthouse accessing the rooftop, and 3 stacks of large bay windows on the 2nd and 3rd floors overhanging the sidewalks. The proposed building would diminish air flow and put the homes in shadows all day long. Existing parking pressures are severe and would become worse. There would be the removal of street parking alongside Riverside and Grindle Streets, the proposed access off of the one-way Riverside Avenue, and the no traffic lights intersection to Key Highway and Fort Avenue would increase the congestion on Cross Street. The building is bounded by substandard streets in need of repair that are narrow, limiting emergency vehicle and trash collection access with or without cars parked on the street. Most of the writers predict a decrease to their personal quality of life from street level to the rooftop decks, causing a decrease to their property values. One writer, a recent victim to crime in the neighborhood, notes that the required 25-foot setback offers a feeling of space and room to recover rather than feeling trapped. They do not all oppose development, but they must oppose any zoning variance that would increase the height or footprint of a building beyond the current code requirements that does not meet the requirements for a variance based on unnecessary hardship or practical disability that would be injurious to the use and employment of other property in the immediate vicinity, impair adequate light and air to adjacent properties, create an undue concentration of population, substantially increase congestion on the streets, and adversely affect transportation. Many of them point out, how could an experienced developer be willing to invest millions of dollars in an already crowded area and not know these basic codes? We have a letter from Councilman Eric Costello. He writes, based upon concerns of nearby neighbors, I cannot concurrently support the variance. I hoped that these parties would reach an amicable compromise. However, it is my understanding that although the developer reduced the project's height and made other design changes in response to neighbors' concerns, such resolution has not yet been reached. Does planning have a report?
Thank you. Planning Department notes that this property is in the Montgomery Urban Renewal Area, and the applicant, as a result of that, has been working extensively with the Department of Planning, including its Urban Design and Architectural Review Panel, to develop a design and site plan for the proposed new multiple-family dwelling structure that is compatible with the design provisions contained in that plan. The department also notes that this property may be considered unique in its location, placement, and its extent, in that it occupies half the block, and due to the property having multiple block frontages. For this reason, the side and rear lot lines function more as front lot lines. Given the context of the existing neighborhood, where buildings come very near to their front lot lines, the proposal is consistent with the existing pattern of development in the area. The proposed pool will project to the side lot line, but it is screened by the Southern High School building at 201 Warren Avenue. And the proposed building will project to within 4 feet of the rear lot line along Grindle Street, where the existing homes are within 2 feet to 5 feet of their front lot lines along Grindle Street. The department believes the variances will not impair development or diminish property values in the area, that it will not limit access to light and air, and it will not overcrowd the land. The department considers the proposed density reasonable for this lot, and it will not contribute to congestion of traffic. The proposal will not negatively impact city infrastructure and will not threaten public safety. For these reasons, the department believes the request is the minimum amount of relief needed for the project and that it meets the board's standards for approval. On that basis, the Department of Planning has no objection to this application, and if it is granted, requests that it be subject to the condition that the proposed structure is completed in accordance with the site and development plans and designs approved by the Department of Planning. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Karszewski, those conditions stated by the Planning Department acceptable to your client?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Before we get started, yes, I will offer you this opportunity, or this piece of information as well as this opportunity. In the interest of full disclosure, I am not a neighbor of this property, though I do live in the area. I have 2 children who go to the elementary school, which is right across the street, so I travel this way. I'm very familiar with this location and this property. Despite that connection to these, or I guess tangential connection to these issues, I think I can be fair and impartial. But I will leave it to you to decide whether or not you would like me to participate in this case or if you'd like me to recuse myself. So,
We have no objection, Chairman Washington. Thank you.
Okay. All right. If you want to begin.
Thank you. Members of the board, we do have 3 witnesses here today, 3 experts. Prior to asking our first witness to testify, may I make a 90-second introduction?
Yes, please.
Thank you, sir. As all of you know, we are here today for a request for 2 variances for the project known as the Harbor Hill Apartments. It has 2 addresses, 211 through 301 Warren Avenue. There was a mention earlier that the association opposes a height variance. There is no height variance in this case. The building height proposed is 40 feet. The property, as you know, Mr. Washington, and others may not, is improved with the former Southern High School building. It was, in the early 80s, repurposed for a 74-unit apartment building within the confines of that existing high school building. We are now proposing to construct 4 stories of apartments over 2 levels of underground structured parking. The number of units would be 70. In addition, there are a number of amenities proposed as part of the project. One, which is associated with the second variance, is a pool. And it's not the pool, but it's the associated pool deck, for which we are requesting another variance from a side lot line. As was stated earlier by Mr. French for the Department of Planning, this project has been presented by our design team to UDARP. Schematic approval has been received. Final approval has not. Our team will explain what schematic approval means in the context of this variance case and how it relates to the variances that are requested. This project has also received approval by the Site Plan Review Committee, which, as many of you know, is an interagency review, and we'll explain what that is, and we will provide you a copy of the signed SPRC plan by the city. Additionally, as you heard, the Planning Department strongly supports our request. There are a number of items with which we comply. While we need 2 variances, we are within the height allowed. First of all, there is no height requirement in the zoning regulations for the R8 zone. There is a height requirement in the Montgomery Urban Renewal Plan. We will respect that height. The floor area ratio we respect and are below what is allowed. In terms of parking, as many of you, all of you probably know, there's a 1-to-1 requirement, 1 parking space per unit. We will respect that and comply with it. And in terms of density, I believe the project would overall be, if approved, 10 density units fewer than the property allows per the R8 zone. Specifically, the 2 variances. One is a rear yard along Grindle Street, and we are proposing a 4-foot setback in lieu of the required 25. The second is a 0-foot setback in lieu of 10, as I stated, for the pool deck. With respect to the rear yard setback, we have an L-shaped property, and it's bounded on 3 sides by public streets, creating, in essence, 3 fronts for this property. For practical purposes, the side of the property on Grindle would become a front, and front doors will be there. Stoops will be there for units. In all aspects of the word, it will appear as a front. Yet the zoning code does not allow that. The zoning code indicates that when you have a building on a property, and in this case it faces Warren Avenue, that's your front, and you have to have a rear behind it. So that's one of the things we're dealing with here today. In addition, you'll hear testimony from 2 of our witnesses that it would be out of character to require a 25-foot setback in this location along Grindle. It would be out of character with the urban street wall that's been created already by other buildings on Grindle and other nearby streets, and it wouldn't allow us to complete that street wall. We'll have 3 witnesses. Ms. Susan Williams, who's a planner. She's had 37 years experience in this field. She's worked for the city's planning department and has a wealth of experience in design reviews, site plans, and architectural reviews, even during her time working for the city. Also here today is Mr. Peter Falat. He's our architect. He's going to testify about certain pieces of the burden of proof for the variance, and also present you with some elevations for the project, so you can see what it's all about. In addition, Barbara Moser is here. She's our traffic engineer. She's also with STV, and she will testify about the prongs of the burden of proof that relate to traffic and is there congestion in streets. So that's what her part will be. I've already indicated to you that there were 3 meetings and there hasn't been a consensus reached. But I can tell you we've listened to the concerns of the community. We've made some concessions. We've tried to reach an agreement. It's been unsuccessful. We will, our witnesses will, our exhibits will document that the 2 requests meet the legal standards for obtaining variances per the city's zoning code, and will address all the standards of the code. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we also have copies of exhibit packs for every board member and for Mr. Tanner to hand out in advance.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenblatt. And one for Mr. Green or Mr.
You get one?
Sorry, what was your last name again? Juronic.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
We're one short. 5, but I gave one to Mr. Tanner.
Sorry, we have one.
Okay.
And so I hope that's not leaving you short.
No, not at all. So, at this point, Chairman Washington, members of the board, if we may proceed with our first witness.
Please.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Ms. Williams. Will you please state your name and business address for the record?
My name is Susan Williams, and I work for STV Incorporated, and we are on Ambassador Road in Baltimore.
And with who are you associated, Ms. Williams?
It's STV Incorporated.
And your profession is?
I'm a planner and project manager.
And you have a degree in planning, is that correct?
Correct.
And how many years' experience do you have in that field?
About 37, all in Baltimore City.
Okay. And do you have a CV that you have prepared?
Yes.
Okay, and members of the board, this should be in your packets behind a color rendering and the zoning plan. And Ms. Williams, if you could explain to the board what types of degrees and certifications you have or hold that are relevant to the testimony you're going to give today.
Well, I have a master's degree in community planning, and I am also a member of the American Planning Association.
Okay. And can you talk a little bit about your work history with STV and prior to STV?
Yeah. Just kind of going in chronological order. When I graduated with my master's degree, and during my master's degree, I worked in the Baltimore City Planning Department starting in 1979. I started as a community planner for what was then the 6th district, because there were 6 districts, not 14. So I covered the southwest portion of the city, including this neighborhood. I did the rezoning study for this neighborhood that created some of the R7 you'll see on the maps. And I also worked on the nighttime provisions for residential parking, so I have some relationship to this community. I spent from 1986 to 2004 working in the Land Use and Urban Design Division, all but 1 year of that as the head of the division. In that division, under me was the Urban Design and Architectural Review Panel, Site Plan Review Committee. I was in charge of preparing all reports that relate to the Planning Commission itself, including rezonings, writing zoning legislation, as well as other codes, forest conservation, critical area floodplain, basically reviewed all aspects of development for the city for that time period. I retired from the city in 2004, and I'm now head of the Urban Planning Division in STV. We have a heavy focus in Baltimore City and have really simply done the same thing on the other side of the table in terms of helping projects move forward through the development review system.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Have you ever testified before the BMZA?
Yes.
In what types of cases?
Conditional uses, variances, increases in dwelling units, variety of cases.
Variances for rear and side yard setbacks?
Yes.
Have you ever been accepted as an expert in the BMZA case before?
Yes, in any number of BMZA cases. Additionally, I was the city's expert testimony for land use cases, whether they were court cases, city council, planning commission, or zoning board for, again, from 1987 to 2004.
Are you familiar with the site plan or the zoning plan requirements?
Yes.
For projects in Baltimore City?
Yes.
And how have you become familiar over time?
I wrote some of the regulations for the requirements and also prepare plans for those requirements.
And you're familiar with the R8 zone, correct?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the bulk requirements in the R8 zone?
Yes.
The height requirements?
Yes.
Parking requirements?
Yes.
And any applicable urban renewal or comprehensive plans?
Yes.
And how over time do you become familiar with those?
Simply experience in writing them and working with them on projects throughout the city.
Are you familiar with the burden of proof that's to be applied in this case?
Yes.
It's contained in the zoning code?
Correct.
Members of the board, at this time, I would respectfully submit that Ms. Williams be qualified as an expert in the field of planning. She has a planning degree. Given her background and experience working for the city, and also her background and experience working for the STV engineering firm, I would ask that expertise be based on her knowledge of the zoning code and her knowledge of other comprehensive and urban renewal plans that apply to this site.
May I have
Yes.
questions? Did you work with
Come forward,
land-
counsel.
Did you work with land disposition agreements in your previous work for the city?
Yes,
Okay. And are you familiar with this particular property?
yes.
Okay. And do you know if one was done for this property?
The land disposition is actually in the form of a covenant recorded.
Okay, thank you.
Counsel?
I have no questions of her.
All right. Any objection to acceptance of the witness as an expert?
I have no objection.
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Williams accepted as an expert in the area of planning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Williams, will you please describe the location of the property?
Yes, in terms of this map has the zoning categories on it, and it is bounded by Key Highway, Covington Street, Cross Street, and this is Light Street. It is basically encompassing most of the residentially zoned portion surrounding our site, which is the larger site in yellow. That's part of the Federal Hill Neighborhood Association area. The Federal Hill Neighborhood Association is larger than this and covers an area over here, but I thought it was better to have something that people could actually read. What this map shows is that Federal Hill, like most R8 zoned areas in the city of Baltimore, is on an urban grid, that most of the lots have a rectilinear shape. Most of the lots front the properties and back to either a rear alley or another rear property line. What you see highlighted in yellow are those properties that basically have two fronts within this area. And of the residentially zoned properties, which there are 409 in this area, roughly 6% have that front to back issue. So the area is predominantly, again, where buildings face towards the front of the property.
If we may, for the record, Ms. Williams, you're referring to a plan on the board. Can you tell me what it is and how it was prepared?
Yes, we took the city's GIS base, which is not a survey, but is a GIS base. It shows the streets, the street names, the buildings, the property lines, and on it we superimposed the zoning lines from the city's GIS base. Then I highlighted in yellow, after reviewing all of the properties, those lots that have two fronts.
I neglected to do this, Mr. Chairman, but may I mark for introduction Ms. Williams' resume as exhibit number 1?
Yes.
You have that. Or did I do it right here? Would you mind doing the markings? And then, if I may also mark as applicant's exhibit number 2, this GIS map.
Okay.
Thank you. But let me ask you if we can go back to this map,
Okay.
and you can tell me if I'm on the wrong exhibit. You can tell me. But
Okay.
does this exhibit lend any information to what we're calling the urban street grid?
Yes, because you have basically the roadways create a grid of streets that are perpendicular to each other and create urban blocks.
Okay. And how many streets would you say that the subject property fronts on, and what are those streets?
This property fronts on 3 streets: Warren Avenue, which is its technical front from a zoning perspective; Riverside Avenue, which would be its street corner side; Grindle Street, which is technically a rear, but if you're walking through the neighborhood, you feel like you're walking on a street. You don't know what a zoning setback is when you're on a street.
And given your preparation and review of this exhibit, is a property, a single parcel fronting on 3 streets, something that is the norm in this neighborhood?
No, it is not a norm.
Can you explain how by referring to this exhibit?
Well, I think if you look at most of the streets, they front on a single street. You will have corner lots that may front on 2 streets, have a street corner side and a front yard, and then you'll see that most of them back to what are known as alley streets or alleys, or they abut rear yard to rear yard.
Okay. And do you have a copy of your company's zoning plan here on one of the easels? The zoning plan?
We have the zoning. The zoning is on the map.
No, do you have the zoning plan we submitted as part of the application?
Yes.
Okay.
It's It's in the exhibits on 11 by 17.
Okay,
It's not
you don't have a
separate-
large one.
Right.
Okay,
No.
could you turn to yours?
Yes.
Do you not have one?
No, I have it.
Okay, great.
Oops.
Okay, you,
Yep, go ahead.
and if all the board members have a copy in their packet, if I may, mark this for introduction as applicant's number 3.
Okay, which one?
The applicant's
It says
number
zoning
3, the
site
zoning
plan.
Would you like us to hand up copies with the marking on it?
Nope, that's okay.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Williams, are you familiar with this zoning plan?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with it?
This was prepared by my staff.
Did you supervise preparation of it?
Yes.
And have you visited the site prior to today?
Yes.
Did you do that in order to, among other reasons, to prepare this site plan?
Yes.
And how many times approximately have you been to this site
Probably 10 or 11.
in preparation for this case?
Correct.
How about prior to this case? Familiar with it?
Yes.
How so?
I was a community planner for this area, and I have friends in the area, so I'm very familiar with the site.
For how many years were you the community planner?
From 1980 to 1986.
And what were the boundaries of that area,
The,
if you
well,
recall?
at that time, there were 6 councilmanic districts, and I was the 6th district planner, so I covered Federal Hill, the South Baltimore Peninsula, down to Hawkins Point, Curtis Bay, Cherry Hill, over roughly just south of Route 40, all the way to the city line. We're about 81 communities.
Is this site plan an accurate representation of the existing conditions on the property today?
Yes, and it also shows the proposed building.
And if you could describe for the members of the board, just generally, what the existing conditions of the site are that are shown on the zoning plan?
Yes, there's an existing 4-story former school building that has been renovated and converted to 74 dwelling units, and there are 102 at-grade parking spaces on the site.
Okay, and you mentioned that, I think you mentioned, is it an accurate representation of the proposal before the board today?
Correct, yes.
What is the proposal, to your knowledge?
The proposal is to construct a 4-story building for 70 dwelling units and below-grade parking. There would be a total of 144 dwelling units and 144 off-street parking spaces.
Okay, and what types of records or information did you review and inspect in order to prepare this plan that we've marked as exhibit
Yeah.
number 3?
We pull the zoning information, the GIS, a survey. We also review the zoning code itself in comparison with the plan, the urban renewal plan, the city's comprehensive plan, the South Baltimore Gateway Master Plan, utility information, and compile it into a plan.
Okay, can you indicate, have any changes been made to this plan since its filing?
Yes.
And can you explain what those changes are for the record?
Yes, under the zoning notes, in item 6, we had previously inadvertently put the lot size in the new total rather than a corrected total, so that the existing building is 93,600 plus, that the proposed building is 76,000 plus, and that the combined total of that is 169,718, approximately square feet. So that was an error that we've clarified, that the rear yard would be 4 feet under the proposed, and also that the number of parking spaces would be 144.
And those are all the changes since filing?
Yes.
Okay, were you able, Ms. Williams, to ascertain the current zoning of the property?
Yes.
And what is that zone?
It's R8.
And what type of zone is the R8 zone, and what types of uses does it allow?
The R8 zone is one of the higher 3 density zoning categories in the city of Baltimore. It allows single-family dwelling units by right, including detached, semi-detached, and row homes. It also allows multifamily units by right. And as in any residential zoning district, there are a myriad of other uses associated, whether it's churches, schools, and things like that.
And the right nomenclature, multifamily, that's what's being proposed today, correct?
Correct.
And you mentioned this, what is the shape of the property in your understanding?
The property has an L shape, which is also unique, as you can see from the map. Most properties are rectilinear and go straight through, so it's easier to put a building on that kind of shape.
Question, ma'am.
Yes.
Indulgence, Mr. Karaszewski. There's currently a parking lot located on the site that's to be improved, is that correct?
Yes, the parking lot. Oops, we have an aerial.
Even better.
Yes, this again is Warren Avenue, Riverside, Grindle, and William Street. This was part of the original school, but it's a different project. It's a multifamily building on a different lot.
Okay.
Yes, the parking lot, and these parking lots are not connected. They operate each.
Okay.
This parking goes with this building, so the parking is L-shaped in this manner.
Okay. And the parking that's associated with this parcel, how does that exit the parcel there?
There's an existing curb cut on Riverside Avenue, and that will not be changed. The location will be retained.
Okay, so currently vehicles go in and out via that cut on Riverside Avenue?
Correct.
All right. And there's going to be, I guess, a two-deck parking lot of 140 some odd cars?
Well, the combination will be the at-grade spaces here, and we'll show you the site plan when we get to it, and then access to a below-grade parking 2 levels here for a total of 144 spaces.
Okay. And so those vehicles will then be exiting in the morning, presumably, or at least that would be the busiest time. They would be exiting in the morning onto Riverside Avenue and going wherever. And Riverside is a one-way, a two-way?
It's a one-way street that goes southbound.
Okay. And to get to Key Highway, which is the busy thoroughfare to get from points A to B, would those vehicles have to go north or south?
Well, they would have to go south, but from there they could go east or west, either over to Key Highway or around the block and up Light Street or any number of ways.
Okay. All right, so they'll either divert around the block onto William Street, or
They could go to Light, they could go to William. With an urban grid, think of traffic like water. It takes the easiest route.
Okay. And the easiest route tends to be the one without traffic lights, right?
No.
No? Okay. All right. So they'll either divert around the block to go north on William, or continue across, I guess, down Cross Street to Light Street or
Ford
Charles
Avenue,
Street.
Or
Or they could divert the other way down Cross to get to Key Highway by going, I guess that's east. Okay. All right. And William, Cross, those are both,
Cross is two-way, William is one-way, northbound, Warren is two-way.
How about Grindle?
Grindle is one-way, westbound.
and what's the width of Grindle?
The right-of-way is 26.
There's
What's known
parking?
as the cartway or the lane is probably about 20, and they do allow parking on the north side of that street.
Okay, so with cars located on Grindle, how wide is the through lane?
Well, if it's a 20-foot cartway, 8 feet's usually a wide parking lane. 7 is the amount the car takes up, so 10 to 11 feet.
Okay. And how about on Cross? Do cars, is it, do you know what the width is on Cross?
I don't know what the width is on Cross.
Okay. And you said that you visited the site, is that correct? You said you visited there several times?
Yes.
What times a day were you there?
It varied. I wasn't there first thing in the morning for the AM peak, but sometimes it was midday, sometimes it was late afternoon towards the PM peak.
Okay, so if you haven't been there for the AM peak, you haven't seen what the condition is on William Street as people are going to work and as people are dropping off children at the school?
While I have not been there, our traffic engineer has had staff out there, so we have looked at that condition.
Okay.
And they'll testify when we get there.
Great. All right, thank you, Mr. Kraszewski.
Thank you. And Ms. Williams, can you explain, and we can either use, well, let's go back to the zoning plan if we could. Can you explain what changes in parking would result if these variances are granted in terms of changes to the surface parking in addition to underground? Here's your plan here.
Yeah. Oops.
Just generally.
Yeah. What happens from this plan, should I use this one?
Whatever plan you'd like.
Okay.
And, but, may I do this first? All right, we're gonna get back to that, go ahead.
Looking
Well,
at,
let me ask you first, what is this?
this is a rendered site plan showing the existing building, the proposed building, and the revisions to the existing entry. And
Okay.
what would happen is basically we would retain this portion of the parking that's at grade and revise this parking to ensure we have our handicap van parking at the point. We are proposing, people would come in and out the same location they do now. You would drive from here into the below grade garage and then come out this way as well. We have added a circle, and I can go into that in more detail later, but we've added the circle really for a number of reasons, and part of it is including addressing community concerns that were raised about vehicles queuing on Riverside because there's a gate here. That gate would be removed. There would be a gate here just to control people from going into this parking area. But people would be able to come in, and this circle has been designed to be a single turning movement for a UPS-sized truck. If somebody comes in, even with a car, to drop somebody off as large as a Suburban. So all that would come in and be able to make one movement and go back out again. And it also has been made large enough so that if a small moving truck, which is a WB30 wheelbase 30, can do a 3-point turn in this intersection and go back out head first, so that we've worked to try and address the community concerns about people, perhaps staging here to go in and causing some congestion on Riverside from that.
How do you get to access to the existing lot, the part that's not going to be taken?
Well, you just...
Do you drive through the circle? That's what I'm saying. Is there
Yes,
any
you can
grade
drive
or
just-
anything? Okay.
No, no.
Okay.
It's really just a visual change to
Okay.
make it appealing, and also to let people know that this is like a concrete surface with a
Okay.
pattern in it.
Okay.
And just so the board understands, Ms. Williams, how did your firm prepare this exhibit? What steps did you have to take to do it?
Well, we get the information from the client on their work program, as well as the architect and our staff, that includes engineers and designers who do this on a regular basis and know the city codes, prepared this. And then you'll also see, as we move further into information, we show the turning movements for all the vehicles, which is done with a system called AutoCAD. You literally, the CAD system, you drive the truck around and it makes tracks.
Mr. Chairman, we will come back to this exhibit, but because we've referred to it, may I mark it for introduction as number 4?
Please.
Thank you. Ms. Williams, did you, during your visits to the site and becoming familiar with it, did you take any photographs?
Yes.
And did you prepare an exhibit that is relevant to those photographs?
Yes.
And members of the board, you probably have in your packet this aerial photograph with numbering up to number 23.
And a
Forgive me, I
packet
know
of
that's a lot of
pictures.
numbers.
I'll go quickly.
But it's a large property with a bunch of fronts, so we have 23. And if I may, for introduction, Mark, this is number 5. And Ms. Williams, will you just explain how this exhibit was prepared, and if you could walk the board through the photographs that you took?
Yes. This is a standard aerial photograph, aerial Google Earth photo that we simply make bigger and put numbers on based on where I took these pictures from. So as you go through this, I think it's really important to notice 2 things, so I'll avoid repeating myself hopefully, but that most of the fronts of the buildings have stoops and/or a combination of landscaping and then the public sidewalk. Some streets have street trees because there's enough room for them, some don't. So as we go through, if you can look at that, and also look at the fact that a lot of the buildings in this area are right up on the property line, or if they're not on the property line, you wouldn't know it because it's the area of the stoops or a half a area of the stoops that are part of the private lot. But from walking down the street, you feel like you have this urban edge of buildings. So in starting, number 1 is taken here, and it is of the former gymnasium that's been converted to senior housing. The next 2 are taken with the first building of the Harbor Apartments, and then what is the second building, which are connected by a pedestrian way of the Harbor Apartments. When you get to photo 4, we're really looking up that 200 block of Warren Avenue, and again, you see the rhythm of stoops, and some people have put various planters out. When you get to photo number 5, and you're kind of taking up here, this really shows that while the school is set back, or the former school is set back and has some landscaping, you really still have that urban edge looking all the way up Warren Avenue. Then you have this block of Warren Avenue, which is the 300 block, and you see this is a multifamily building, which is, while you see it's 4 stories from this slide, it's actually, as you go west, you'll see that it's way up out of the ground on this southern end. Then when you turn around, and I took a picture from kind of in this area towards here, you can see the height of this building, which is again another multifamily building in the area. You can also see that this building really takes up to the back rear yard setback, creating an urban edge on what is Hamburg Street, which is a street that on the south side is completely lined with houses. And you can also see the row of Riverside that will be directly across from the building we're proposing. Do you have a question? And then this number 8 really shows you the condition where this building really comes up to the edge of the property line. Now we're moving back to Riverside, and this picture is taken here, looking down the sidewalk.
May I interrupt?
Oops, sorry.
I should have done this earlier, but can you say what number you're looking
9.
at when you do it?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
So number 9 is looking down this edge of the Harbor Hill Apartments, where again you have greening and the sidewalk. And then number 10, I'm really turning around and looking at the site itself. And you can see as you look up the street that you have an urban edge to this street of Riverside, except for where the parking lot is.
Excuse me, could you hold up those pictures so the rest of them?
Oh, sure, I'm sorry.
I know this was put on the website, so it's sort of hard to grasp what you're talking about.
Identify yourself, sir.
William Van Dyke.
Thank you.
Number 11 is the houses on the opposite side of the street of Riverside. And again, you see they have stoops. Number 12 is a shot kind of going straight up the street this way, where you again see the stoops and the planters that are on that side of Riverside. Number 13 is this block of Riverside, where again the properties are up against the street edge. This starts to take us westbound on Grindle Street, which you have the side of the property that is located here, which is right across the street from this particular building that we're proposing.
Was that 14?
Yes, I'm sorry, 14. And you can also begin to see the houses. There's a hedge here, creating a bit of an edge, and then you see this group of row houses. Number 15 is a closer up look of the houses that are directly across from our site, and then not all of them are. Some of them face the opening of Lois Lane. Then turning around again, looking at the height of the building that's here, which is a full 3 stories with a deck on top. Number 17 is looking down this side of Grindle Street, and what I want you to note on this particular picture is that the condition of existing Grindle Street does not meet ADA because there's a big pole in the middle of the sidewalk. And part of our reasoning for making sure we had a setback for the building was to improve that, and I'll talk about that later. This picture, number 18, shows you the grade change that runs along the common property line between the parking on Lois Lane and the site itself. The distance between the property line and these buildings here is about 50 feet. And then this shows you the facades of the eastern walls of the Grindle Yard properties, where this building has 1 window. And when you look at the next picture, and these are by and large 2 stories here, and there are 3 stories along here. and there are more windows on this side, so that you get a sense of the distance of our building from these buildings, which again is from property line to building is 50 feet, and then that it's not like an all-glass facade, it's minimal.
So you said that second row of houses?
There are 3-story houses. They have a garage on the first floor, and then there's 2 floors above.
Okay. And that first line is 2 stories?
Yes. And the next picture, 21, shows the Grindle Yard setback along the street, and you can also see that these are 2-story houses. And when you do 2-story and 3-story in neighborhoods like this, just like this, sometimes you have that little that watermark, so that you're not starting your floor all the way at the base. And our building, when Mr. Falat goes through it, you'll see that we're very much at grade or almost at grade for our 4 stories, where whether they're 2-story or 3-story, many of the buildings in Federal Hill, you're starting out a few feet above grade, so that, you know, height becomes, just measuring stories doesn't work. You have to think the overall height, because it's where it starts from. But this also starts to show that this section of Grindle Street also has street edges and framing of the street wall. And then 22 is this side of the street, again showing the buildings have that strong street edge. And that's the end for photos.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Mr. Chairman, if we may mark the photo location exhibit as well as the 23 photograph as exhibit number 5.
Okay, so moved.
Thank you.
Any objection to an admission of exhibits 1 through 5 at all?
There is a correction I'd like to make.
Maybe if you can state your name for the record, please.
I measured Grindle Street this morning. It is not 26 feet across, it is 15 feet. That's a 200 block. The 400 block of Grindle Street is 18 feet wide.
Okay.
That's correct. I've measured it as well. Grindle
And-
Street itself,
and
not the
ma'am,
sidewalks, is 15 feet.
Right.
Hang on for a second.
Sorry.
If you can state your name for the record, please.
I'm Rebecca Royal.
Okay, all right. But no objection to admissions of exhibits 1 through 5?
There's one other problem I have with exhibit.
Just a moment. You're referring to a particular exhibit?
Exhibit 3.
Okay, and what's your issue with exhibit 3?
I believe on that exhibit, the 400 block of Grindle Street is not shown, and it's really important for the site to understand that that street, the Grindle Street, is broken into parts. It is not one straight line. And I think they left that off.
I think that is reflected in exhibit 2, which shows the larger, I guess, the street design of the larger area. So, all right. So we've got 1 through 5. All right. Mr. Garces.
Thank you. Ms. Williams, what is Site Plan Review Committee?
The Site Plan Review Committee is an interagency committee that is chaired by the Planning Department. It is an administrative review that includes the Department of Planning staff in terms of their land use staff, their urban design staff, which are architects, community planners, environmental staff, in this case forest conservation and critical area. It also includes the Department of Public Works, who deals with utility and stormwater management, and the Department of Transportation usually has at least 3 divisions there, including highway engineering and traffic engineering. The fire department, the Department of Housing and Community Development usually has somebody from the building code office there, the parking authority, and sometimes the mayor's office of disabilities, and others. The purpose of that committee is to do an interagency review of a project very early on to make sure that your building footprint is located in an acceptable manner, to make sure that your ingress and egress for the site function, that your on-site and vehicles getting to the site function properly as well.
Ms. Williams, is there an approved, I'll abbreviate it, SPRC plan for this project?
Yes,
Do you
and
have a copy?
yes, there is an approved site plan review plan that includes existing conditions, the site plan, an ADA access plan, the garage plans, and truck turning movements for cars getting in and out of the site, as well as a smaller vehicle.
Can you locate your copy? If you can't, hopefully you have enough.
Because I don't have enough paper.
Here you are.
Thanks.
What is this I'm showing you right now?
Yeah, yes, the C-101 is the existing conditions plan, and then C-102 is the actual site plan, and you'll see the stamp approval on there and initials of Mr. Tiso, who's the chairman. The parking garage level plan, which is C-103, is also stamped and approved. And then the plan with the yellow on it, C-104, shows ADA access so that people can function on the site and get where they need to go. And then the vehicle turning plan shows basically the garbage truck, which will pick up trash much as it does now. And currently, the garbage truck pulls in and then backs onto Riverside, which is not an unusual movement in the city of Baltimore. And then it also shows the regular car turning movements, which we use an SUV, which is the largest vehicle for cars. And then the orange that shows going around the circle is kind of the UPS delivery truck-sized vehicle.
And it's, so all 4 sheets make up the SPRC approved plan?
All 6, yes, all 5 sheets.
5, correct, sorry, 5. And is there any significance to having, or any importance to the variance in having an SPRC approved plan?
What the SPRC is saying is they're approving the layout of your proposal, and that is usually a signal where developers will then go and start doing their design drawings from that.
Okay, and does this approved SPRC plan in any way, did it in any way incorporate any concerns of community members that had been voiced over time?
Yes, the community, when there were early meetings, I was not at the meetings, I got the information from our team that the community had concerns about the potential congestion on Riverside and vehicles blocking traffic, et cetera. And that's when we looked at the plan to, to again remove this gate and bring it back into the site to make sure we had a way for vehicles to come in and turn around and not stage on the street or block the street, to provide a means for at least small moving vans and smaller trucks to make a circle and come out head first, so that the refuse vehicles that operate now are less frequent than general traffic, and it's also an existing condition now. There wouldn't be a change. Also, further in your packet.
Well, let me just ask
Okay.
you, Ms. Williams, this SPRC plan was prepared by your firm?
Yes.
Is that your firm's
Yes.
name at the top? It prepared under your supervision?
Correct.
As well. And Mr. Chairman, if I could mark this as number 6, I believe we're at number 6. Thank you.
You admitting it?
Yes, please.
Any objection?
Okay, Ms. Williams, let me ask you, what does UDARP stand for?
It's the Urban Design and Architectural Review Panel. It's a panel of professional architects appointed by and advisory to the Director of Planning.
What's the function of UDARP?
UDARP does design reviews for all urban renewal areas and all projects that would have an impact on the public realm.
And are there different levels or phases of a complete UDARP approval?
Yes, there is for buildings or what they call developments. There's a schematic phase and there's a final design review phase.
Has this project for this proposed building addition for the 70 apartment units achieved any of those approvals?
Yes, the project has achieved a schematic approval from the UDARP panel.
Schematic means what?
Essentially, schematic is building massing, building placement, its relationship to the public street and the public realm. They look at how the building fits in terms of massing size, and may look at preliminary architecture. Final really focuses more on the skin and materials of the building.
How is the schematic approval relevant in this case to the variance requested for the rear yard?
Well, it's relevant because professional architects have looked at and reviewed the proposed plans and feel it's in keeping with the context of the surrounding area.
Okay. And at this point,
They consider, just a moment, do they consider any impact of the zoning code in those
Yes.
deliberations? And how so?
When you do your presentations, you'll let them know if you're going to need any zoning variances as your project moves forward. But they look at the building primarily from, does it fit in well with the built environment?
Okay, so they're looking at architecture and design.
Correct.
Okay.
Not the burden of proof for a variance.
Correct.
Did UDARP issue?
By the way, Council, if we can speed through some of these things.
Okay.
We know the process here.
Okay, did UDARP issue an approval?
Yes.
And do you have a copy of that?
Yes.
Okay, and we're up to number 7.
Seven.
If I could, if I could move that into evidence as number 7, that's the schematic approval. Okay, Ms. Williams, if you could you give a brief explanation of the 2 setbacks? And I think you prepared an exhibit to show
Yes.
to show each.
Yes. The first exhibit is the one that has orange and yellow and red on it. And in this particular case, this is...
What is this titled?
This is titled Building Addition Constraints. And I think what's important in this case is the property is L-shaped. You have a certain dimension for a double-loaded bay for, essentially a corridor, an apartment building that has 2 sides. So it's preferable to do a building where the corridor serves apartments on each side. It's much more efficient. And the orange on this map shows the rear and interior side yard setback areas, and the red shows the area that this building would encroach upon. This particular site, also where you see the yellow, was formerly the bed of Hamburg Street, and in that area we have an easement to the city for both storm drains and for sanitary, and we are not permitted, because of that easement, to shift that building essentially into that easement. We can't do any buildings or structures on top of that particular easement. So that's yet another constraint to how you can fit something onto this site. And then...
Before you move on, Mr. Chairman, if I may mark and move into evidence this constraints exhibit as number 8.
And I've got a question on this.
Yes.
And speaking of the burden of proof for a variance, so I'm looking at the pool. One of the reasons you're here is the pool, because where the pool is located, you're too close to the property line. Why can't that pool be shifted back? I guess that would be towards the east to move it out of the setback area.
We
Yes.
have another exhibit.
Okay.
Ready for that one?
All right.
9. We
Okay.
get to that next.
And this
Okay.
one's called Pool Location Constraints.
Okay, and we'll get to that.
Can you describe what's on it, please?
Okay. No, don't wait. Go ahead.
Here. If you look at this exhibit, you'll see that the yellow is the area where we have the easement, and the pool cannot go in that area.
Mm-hmm.
Then so we have that on the south side of the pool, and the north side of the pool is the building. When you look on the west side, you have a set of a transformer where the blue is, and you also have utility lines, sanitary, and the clear water connection, which is the storm drain, with the storm drain from our roof drains to the storm drain that the city has, that prevent that pool from being shifted right there.
So these are those dotted lines?
The
Okay.
low-grade utilities.
Okay.
So you're really in a situation where you're pretty much wedging that pool in there. And there are also photos for that pool.
How many do you have? And I know we're going to do this quickly in the interest
We
of
have
time.
4 photos of the pool, and this is looking at the transformer, looking across kind of the flat area where the pool would go. This is the transformer looking down into a significant grade change that is between the buildings. And this is the grade change that is at the edge and the joint property line. And that property line is roughly halfway on that piece between that building, our building, and Warren Avenue. And this shows roughly the area of where the easement is.
Ms. Williams, when did you take both sets of photographs, the photos of the existing additions in and around the site and the pool photographs?
I went out about 3 different times because you never get everything you want. And the last time I went out was last Thursday.
You took them yourself?
Yes.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, if I may mark and move into evidence the photographs that show the pool constraints as number 10.
Sure.
And the decision to make the pool the size it is was a design concern, or was that a marketing concern? Why is the pool the size it is? Because if you have to shoehorn something in, maybe you can shrink what you're shoehorning in.
That's actually one of the smaller pools, by the time you get where you see the dotted line and the little piece that comes out, that's where people could put 1 or 2 lounge chairs. That's about the smallest pool that you would do before you wouldn't do any pool.
What size is the pool?
I don't recall specifically.
The size?
Yeah, I don't recall specifically what the size is.
Did you investigate whether or not to put the pool on the roof?
The current roof was not designed to carry the weight of the water.
But you're building a new building, right?
Yes.
You know, I preface it by I'm looking as to the hardship here.
That's
and the
what I'd
hardship
love everyone to get to.
Yeah, I'll just let you address that.
Well,
Whether be it for the pool or the building.
Well, I think the hardship on the building is really based on the configuration of the site, which is an L-shaped site. It's awkward. If we had a big rectangle, probably wouldn't have any issue meeting that setback. The fact that we have an easement that we can't go into with this building, and
But
then...
the easement runs across the road and parking lot, so it leads so that...
You can't push the building any further north, though, and fit the building into the site.
Sure, although, you mean as far as shifting it, keeping the existing dimension of the building and shifting it back over what is the driveway.
Correct.
And I think that even if you did that, you would then block your access point to the property. So I think that that would be the fundamental problem with that issue, is that you would no longer be able to access the property. It would be landlocked. But as Mr. Bonaventure suggested with the pool, that you could just simply put a smaller building in there. I mean, it comes out, I'm trying to see what it's not on this drawing.
1 inch equals 20 feet. I mean, do we have an idea how big the pool is?
Our architect is looking at it.
Okay.
Sure.
He'll testify.
Well, on the dimension for the property and the proposed building, you know, you've got a 25 rear setback line, and I don't know that I've heard yet why you need to build into that 25 feet.
Okay?
Well-
25 by 47 is the pool.
Okay, so 25 wide, 47 long?
Correct? Yes. Okay. And well, we were just getting into the burden of proof.
Okay.
All right.
So, Ms. Williams, familiar with section 5218 of the zoning code? Correct?
Yes.
And in your expert opinion as a planner, are there particular physical surroundings, shape, or other conditions that create a practical difficulty or unnecessary hardship that are more than a mere inconvenience?
You mean 15, 218. You said 5, 218.
15218, sorry, thank you.
Yes, I think that the configuration of the site and its L shape makes it difficult to put a multifamily building where if the property, you know, was all the way across, you could make a building that was the shape and functioned on the site. The fact that we have 3 street frontages, we think is dramatically different than just about any property in an R8 zone in the city, including this particular area.
Well, on the size and configuration, I'll give you uniqueness, but I think that we were looking for something. That's the first element on variances. The second is the hardship.
Well, I don't think you can build this building unless you have a variance.
By this building, you mean the building that's been designed?
Yes.
Could you build a building within the required setbacks?
You can always build a building. I think the issue is can you construct a building and provide the parking that you need for that building?
The parking goes underground, doesn't it?
Yes. But there's also, in order to make a property function, you have to have a certain number of units and a certain number in order to do the below-grade parking. You can end up with the project going away when you can't make it function. Additionally...
And by function, you're talking about the value.
Well, I'm not sure if it's value so much as having a feasible project.
Feasible from the standpoint of economic feasibility, that is the investment return gained from constructing the building.
Versus losing money.
Okay. And there's a apartment building that's there currently, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's generating rental income and such?
I'm the Yes, on the.
Presumably.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So it's not like a situation where we have a landowner that's got some raw land that they're not deriving some benefit from already. This is one that's already improved with a multifamily building. It's generating return, and we're looking to expand that with this building.
Well,
Correct?
this is also a site that is allowed 154 dwelling units and is allowed 230,000 square foot of FAR.
And then by allowed, you mean by just simply looking at it from a square footage perspective?
Correct.
Okay.
And if we didn't have the easement that went through the middle of the site, one could probably shift the building and build up to that capacity, if this big yellow easement wasn't through the middle of the site.
Well, how are easements formed?
In this case, it was when the Hamburg Street was closed, the city retained an easement for utilities that are underground that feed the
Okay,
neighborhood.
so whoever purchased it from the city entered into an agreement with the city, allowing the city to retain that right of way?
Well, the
forming
city
an
put it on
easement?
when they sold the original property, yes.
Okay, and so, but the city wouldn't be able to impose it. It had to be agreed to by whoever was purchasing. They were purchasing it with that condition on it.
Correct.
Okay, and so that was something that was done by the predecessor in title?
No, it was done before the city sold the property. The city,
Okay, so whoever purchased it then purchased it subject to that condition that was established by the city? All right, so that's always been the case? Since the city sold
the
it?
city sold it.
Okay, all right. Mr.
Ms.
Marceschi.
Any other properties in Federal Hill that have an old roadbed running through that bifurcated and have a no-build area?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, and any other points about practical difficulty in terms of the rear yard variance?
Well, I think one of the basic issues is we have a building that fronts 3 streets. And if you go out and you walk the
By
community.
front, you mean touches on 3 streets?
Correct.
Okay.
So that you have a situation where when you walk through the neighborhood, you really are, you're not aware of what zoning lines are. You're walking on a street, you're walking through a neighborhood that has building edges up to each side of the street, so that there's a certain desire, both from the UDARP panel's criteria, as well as from, when you look at the zoning code, if I can find my section. Give me a second. Oh, thank you. If you look at section 4-107 on yards of the zoning code, there is a section of the zoning code using the average of existing improvements along a street frontage, where they ask you to look at, and again, this is page 89 of the current zoning code. This subsection applies to a subsequently erected or expanded structure on a block where lots having 50% or more frontage on the same side of the street and within 200 feet of either of the structure's side lot lines have already been improved with structures that have front yards more or less. Now, I understand completely that this is technically not a front yard, but I think the intent of the zoning code is that when you're on a street, the yard is comparable, that you're not having a situation where you have lots of ins and out. When you go down a street, whether it's a suburban neighborhood or an urban neighborhood, you have a street edge, you have a building edge that frames that street. And that's what we're looking for from an urban design perspective.
Ms. Williams, have any of the points that you mentioned as a practical difficulty been created by an intentional action or inaction of any person with a present ownership interest in the property?
No.
And to your knowledge, when was the property purchased by?
About a year ago.
Okay. Ms. Williams, is the purpose for the variance based exclusively on a desire to increase the value or income of the property?
No, neither the total FAR nor the total density that's allowed on this site are being sought.
And would the variance, in your professional opinion, be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other properties in the area?
No.
Why not?
Well, I think that the building is similar and comparable to other buildings in the community and how the rest of the community is constructed.
Would it substantially diminish or impair property values in the neighborhood?
No.
And please tell me why.
Well, this really won't have an effect on the other buildings and the use of other properties in the neighborhood. It's being done to be compatible with the surrounding area and have buildings at the street edge, just like any other street. And I just would like to also point out that for Grindle Street, which is an exhibit that's green, we have also looked at making sure that that urban edge is functional as well. And what this demonstrates is the current right-of-way of the sidewalk on Grindle along our property line is between 4.8 feet and 4.2 feet, and there's a pole halfway down in the middle that's 1.7 feet. And we're actually setting the gray is the building, the green is planters and stoops, so that you have that same rhythm and feeling on the street, basically. And that we are widening the sidewalk so that you end up with 5.6 to 7.2 along that sidewalk to make sure the sidewalk will be ADA compliant when we're done.
We haven't used this
Oh,
yet,
I'm
correct?
sorry, correct.
Mr. Chairman, may we mark this as number 11?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
You want to mark this one?
And Ms. Williams, you said that the desire for the easement isn't based exclusively on a desire to increase the value or income potential of the property?
Correct.
And that's, just for reference, we're looking at 15.219 of the zoning code, and that's condition number 3, or the third factor that the board must
Correct.
find. If it's not based exclusively, so the variance that I'm looking at here is, I guess, there's 2 variances. There's one that's associated with the pool, and another that's associated with the building. So what is the desire, what need is being satisfied with the location of the pool in that setback area?
It's providing an amenity to the residents of the building. And it's also very much internal to the site. It's not visible from any public realm.
And for variances, don't we have to consider whether or not that what's being sought can be accomplished via some other way? I mean, the variance is to provide some sort of relief to a impossible situation or a situation where the owner faces a quote-unquote practical difficulty with siting something somewhere. And there's one suggestion I had as far as if you looked at locating the pool on the roof. You said that you weren't sure that that had been done.
Yeah, Mr. Falat may be able to speak to that.
Okay, well, maybe we'll wait till we get there. How about as to the variance associated with the structure?
Well,
is there, if not, I guess when I asked you about that earlier, you were talking about the need for the property to be feasible. And I understood your reference to be, and I think that you accepted that, to be a reference to the ability of the property owner to earn a return from the project. So if the purpose of that variance is not based exclusively on a desire to increase the value or income potential of property, what else is it based on?
well, in terms of siting a building, one of the criteria is also to minimize the variance that you ask for. And if we, whoops.
Because jumping to the chase,
Oh.
could we just shave 25 feet off of that building?
No, you wouldn't have a feasible project. I mean, it wouldn't work. You'd walk away from the site.
So by feet, because?
Because residential buildings have a certain dimension to them, and in order to, this becomes a double-loaded corridors.
You admitted her as your expert.
Yes, and Mr. Falat's the architectural expert. The other piece that happens on this site is if this site were only R8 zoned and didn't have an urban renewal plan, it wouldn't be an issue because we could cut back and we could go higher. In this particular case, you have an urban renewal plan that also limits your volume to 40 feet. So what you end up doing is having a boundary of the interior side yard, a boundary of riverside, a boundary of the easement, and a height. So you have basically a very limited volume to do a building layout that functions well. And you can't pick up this building and easily just move it along this side because of the easement. So you don't have like another place you could put these units. You're kind of, you know, once you do all your limitations, you have one area that really functions for a site plan and a layout. So it really is all those various constraints. And as I said, if the site weren't L-shaped and it was more of a box, if it didn't have an easement, if it didn't have a height limit, and we were just restricted by FAR, which is zoning, you would have a lot more flexibility. But it's the combination of all those things that really starts to limit you to building placement on this site.
Do we know at what point the number of dwellings, if it were reduced, creates a situation where this project just doesn't pencil out for the owner?
I would not know that component.
Architect know that?
We're gonna find out when he testifies, or you can ask him right now.
Seems to me that's, if you're gonna cut to the chase, that's the most relevant question.
Or does Ms. Williams know how many units would be lost if we shaved 25
The
feet?
architect would know.
Okay.
Basically, most of this entire section of buildings.
Would you like him to speak now or later?
Sure, come on. I know it's taken a little bit out of turn with
Well, I
your
was just
examination, but.
I'm happy to stick with, and we'll be done in a couple minutes, but it's
Come on
okay.
up.
Answer the one question or go through the whole?
There are two questions that are pending, that it was said that the architect would know better, so if we could get an answer to those. Mr. Barb, if you want to go first.
So, to answer the question about the economic viability for the owner, I'm assuming the architect would know this, or if you don't, I understand. But at what point, cutting back 25%, at what point does this not pencil out?
25 feet.
25 feet, excuse me.
How-
In other words, if you weren't requested a variance.
Right, so basically, it's a balance when you're developing a building, okay? And what we're doing is we are maximizing the underground parking, okay? And in maximizing the underground parking, we're going to the setback requests that we have, okay? And to build a building on top of that is the most economical way to build that building, okay? So if we had to set the building back basically 20 feet, because we're setting back, let's call it 5 feet, right? So if we have to set the building back 20 feet, right, it's an expensive detail. So now you have an exposed parking deck that you have to waterproof, you have to landscape, you have to also supervise from a security point of view. So there's a lot of expense, extra expense in doing that. And I think we estimated that we would lose approximately 15 units of residential if we moved it back. So the building would decrease in size and it would increase in cost.
15 units as well as 15 parking spots?
Well, we're suggesting that if we left the parking spaces out,
okay,
then we would lose, that would be an increase. But if we cut the parking spaces back, we would lose approximately, let's say 2 spaces per side times 4 times 2, so approximately, what did I just do?
16?
16 spaces? Yeah. So
So you're losing 15 units and
4,
16
6,
parking spaces.
8 times 2, yeah. Yeah, 15 units and 16 parking spaces, correct.
And is it the owner's claim that that's not economically feasible?
Yes.
You, while you're up here, Adam Rosenblatt, for the record, can you, we were gonna go through your whole testimony, but in the interest of speeding it along, can you explain what the motivations are from your perspective, other than financial, in designing the building this way?
Well, there's a couple. First of all, it's good urban design, okay? And good urban design means that we are designing buildings in the city to create what they call is a sense of place in a street. When you design a street, you want to create a sense of place. part of creating that sense of place is eyes on the street and circulation and building facades that enliven the street, okay? So in particular, in this case, by creating a 25-foot side yard or extra space, you're basically removing those eyes from the street to 25 feet further back. And that open space there is unprogrammed. It's not a sidewalk. It's basically open space, which could lead to vagrancy. And we're not to say...
Folks, that's enough.
Funny that everyone's laughing, but crime is more rising in Federal Hill. There's more crime. And so to create an open, a sort of unused or unprogrammed open space could potentially lead to more vagrancy. So,
aren't there residences on the other side of Grindle Street?
There are.
And do those homes have windows that front out on the other side of this property?
Some of them do, yeah.
So there would still be eyes on the street from those houses?
On that side, yeah. But again, we're 25 feet back from those. And that space is, like I said, unprogrammed.
And Mr. King, do you have any?
They've answered my question on how many units would be lost.
Just a couple more minutes with Ms. Williams, and then Ms. Williams, you already testified. That's why I don't lose my place. You already testified that the variance will not substantially diminish and impair property values, correct?
Correct.
Okay, Ms. Williams, in your expert opinion as a planner, will the variances requested impair adequate supply of light and air to any adjacent properties?
No, and we have done a shadow study that the architect will speak to.
Okay, will the variances as requested overcrowd the land?
No, we're below both the density requirements and the FAR requirements.
And we meet the height requirement?
Correct, we meet the urban renewal plan height requirement.
Ms. Williams, in your opinion, your expert opinion as a planner, will the variances substantially increase congestion in the streets or create hazardous traffic conditions?
No, and we also have our traffic engineer here.
Will they adversely affect transportation?
No, there are numerous bus routes in this area that are listed in the packet that you have, just to cut to the chase. There's also a very high volume of people here that use, that either walk and or use transit, and we've submitted the traffic mitigation information. This is an area that's in a traffic mitigation zone, so by the city requirements, you don't do a study. The city has done a study of the area and planned out what improvements are needed for development with this area. We've submitted our form. We've gotten our trip generation back from the Department of Transportation. It's in your packet, and they had no issues with the trip generation. Again, we can speak to that.
Where is that, by the way?
It is a map that looks like this. And anything that has color on it is a traffic mitigation zone, and we're in the green area. And that, yeah, and then that's the trip generation study that they provided, where we have 11% that use transit and 4% that use what's known as non-motorized, which means they bike or walk.
Who's they?
The people residing in the neighborhood. This is based on Baltimore Metropolitan Council real data for how many people in each one of these zones, which are, when you look at the map, you'll see these little subzones that are numbered.
Who prepared this, though? Did you put this together, or?
Well, this was the Department of Transportation's traffic mitigations work. STV was the consultant for this work, so we know how it was prepared. And what they did was take Baltimore Metropolitan Council data, so all these little mini blocks are their zones, and they have data that says how many people in that area walk to work, bike to work, take transit, might take rail, different kinds of transit. So it gets to what's known as a trip reduction, because most, the ITE manual, which is the traffic manual, based on different studies, gives a projected trip generation from projects, and most of those projects are suburban, where everybody drives and they don't really account for urban factors or even a Baltimore factor. And this was a way for the Department of Transportation to say, rather than having everybody do a study where developments are on top of each other, basically, that we'll create traffic mitigation zones, we'll do a comprehensive study for what improvements need to be made, and we'll require each developer to pay a fee into that, and the Department of Transportation then decides what will be done with that money. So that's how it got put together, and then there's a procedure that you have to follow where you submit a form of what your project is. They run the calculations that we've submitted and say, this is how many trips you're going to produce, and this is what you owe us based on those trips. There's a fee per trip that you pay for mitigation. And then the Department of Transportation will decide what is the appropriate piece to do. The other piece that you'll hear from the community is probably about parking.
But before you
I'm
do,
sorry.
may we, Mr. Chairman, may we mark those two pieces of paper as exhibit number 12? Thank you.
Both as 12 or 12?
12A, 12B.
Okay.
If that's okay with you.
That is good.
In addition, one of the concerns raised by the Community Association was on-street parking congestion. In accordance with the residential parking permit program, which is in this area, the residents and visitors to this building are not eligible to get those permit parking for this area. They either park on site or they go someplace else. There aren't two options without getting a parking ticket.
Ms. Williams, did you prepare any truck turning exhibits?
Yes, there are two truck turning exhibits that look remarkably like the site plan review exhibits. And what you have on there are too much paper.
Did you prepare these, and what do they
Yes.
depict?
This one shows the three-point turn of a 30-foot wheelbase vehicle, which is like a small moving truck or a small truck of some kind.
And you say small estimated dimensions?
30-foot wheelbase.
30 feet wide or long?
Wheel to wheels, back wheels to front wheels.
Okay, long.
Give an example.
Box truck.
Delivery truck.
And then I think the other concern is, no matter how well you manage your building, somebody shows up with a tractor trailer, even though you've said, don't come here with a tractor trailer and make conditions and et cetera. And what we expect will happen is the building manager will come running out of the building, but there is turning movement and capability for that truck to come and stage on Warren Avenue without any difficulty. And that's exactly how everybody in the city moves out. I live up in Northeast. If I move in or move out, I go get the day passes and you attach them to your trash cans or whatever, or a stop sign out front, say don't park here today. The truck comes in, moves in, and moves out. And the management company is going to be working on making sure tenants start complying with some of this so that the community doesn't have issues.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, if we could mark and move that in as petitioner 13A and B as a two-sheet set.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Williams, moving on down the line with burden of proof. Would the variances unduly burden water service, schools, parks, or other public facilities?
No, and you have an exhibit that looks like this. It's called UtiliView. You get it from the city, and it's the utility view. And on this map, green is sanitary and blue is water, which is available in this area. And I've been working in the city again for almost 4 decades, and I have never run into a project that cannot be accommodated by water or sewer in the city of Baltimore, except in Hawkins Point. And then the gold on this map is storm drains and the issue of capacity of storm drains. The stormwater management regulations do not allow you to increase the quantity of stormwater into storm drains. You have to either create more pervious area on your site or have quantity held on your site until after a storm occurs.
Ms. Williams, would the request increase danger of fire?
No, the project per site plan review, there's emergency access vehicles. That's more than 50% of a building edge, and these buildings will be sprinklered.
Buildings would have to meet building and fire and other applicable codes?
Yes.
Would the variance, are the variances requested precluded by, or would they adversely impact either the Montgomery Urban Renewal Plan or the city's master plan?
It's in compliance with the Montgomery Urban Renewal Plan because it will be no higher than the 40-foot height limit in that plan. And, excuse me, and additionally, the Montgomery Urban Renewal Plan states that if you want additional curb cuts, you have to have it approved by the Department of Housing and Community Development. We are not requesting any additional curb cuts. We're using the same curb cut. The city's comprehensive plan, and there's also the South Baltimore Gateway Plan. The components of that are listed in the write-up, and they comply with all the goals for improving housing in residential areas.
Would the request be detrimental to or endanger the public health, security, general welfare, or morals?
No.
Or in any way be contrary to the public interest?
No.
Would they be in harmony with the purpose and intent of this article?
Yes, the R8 zoning permits by right multifamily dwelling units, and there are multifamily dwelling units and townhouses throughout this Federal Hill neighborhood.
Did you prepare a written summary of your testimony for submission today?
Yes, I did.
And what is it entitled?
It is entitled Board of Municipal and Zoning Appeals, Baltimore City, Maryland, case 2017-45, 211-301 Warren Avenue.
Mr. Chairman, this is a summary of what Ms. Williams has testified to in the exhibit she's prepared, and we would submit it as petitioner's exhibit number 14.
Any exhaustion?
Did you that one?
Mr. Chairman, I mean, unless it actually reflects exactly what she just testified to, it's very hard to question a document that we have not seen.
It's in the packet.
Have not seen before just now, and I'm not going to read it at this point in time. But it's hard to question a document as to being consistent with the testimony she just gave.
Unless there are other witness summaries that you're going to let other people put in? Do you object to that?
No. Microphone.
Is there anything in there that you haven't testified to?
There may be more detail, but it's basically the same.
Okay, and what would that additional detail be?
Counsel, if you could put the microphone there.
That should be an exhibit. I don't think you put it in. I guess the uniformity of street frontages is repeated in any number of different ways.
I mean, the uniformity of this
Yeah.
project? Okay.
Of the neighborhood itself.
Aren't you comparing apples to oranges there when you're looking at townhouses versus a multifamily?
No. No, look at the building at.
It's got 70 units with 2 stories undergrade.
This building is also a multifamily building.
What about these buildings here?
Well, those particular buildings, I happened to be in the planning department when they were approved. They have numerous variances. They're actually an anomaly in the community because this was all one lot, and it was a very unique subdivision to put these townhouses in here because this became a 50-foot right-of-way. I'm not going to do right-of-way lot, but you couldn't have subdivided the property without this being a right-of-way and this becoming a muse. So it actually had numerous variances to get this in, way more than we're asking for this property.
And these properties here, including the houses fronting the...
They're actually very
I missed the
compatible.
question. I couldn't hear the question, sir.
Oh, okay. I'm saying, are these houses here along Riverside the same uniform as this multifamily building here?
Yes, we're looking at having buildings along the street edges and stoops, and the architect can go into more detail of how the rhythm of the townhouse is being looked at in terms of the fenestration.
When you describe uniformity, are you talking about the
Can you state your name again for the record, Counsel?
Michael Green.
Thank you.
Are you talking about uniformity, meaning that the frontage or this part of the project that sits on Grindal Street is similar in look to what the Grindal's Yard houses look like?
It is similar in terms of having a setback that is along the street edge.
Of 4 feet, which is what you're requesting.
Correct.
Okay.
And these actually have less.
Right. And so you're comparing this frontage on Grindal Street as to this frontage
The setback, yes,
of 4 feet,
yes.
and indicating that the setback of the Grindall's Yards townhomes is actually less than the frontage setback you're looking for.
Correct.
Okay.
And so how would they be different then? You said they're similar. How would they be different? How would they be different?
Into the microphone, please.
How would they be different?
Well, I think as in any neighborhood, you have different fenestrations, different materiality, and we haven't gotten that far yet, and the architect can go into more comparisons there.
Okay, do you know when those buildings were built?
The buildings that exist in the neighborhood are federal period buildings by and large, but there's also infill buildings, and these were done in the 80s, I think, or slightly after this one.
How would you define a federal period?
Well, they're brick, 2- and 3-story houses.
1800s, 1800s.
Yeah.
And was the zoning code the same back then?
There wasn't a zoning code back then.
Okay. So why did they enact the zoning code and do these setbacks then?
Well, in general, zoning codes are done to create uniformity in communities.
But why does a rear yard setback or a side yard setback promote uniformity? Why would you do that? Why would you, as a matter of public health and safety, want those setbacks?
To create uniformity in communities, and in the case of rear yards, again, we already spoke to the fact that most of the rear yards in the community face other rear yards or face an alley, and the concept was to have the light and air for those shared backyards, basically. And in this case, we don't have a backyard, we're fronting on a street. We're not fronting on an alley, and we're not fronting on somebody else's rear yard property line. It's a different condition.
Okay, but if you're a zoning expert, so if you want to make it uniform and you're passing a zoning regulation, and all the houses are built right on the street like that, there's no setback. Why wouldn't you specify that in your zoning code?
Well, the zoning code specifies that for what in a normal situation is along a street. In an R8 zone, both the front yard and street corner side yard have no setback, and the intent was to have the buildings up against the street, and it is a total anomaly to have a rear yard that's on a street.
What's the rear yard and the side yard for this property
Well,
here?
I would also think that Grindall's Yard's an anomaly. You do not have a lot of properties that are fronting on mews within a city. This is basically buildings that are along a mews. In order to subdivide these houses, you had to have a 50-foot right-of-way and a 30-foot easement for mews in accordance with the subdivision rules and regulations in the zoning code, and I know that because I did this subdivision.
Okay.
There are very few houses that are on mews in the city of Baltimore.
Let me ask you a question. So you keep describing this as a frontage.
Correct.
But yet you're asking for it as a rear variance.
Correct.
So you're asking this board to give you a variance and describing this part of the project as a rear yard.
Correct.
But yet it's clearly a frontage.
Correct.
It's a frontage in the sense that there are doors that are going to go into apartment building, into this building.
Correct.
On Grindall Street.
Correct.
There's entrances all along Riverside.
Correct.
There's no entrances along this side of the building
There's
project,
an
correct?
entrance at this corner of the building.
So actually, this is the Grindall side.
Correct.
There'll be entrances along here.
There'll be 2 entrances and stoops there.
There are entrances all along this frontage,
There are stoops along this frontage, and the main entrance is here.
sitting on Riverside.
Correct.
But yet you're claiming the front of this building is Warren Avenue, and the rear of this building is Grindall Street.
Correct. That's because every property in the zoning code is based on having one front yard, one rear yard, a rear yard, and side yards.
And this project, this building is not connected to Harbor Hill.
Yes,
This
it
building.
is.
There's
There's a pedestrian connection here, which makes it an addition.
on the second floor?
Second or third?
Third floor. So,
Yes.
so no one would go into this building that way. They would have to go into the building on Riverside, correct?
They can go either way. I mean, if you were if you were visiting somebody and you came in to the front door, or you were walking home and it was raining, you might want to come in here and go this way. You can go either way.
So what is this considered as part of this project?
The previous history indicates that it was an interior side yard setback. I read that case, and from my experience, and also having read the testimony, there was some fairly important testimony left out of that case. One, that this is a right-of-way, and it had to be, or you could not have subdivided the property under the rules and regulations of subdivisions, and that's what I did, was subdivide. I was in charge of the subdivision of land in the city of Baltimore, and that this becomes a muse. So if you want to rehash it, this is technically an interior, technically a street corner side, and we could go to the edge. However, because we read that case and we knew Grindled Yards did not want a building coming any closer than an interior side yard setback, we made sure that we kept the building back 10 feet because we really didn't want to rehash that and we really didn't want to argue about it.
And you're asking this board to consider this to be an interior side yard and this to be a rear yard of the building, correct?
We're not debating this case because we don't want to bring it up again. And yes, technically, it's not our opinion. It's when you apply the zoning code, yes, you're correct, it's a rear yard. However, we feel it's an anomaly of this property to have a rear yard that is fronting a street. In the rules and regulations for land subdivision, they're called double front lots.
But if this board should determine that this is actually the rear yard of this project, and this is actually the side yard of this project, you would need a 25-foot variance on the rear yard coming in and a 10-foot variance on the side yard, correct?
That's
which would make this project impossible.
Well, but that's a supposition. That's not how the zoning code's applied. You apply it based on, you get a block plat out and where the address is.
How many years has it been since Harbor Hill was developed?
Early 80s.
Okay. And we're now 25 years later?
Mm-hmm.
35 years later? Okay. And we're still calling this one building. You're saying that this one building, you're going to piggyback it onto this project, onto this structure, and say this is the front of this building.
It's the way the zoning code's applied. It's not a debate.
But from a factual standpoint, you'd have to agree that this is truly the front of this new project that you're building.
The zoning code, as it's applied, says 21, this property, 2111-301, is addressed on Warren Avenue. That's the front yard.
You can call it that. You can call the address Warren Avenue, but most of the people who are going to be living in this building are going to consider the front of this building Riverside, correct?
Or we could make the front of the building Grindle. And if we made the front of the building Grindle, and that's what you said it was, because we put the address on Grindle, this would be a street corner side, this would be an interior side, and your rear could be here or Warren.
But you haven't done that.
No, and we haven't said this is the front. We haven't subdivided the property. The only way you'd change where the front, rear, and side yard setbacks are is to subdivide the property and create a new lot, and we're not doing that.
But aren't you talked about this, the fact that this part is very much like this part. And so by trying to show the board that the frontage on Grindal Street is very much like this Grindal Yards project or the houses that are along Grindal Street, isn't the hope that the setback that you're hoping for, the 4-foot setback that you're hoping for, would be granted because it's consistent with the rest of the street? Isn't that what you're actually saying?
Yes.
Instead of actually acknowledging that you would need a 10-foot setback here and potentially a 25-foot setback along Lois Lane here.
No, it's totally subjective.
Okay.
I think we get the point, Council.
You mentioned the land.
Can I finish direct?
Oh, I thought you were done.
Sure.
There's just 2 more items, Ms. Williams. Did you prepare any exhibits that relate to the pool and its interplay with the side property line?
Yes, we prepared how we would treat to make the deck level, basically, for the surface of the pool. And these 2 exhibits show that you would need a 2-foot-high little wall and then a 4-foot fence on top of that, just to give you an idea of there's a grade change if you remember the photos from between those buildings. And that's how we would treat that grade change.
So I know that the summary hasn't been admitted yet, but.
That's correct.
If it hasn't, then I would ask that those two pool exhibits be 15A and 15B. And again, the summary is what Ms. Williams testified to today. It's not uncommon to have a written summary of that testimony submitted. And I would ask that it be identified and moved into evidence as number 16.
I'm going to object just because I think there were a lot of additional things that are in there that weren't really discussed, that weren't discussed. And
well, and she was flipping through it until she was interrupted. So if she can continue to flip, she can continue to verify whether it was her testimony or not.
You need it as part of, I mean, she
Yes,
testified.
Sir. Yes, sir. It's just a comprehensive summary of what she's done. I believe that you've done it in other cases, correct? Ms.
Correct.
Williams?
This is actually standard for me when I come before the board.
Want to continue to flip
Yeah.
through it?
One component on adversely affect traffic is I didn't testify that 25% of the residents of Harbor Hill are currently students or medical professionals, which means their hours are not the same as the AM, PM peak with heavy traffic. No, there's nothing else in here that I didn't testify to already.
We're going to exclude 16. We've heard her testimony, and she's testified at length. It's been about like an hour and a half at this point.
Okay.
So I think that we've got the information that she testified to. Frankly, I'm not sure of any usefulness of 16, but to the extent that there are matters in it which counsel has said weren't testified to, I think that in fairness it wouldn't be appropriate to admit it if there hasn't been that foundation that's been admitted. So her testimony is what it is, and 16 will be up.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay.
I have some questions. This is, let me, this is, I'm going to mark this as opponent's exhibit 1. And ask you to take a look at that. I don't know if
Do you have copies?
the land. Do you have land? Disposition of that land. Disposition. Yeah, okay. Can I ask you what that is?
This is a block plat of the site, and this is the recorded agreement with Federal Hill Associates, the original developer of the site.
Okay, and so what was the origin of that?
I didn't write this, so I.
But you were on the planning, you said you were on the
Yes, and this is
planning.
something that was prepared by the Department of Housing and Community Development.
Okay, and that was a condition by which the predecessor in title acquired this property, correct?
It shows what he was going to do at the time.
Okay, but it was conditions. It was, we'll give you, the city sold the property to the developer with these conditions in place, correct?
Well, there are some conditions and there are some statements that simply say what he's going to do with the property, but it doesn't mean that's a condition in perpetuity.
Okay. So, if I turn to page 2B, which is Exhibit 1.07, says it is further agreed that the sale of the within premises is conditioned upon the developer rehabbing the property to provide not less than 121 dwelling units, consisting of 49 elderly housing units, 72 condominiums, and parking for not less than 104 spaces.
That was the agreement to how the property was developed at the time. The senior units are in the subdivided property that's 201, and then the rest was the development. But that, in LDA agreements, that's the condition on which you buy the property, and that's what you're going to do now. It does not represent a covenant that says you can never do anything else with the property.
But that was the expectation, and you were on the planning committee at that time, correct?
This is an LDA agreement.
Not early 80s. You said
Right.
you worked for planning and
Correct.
zoning at that time. Okay.
Correct. I work for the planning department. Zoning and planning are different entities in the city.
Okay, so you
And
work
this
for-
is a document produced by the Department of Housing, not the Department of Planning.
Okay.
And I'm going to object to the record, for the record, to this line of questioning. We're talking about a 1981 agreement that is not before the board. Whether a variance is appropriate in this case is the only question before this board. And if there are some restrictions in this agreement that opponents believe are restrict from the proposal that the owner is putting forth, they're not for this board to decide. It's the only question for the board is about the variances, and this is.
And if I could respond to this, is this agreement was for the public interest. This was the expectation at the time. The city allowed them to have this property with the expectation that there were going to be 121 units. They're now seeking to do 144. If they cut it back to within the variance, they said they'd lose 15 or 16 spaces. They'd be close to what the city originally agreed to when they gave them this land.
I will overrule the objection, but very limited. I think that the agreement is somewhat relevant to the question of the variance. I don't think that that it's been established that this witness has had any involvement on behalf of the city with regard to this agreement. Or that she necessarily had knowledge of it, to the extent, so you can ask her what her understanding of it is, and what she understands is permitted under it. But insofar as what restrictions it imposed or didn't impose upon the developer at that time, I don't think that that is something which is appropriate for this witness.
Okay. What is your understanding for the purpose of that type of agreement?
Excuse
When-
me, I cannot hear you.
I said, what was your understanding for the purpose of the agreement?
When the city enters into land disposition agreements generally, they are saying basically, you'll develop this, and here's the land, and it's a general agreement. It does not bind future property owners to what they may and may not do, the future property owners that are then limited by whatever zoning would allow.
Okay. And what was the history behind this disposition, if you know?
This was a public school, and when high school, and when they constructed what is now the, I forget that, it used to be South Baltimore. It's Digital High School that's down off Cross Street. This became a city property that was offered for sale,
And-
along with this building that's since become the senior housing.
And so was the expectation that they would make multifamily housing out of this
Correct,
at the time?
correct.
So that is an expression that you're going to turn this into multifamily housing of 121 units with 49 assisted living, correct?
It's senior living.
Senior housing,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay.
And you said it was how many units? Just
121.
And there's currently 123 on the site,
100.
and 102 spaces.
There are 72
There's 74 plus the 49 in this building.
in this building, but that's a separate,
No,
that's not separate? I thought you testified that it was separate.
it is currently a separate lot, but it's included in the LDA. It's rather this agreement. The 49 units are the senior units in the old gymnasium. The properties were subdivided, and then this site is the 74 units.
So then it was originally contemplated that that this was gonna be the development here when they disposed of this whole plot here.
What happened was they subdivided the property to this property, and then this property was separated. The intent was that this would be open space, public space that was improved by the developer of the Grindle Yard, and that this is now a city-owned open space at this corner.
Okay.
And that was the intent. And then for financing purposes, because this is senior building, these two properties were subdivided, so this became the 49 seniors, and this became the 74 multifamily.
Okay. And so,
If I may interject for a moment. Ms. Williams, I'm going to read you a portion
Sure.
of this.
Can you tell me where we are? So I can-
Land disposition agreement. I'm going to ask you if you can tell me what you understand it to mean. Looking at that page 2B, it says, "It is further agreed that the sale of the within premises is conditioned upon the developer rehabilitating the property to provide not less than 121 dwelling units." What's your understanding of that?
Well, there's two things. Is not less means you can do more. And the other part of that is the reason the city put these conditions in is so if a developer did not come to fruition with the project, that they could take the property back.
Okay. And so the use of that phrase there, not less than, as you said, that would allow the developer or a successor entitled to build more units than 121?
Yes.
And is what's being proposed here to do that?
Yes.
Okay, please continue.
all right, and let me direct you to paragraph 1.02.
I'm not, here we go.
Okay, so it says in the second sentence, however, in recognition of the expense according to the city for the complete demolition and raising of that portion of the land located on the south side of Hamburg in order that it might be prepared for the development of a public passive recreation area. That's this one here?
Correct.
Okay. I'd just like that introduced into the record, if that could, or made a part of the record, the land disposition agreement that you have.
Okay. And you said that that's opponents one?
Opponents one.
Okay. Any objection?
We objected to the record of the line of questioning, but having it been overruled, it is a copy of the agreement. So.
Okay. All right. So admit. Anything else?
Okay. Yes, you testified earlier that it's unusual that these lots have two fronts. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you're saying that this one right in the immediate vicinity is also unusual.
Correct.
And then you said it's also unusual for the grid type squares in. Are you saying that then it's
I said it was usual for the grid to have urban
usual
grid.
in the city for urban grid?
Correct.
And and in these urban grids or these squares, you have multiple fronts, correct?
No, it's usual to have only one front, and that's why we had this exhibit. Is the yellow highlighted properties are the ones that are double-fronted lots.
So is your testimony that nowhere else in the city is it like this?
I'm not sure what you mean.
The multiple fronts, other than this property and the one right next to it?
Well, the one right next to it doesn't have double fronts, Grindle Yard. The ones in yellow that are here have double fronts. It is unusual to have double-fronted lots in the city, especially in the R8 and R7 and those higher density zones. You usually have blocks where you have, rectilinear parcels that front on a public street that either have two interior sides or a street and an interior side, and the rear yard normally faces an alley or a common rear yard property line.
Okay, is Lanassa Lane a street?
Lanassa Lane is not a street.
Okay, and so this is a private alley, you're saying, both of these?
No. Technically, from the subdivision regulations, you needed, in order to subdivide these lots, this is 50 feet because it matches the 50 feet right-of-way public or private requirement for subdivisions. Then these have a muse down the middle that allowed them to be addressed or to have their own lot numbers and be subdivided as fee simple.
And Lanasa Lane?
Lanasa Lane is actually, I am not going to say whether it's private lot or a right-of-way because it was not required for the subdivision. It was basically set up to provide common easement to these garages.
Yeah, I'm not sure that, I mean, I know that that was relevant to a prior plan and proposal with regard to this property, but I'm not sure that that question is germane to the current plan.
I guess what I'm trying to nail down is what is the uniqueness? What is the inherent, that's what the case law requires, the inherently unique
No, I think that there was
aspect.
testimony that based upon the size of the lot and the fact that it's got the right-of-way that used to be Hamburg Street running through it is what makes it unique, combined with the fact that it touches on 3 different streets.
The utility easement, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Are there utility easements running through other properties?
It's unusual.
It's unusual to have utility easements running through properties.
Correct.
Okay.
City utility easements.
City utility easements, but it does happen.
It is unusual.
Okay, so the fact that there's a utility easement running through it and the size of the lot, are there other lots in the city that big?
Well, I'm not sure that the question is expanded out to citywide. Just, and here, that it has to be, it's 15 to 19. The conditions on which the application is based are unique to the property for which the variance is sought and are not generally applicable to other property within the same zoning classification.
Okay. So, it does not, your uniqueness does not relate to shape.
It can certainly relate to shape.
And
There are
in
very
what
few
way?
L-shaped properties in the city. Most properties, even if they're larger properties, are rectangles that don't have easements in them, so that the placement of a building on the site is much easier.
Okay, topography?
No, this topography is not an issue.
No subsurface condition problem issue.
I would point out that under 15.2.18, the board or mayor and city council must find that because of the particular physical surroundings, shape, or topographical conditions of the specific structure or land involved, an unnecessary hardship or practical difficulty would result as distinguished from a mere inconvenience if the strict letter of the applicable requirement were carried out.
But under Cromwell versus Ward, hardship cannot satisfy the uniqueness requirement.
That's correct.
Okay. The hardship here is the number of units and a pool.
I'm going to object. I guess that's testimony. That's not what this witness testified the hardship is, just for the record. She testified the unique features of the site, the shape, the old roadbed, and the utilities.
I thought we
Frankly,
were
counsel, I took his statement as a response to my interjection as opposed to a statement to the witness.
You testified earlier, I think it was this, that the traffic would come out here and then wrap around and go down Grindal Street in order to get over here?
Well, you don't have to go down Grindal Street. You do have to go southbound on Riverside, but there are a myriad of streets in the urban grid that kind of depends on where you're going. If I was going to get on the expressway or going someplace, I might go all the way to Ford Avenue and go over, to either Lawrence Street or to go over to Hanover Street and get on the interstate. I might come down to Cross Street or another street to turn around and go back up. Because, this street is less comfortable to drive on than a wider street. So, different people will pick different ways to go. And additionally, it's a very low volume of traffic that our and traffic engineer will testify to.
What's the low volume of traffic?
The total number of trips is, I think, is 200 and something. I'd have to find the, here it is, here it is, here it is. The total number of projected trips is 265 in a whole day.
That's projected number of trips from the site?
Yes, for the 74 units.
For the people that live in the area, you mean?
So that's 260 some odd additional trips?
Correct.
Okay.
And there's sufficient capacity on the streets. There's nothing inherently different than coming out here than coming out any other street or intersection anywhere in the urban grid.
Now, does your
And the traffic engineer will provide more information on that.
Provided we get to her testimony.
When you say trips, does that include people coming in from outside the?
No,
area?
it's the trips projected from this site
And
in
how
a
does that
day.
account for the people coming in from outside the area, maybe going over to Federal Hill Park or going to different parts of the neighborhood?
That becomes a capacity issue on the street, and the traffic engineer can talk to that. That's not our generation of traffic.
Okay, so you don't know how that would impact things.
Our traffic engineer can talk to that.
Okay. But if they're coming out and going southbound on River, and let's say they want to go to the school here, their new residents want to go to the school, they're going to have to come southbound on Riverside and then go down Grindel, right?
Well, I think that's one way to get there. The other way would be to walk your child across the street to the school. And I'd also like to point out that from this building currently, there are 4 children that go to the elementary school and 2 that go to middle school. So in terms of the volume of traffic and people coming, it's very low.
But what if you want to get over for any other reason to William Street? Is there any? You're going to have to come down
You don't
here.
have to go down Grindel. You can go Grindel, you can go Cross, you can go any number of streets.
Where's Cross? Down here?
Cross is the next.
So keep going down, but I thought you said it was like water. You find
Right.
the.
And I might not be comfortable driving down Grindel Street, and I might be more comfortable driving down Cross. I mean, people don't.
Better graphic. So if they're coming down here, you see these cars parked along the side, right? And we had some testimony about how narrow that is. If those cars take up, if it's 20 feet across there and those cars take up a spot, it's going to be
7 or
very
8.
tight.
Well, it is what it is now. It's not going to change because of these people living here.
Well, you're going to have 70 units, and these are 2 and 3 bedroom, right?
There's 1 to 2, and I'm not sure if we have just 1 or 2 3-bedrooms. Mostly 1-bedrooms and some 2-bedrooms and maybe a 3-bedroom or 2.
Council, if we could wind it up.
Okay. So, what? So you said that the site is unique in that it's L-shaped.
Yes.
But what you're planning on building is not on the L-shaped part. You're planning on building on a rectangular part, correct?
Correct.
Okay. On the impact on the water and sewer, do you know the condition of the water and sewer pipes within the neighborhood?
I do not know what the condition is, but the city of Baltimore will not let you tap into any lines that are not available. And again, as I said previously, I haven't run into a project in my 37 years where the city hasn't had water and sewer capacity, except in Hawkins Point.
Okay, but do you know whether this neighborhood has been experiencing a lot of repair work on the water and utility lines, sewer lines?
The city has been going through all of the neighborhoods and relining water mains on a comprehensive planning basis to improve water service and flow. But
Okay.
I can't tell you where this neighborhood is or if it's already been done here.
Okay, and so if you introduce 70 additional housing units, how's that going to impact that?
Practically not at all. That's nothing in terms of the city's water system and flow.
What about the neighborhoods?
It's minuscule.
Okay. I don't have.
Mr. Chair, just a couple questions. Ms.
I
Williams.
understand a couple to mean two.
I'll try. Ms. Williams, you keep talking about the L shape being unique.
Correct.
Which is a requirement of the code. But the reality is, isn't it that this building, I mean, you can only build this building right here, right?
Yes, because of the shape and configuration of the lot, you're really limited to where you can place this building.
But it has nothing to do with the uniqueness of the fact that it's L shape, isn't that true?
No,
I mean,
because if this property didn't have the easement and this land came out, came down and was a bigger box, but still was 2.6 acres, you wouldn't put the building here, you'd put it someplace else.
But you can't put it here because there's already 9 units there. So
But-
so I'm talking about within the L-shaped property that you own.
Correct.
What the developer owns. If you don't put this here, where else could you put it?
That's kind of our point.
Right, but the easement runs through here along Hamburg Street.
Yes, and it's 40
But
feet
where
wide.
would you put the building other than here? You wouldn't put it in this parking lot, correct?
That's I think that's kind of our point, that with the configuration of this lot and the placement of the easement, there isn't really another place to put the building on the site that functions well.
But this lot is much narrower than this lot.
Yes.
Correct?
But if we had 2.6 acres that was a rectangle and not an L shape, you might have room to put something there.
But you don't have 2.6
Cor-
acres, so you're
We
limited.
do have, no, we have 2.6 acres. It's the shape of the 2.6 acres.
Okay, but because the fact that this is a parking lot that you utilize for your other 2 buildings, for your other 70 tenants, you can't put this here and here. You can't use both lots to build this one building, correct? It would be impossible.
But the limitation is based on the utility, that 40-foot utility that runs through here.
But isn't the reality
shape.
that this is the only place you can make an addition to this property, and you're choosing to make it the size that you want to, as opposed to reducing the size to a much smaller building because you want to make it this particular size? And that's for economic reasons, isn't it?
Well, it has to do with feasibility. I mean, economics sounds like, there's a breaking point in even having a functional project.
Exactly. So 15.219.3 says the purpose of the variance is not based exclusively on a desire to increase the value or income potential of the property. If that's not the purpose of this, what is?
We
Well-
also had some testimony from another witness to that point, just to remind you.
I'd like to point out that we are not maximizing either the FAR or the density on this site, and that our constraints include, the shape of the property, the easement that goes through here, the fact that we front on 3 streets, and the fact that if we had only the zoning code to adhere to and not the urban renewal plan, which has a 40-foot height limit, we could do a taller building that was shorter. But because we're boxed in, he's absolutely right, there isn't another way to do a feasible building on this site.
And what is the substantial and urgent need to have the variance other than for the convenience of the developer?
Well, I think that in the city of Baltimore, people have a right to develop their property, and we're requesting the minimal variance needed in order to achieve our goal.
And you can't build this project without the variance.
Correct.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, so if we eliminated the pool, we dodged that utility, correct?
No, the pool is not on that utility easement.
Okay, where does the utility?
It's a 40-foot swath that roughly runs
Okay.
through here.
Okay.
It's the former bed of Hamburg Street.
Okay. And if you shrunk the number of units, would that would avoid the need for variance, correct?
Well, I think Mr. Falat also pointed out that it's about 15 dwelling units.
Okay.
It's not a small piece.
I only have one redirect question.
Sure.
Ms. Williams, in the 1981 agreement, is there a provision that talks about the maximum density allowed? And if so, what does it say?
There's no provision on maximum density that I recall.
Let me show you in Schedule B. If you could read letter C.
Except where in the sole judgment of the Commissioner of the Department of Housing and Community Development, the physical layout of the structure under rehabilitation justifications greater density, the maximum permissible density shall be 58 families per net residential. I can't read the word because I'm old. And the maximum acre, yeah, and the maximum land coverage shall not exceed 60%. The 58 acres, if you read the R8 code and you go to the PUD section, R8 is 58 acres per code, per
58 units?
58 units per acre is the R8 density. And also, as a point of information, we did go through the exercise of testing the 60% lot coverage, and we are under the 60% lot coverage with this building and have almost 14,000 square feet of difference.
May I mark and introduce this as number 16? Sure. It's a lot coverage.
Yep. Is this not included in your packet?
It is not in the packet.
No, it is not, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. That was the only question I had.
All right.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Chairperson, could I have two quick questions with the historians, please?
I'd prefer not for right now. And sir, if you can stand up and give us your name.
Sure, Steve Prochowski, resident 237 Grindle Street, and it's regarding the traffic congestion and some of the inaccuracies.
We'll see if maybe the traffic engineer can address that. And can you spell that last name, sir?
P like in Paul, I-R, Z like in zebra, C like in Charles, H-A-L-S-K-I.
Thank you, sir.
For the record, Adam Rosenblatt of Venable LLP. And I call the next witness is Peter Falat. Mr. Falat, can you say your name, spell your last name, and give your business address for the record?
Peter Falat. Last name is Everson Friday, I-L-L-A-T. My company is Falat Architecture. It's located at 509 South Exeter Street in Baltimore, Maryland, Suite 310.
I thank the board for its patience with this case. I'll try and be as fast as I can. There's a copy of Mr. Falat's resume in the file. That is number 17. Mr. Falat, with who are you employed and what is your position?
Just jumping to the point, counsel, are you looking to qualify him as an expert?
We'd look to qualify him as an expert in the field of architecture with knowledge of the Baltimore County Zoning Code.
Okay,
Thank
he's
you.
admitted.
Okay. Mr. Falat, you've prepared some elevations for the board today. Can you put the first one up? And let me ask you, before you get into the building, did you look, when designing this addition, at Federal Hill in general as a neighborhood? And can you explain what your findings were with respect to the land uses and general layout of Federal Hill?
Yeah, I'm going to be brief. I'm actually a former resident. I lived on Riverside Avenue at 1265 for 14 years. The neighborhood is a row house neighborhood primarily. There are a few large buildings such as the old Southern High School, which is the apartment building that we're adding on to. Nice streets, trees, great neighbors, great place to live. Cross Street Market, fantastic.
Can you explain how the buildings throughout Federal Hill, their interaction with the street, how far set back are they, how are they laid out, et cetera?
So a typical row house, as we all know, is right on the sidewalk. Sidewalks are anywhere from 4 feet to 10 feet to 12 feet wide. In these neighborhoods, really narrow sidewalks, some very narrow, almost some on side alleys are non-existent. There are no sidewalks on some of the alleys. Each house usually has its front door facing the street and usually has a front step that projects into the sidewalk space, as well as in the sidewalk space there are tree pits. Trees of various quality are located in those trees, and the sidewalks are various quality as well.
And did you take that into consideration when designing the addition in this case?
Yeah, very sensitive to design this building to fit in with the neighborhood.
And we have 2 boards. For each board member, there are paper-sized copies of the 2 elevations that Mr. Falat has prepared for today's hearing. I'd ask you just explain the layout, feel, materials of this addition we've heard so much about.
So the upper elevation drawing is an elevation looking west on Riverside Avenue, moving from south to north or your left to right. You can see the first groups of buildings are the series of row houses. They range in height, but typically are about 3 stories tall. Our proposed building is about 3 stories of masonry to match the row house height, and then there's a 4th floor of a different material that will be, all of that falls within the 40-foot height limitation of the urban renewal plan. And then the next building up is the former high school, and you can see that that is actually slightly taller than the 40-foot height. It's about 48 feet height, 48 feet from the street in this corner. Steps down to about 40 on the other side because the street goes up the hill. So this is the architecture of the school. This is the architecture of the building. And what we did with the building is we created a series of vertical cadence to the facade, similar to the kind of vertical cadence of the row house. We did a lot of study. We presented it to the urban design panel. They agreed with our approach to the design. Each one of these entries, each one of these units on the lowest level have front doors. They're located here, 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 and here. The main entrance to the building is here. The high school, the old high school apartment building is connected to this new apartment building via this bridge here. This drawing here shows you the right-of-way for the former Hamburg Street right-of-way. This shows here the space between our proposed building and the buildings to the south. That is Grindle Street. The drawing below is an elevation of Grindle Street. So the Grindle Yard townhouses, the 2-story piece is here. That's what these are. These are those townhouses that step up Grindle Street. This is the gap between our building and the Grindle Street. This is that parking lot and Lois Lane, okay? So, and an additional 10 feet here for the building. And then this other drawing, this space here is actually Riverside Avenue. It shows the 2 sidewalks. This is the height of the townhouses across the street, and the sidewalk, the moving lane, the 2 parking lanes, and the sidewalk attached to ours. This also shows you the entries to our building off of Grindle Street. There's an entry here. You can see some steps. There's an entry here. There's some steps, and that's to these 2 units on the ground level. Again, this building is 3 stories of brick. I'm going fast just because if you want me to slow down, I'll slow down, but I'm going fast. So this is 3 stories of masonry here, and again, the attic story of another material to be determined that shows this. Again, you can see the fenestration is 3 stories. The window design is 3 stories, similar to the 3 stories of the row houses here. The Grindle's Yard townhouses are a unique architecture to the neighborhood. We're trying to create an architecture that has a better dialogue with the history of the neighborhood. The next drawing, I'm going to move right down to the next drawing here.
And to scale, by the way?
I'm sorry?
Are these drawings to scale?
Yeah, they're to scale. This is built, these are architectural drawings. They're actually part of a model, and I'm going to walk you through the model. Go ahead.
I hesitate to ask this, but what do you mean when you say a dialogue with the better history of the neighborhood?
Well, the proportions of the windows in this building are vertical, so they're 3 feet wide by 9 feet tall. And the typical row house windows are also very tall, especially the ones directly across the street. They're about 2.5 feet wide by 7.5 feet tall. So there's this kind of proportional relationship of our building to those buildings. There's also the materials of the building, it's masonry. There's a water table at the lower level. The lower 2 feet has a water table. The front steps, there's stoops. So that's the dialogue that we're trying to create, okay? The drawing here my drawing is labeled differently than your exhibit, okay? But it's a zoomed in view. This is actually a view down or looking at Grindle Street, okay? So this is the north side of Grindle Street. This is our building. This is the south side of Grindle Street, which is her house. And the sidewalk here and the sidewalk here and the passageway, which is somewhere between 14 and 18 feet. It's a very narrow street.
May I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
If we can wait on that, and can you
I just
please
want to know
finish?
what part of Grindle that is, because they're all 2 stories.
Well, we can
Yeah, this is looking at Grindle Street from Riverside, okay? So this is actually the face of the building at Riverside, okay? Yeah, it's the building on the corner is 3 stories, and then as you move down Grindle Street, it's 2 stories, okay? This is a view down Riverside, okay? So this is the 2-story building across the street from the site, which is, it's really 2.5 stories, and they're tall stories. The old buildings have taller floors. Our building doesn't have taller, it has shorter floors, 8.5-foot ceilings. So that's the height of that building. It's approximately 28 feet. Our masonry is about 30 feet. Our overall height is 40 feet. This is the sidewalks. This is the street bed. That's another person walking down the street.
Okay. Thank you. We'd ask that these elevations be admitted as exhibits, is it 18A and B? Okay. Okay. Mr. Falau, let's cut right to the chase. I think we've heard a lot of testimony about uniqueness. Let's talk about practical difficulty. You're an architect. Can you properly design the addition to this building without the rear setback variance?
This is a 70-unit building with 116 parking spaces. I could not properly design that building on this site because the building is constrained by, as you saw in the previous exhibits, Hamburg Street has created, the former street bed of Hamburg Street has created a no-build line on the north side of the lot, okay? On the south side of the lot.
I think we've covered that, but you said that you couldn't build or properly build a 70-unit, 115 space building here, well, parking space building here.
Right.
But you could build a smaller building with fewer units and fewer parking spaces?
Right. You could build a 55-unit building with about 98 parking spaces.
Mm-hmm.
And you could also, in that case, you'd create a setback of 25 feet.
Mm-hmm.
You'd also create a problem space. Okay, part of designing buildings in Baltimore.
And is that problem space a necessity, or is it more in the way of a convenience?
No, the problem space would be something that would be detrimental to the neighborhood. Okay, the 25 foot setback would actually become a place where it could be an unsupervised space.
Let's talk about that.
Just a quick question for your profession. Is that your philosophical stance, or is that a best practice that you're describing?
It's both, actually. It is a best practice. I mean, there is a defensible space is a practice that's created and practiced in the planning industry these days, and also from an urban design point of view. It's better to have buildings face the street, on the street. That way you're able to control the street. You're able to eyes on the street.
Well, on that point, and there was some talk, there was a rather extensive discussion with Ms. Williams about this point.
Right.
The address of this property is what?
The address of this property is Warren Avenue.
Okay. And so and this is one contiguous parcel, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if the address of the property is 20 whatever through 3 whatever Warren Avenue, does that make the front of the property on Warren Avenue?
Yes.
Okay. And what's being sought here is a rear yard setback, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so what you're talking about, the desire to have buildings front on streets, the object with buildings fronting on streets is that you put the building front on the closest street, correct?
Correct.
So if we're at the standpoint of the rear of the property, does that same desire to put the front of a building apply to the street apply when you're talking about the rear of a building?
Well, when the rear of the building faces the street, I believe yes.
Okay. Is that a concept recognized under the zoning code in this instance?
No, that's why we're here. Is the zoning code is not written to what is the right word? Govern this kind of unique situation.
Do you know of any other properties in Federal Hill that front on 3 streets the way that this one does?
No.
Have you ever, how many buildings have you designed in Baltimore City?
Somewhere between 20 and 40.
Have you ever designed a multifamily building to be set back 25 feet from a public street?
No,
Why not?
because it's not the way we build buildings in Baltimore.
Why not? What's the reason?
Well,
Why do
it's
you want it on
what
the
I
street?
said previously before, it's a matter of defining a street as a place, and in creating a place that is a place that people want to be in. It's a safe space. It's enough adequate space for circulation, vehicular and pedestrian.
Okay. So there's been some insinuation that the sole motive here is financial. Is it your opinion, in your expert opinion, is the motive of putting the building on the street design-oriented?
Yes.
Is that the motivation for
Yes,
this
absolutely.
request?
It's the reason why UDARP agrees with it. It's the reason why the planning department agrees with it. It's good urban design.
Okay. Are we max?
Good urban design, but that's not really what
Why
applies here.
I get that, but we're here because the zoning code is promoting the wrong type of development.
From a design perspective.
But also from a practical use perspective. What happens in that 25-foot zone?
Could it be possible that the mayor and city council in their wisdom desired that space to be green space?
I think it is desired that,
Isn't generally when you're talking about buildings fronting on streets and there's a rear yard setback, I emphasize yard,
Mhm.
doesn't that connote that there's like something green and unimproved there?
potentially, yes.
And do buildings typically have their rear on a public street?
No.
So if you have two homes that back to each other, theoretically, would they have rear yards? Is that the type of situation that these zoning regulations are designed to protect against?
Absolutely.
Okay, is this just an unusual situation? Is that why we are where we are?
That's why we are where we are.
Let's talk about some of the impacts of this, and we'll be quick. Did you originally design the building to be taller than 40 feet?
Yes.
How tall?
45 feet.
And did you reduce that height
Yes.
in response to community concerns?
Primarily, partially, but primarily the urban renewal plan, which we found, the new zoning code allows this building to be built at 45 feet. We thought that would be the governing factor, but in looking further research, we noted that the urban renewal plan was not going to expire in any kind of timely manner. So we really decided that we could lower the building and make it 40 foot tall.
Okay. Did you originally propose bay windows on Grindle Street?
Yes.
Did you eliminate the bay windows?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
Well, we've gotten feedback from the community that they really don't like the width of our building on Grindle Street. And by creating bays, that obviously made the width of the street slightly less in certain locations. So we responded by cutting the bays off of the building.
Okay. Did you design the building to try and comply with all other requirements other than the setbacks, such as parking, density, FAR, height?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about, we've heard at the beginning there was some insinuation that this building would negatively impact the availability of light and air on neighboring properties. Did you perform a shadow study in this case?
Yes.
And that's in everyone's packet. There's a view 1 and view 2. We'll start with view 1 and no, before that.
Yeah, we can put the board.
This board?
We can go through this as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Sure.
And you know what? Let's just cut right to the chase. Will this building cast any shadow whatsoever on the buildings on Grindle Street?
No,
Why not?
because it's on the north side of the block.
And what does that mean? Let's talk very briefly. How is this study created? How do you know that?
Well, the sun travels east to west by way of south, correct?
Forgive me, I had never seen a shadow study before. We can move right through it if that answer is acceptable to the board. We don't need to even talk about the study. But if you flip through view 1.
Well, I think we should let Mr. Washington walk us through it.
Is there ever a time where Grindle Street is going to be facing more shadow or in the dark because of this proposed building addition?
No. Nighttime.
How about Riverside?
Riverside, yes.
What will the impact be on Riverside?
The late winter sun will create shadow on Riverside Avenue.
In the late winter, Like, what hours of the day?
Let's see here. We will look at winter on this view here, which is the view looking at the west side of the street, okay? On the west facade, which is the east side of the street, okay?
For the record, this is view 2 that you're looking at, is that right?
This is view 2 p.m., okay? You can see here, this is Riverside Avenue. Those are the 2-story houses, okay? These are the 2-story houses. At 2 p.m., this dark area here, that's the shadow coming across the street, okay? At 4 p.m., you can see, because of the sun, that the shade, the shadow is affecting the faces of those buildings.
Is there any other time of day or season?
Which, I should add, not only does it happen here, but it happens on the block south of Riverside.
And that's
This is normal.
precisely my next question.
Right.
Is that true up and down Riverside with
Yes.
all the buildings?
Yeah, you can see this part of Riverside is affected by the existing 3-story townhouses. This part of Riverside is affected by the existing school.
If the 25-foot setback was respected, would it have any effect whatsoever on the shadow cast on Riverside?
For the most part, no. Okay, it might, this one townhouse may get a little more light because the shadow's going to start further back. So the shadow may start here and come back, but, you know.
So in terms of impact, you're looking at view 2, winter, 4 p.m. Are you talking about just the corner of the building directly across the street?
At the corner of Grindle and Riverside, yeah.
And is that the
North
only
side.
area that will have any impact in terms of light and air from this addition being set at the street line instead of 25 feet?
Well, light, not air, light, just light. The sun, you know, winter sunset.
I'll just cut right to the chase. In your professional opinion, as an expert architect, will the proposed addition have any negative impact on the property values or use and enjoyment of properties in the surrounding area?
No.
I have nothing further.
Council?
The side of the building facing Grindle Street, this side of the building facing Grindle Street, that's going to have doors opening up onto it, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to look at that?
Yeah. And so I think your testimony was this is Grindle Street here. So
That's
this,
looking down Grindle Street.
yeah, so this is 14 to 18 feet here.
Yes.
This is 40 feet.
Yes.
This is 28 going.
No, this is approximately 30.
32.
32.
32. And then does it stay uniform?
No, it stands down.
Steps
Okay.
down slightly along.
Okay. So, have you looked at how this would affect lighting when it's dark and as opposed to just the shadowing?
So, you know, we plan on putting lights on our building. There will be lights, street lamps, and then there will be lights at the front door along our building. And we've actually, in our community meetings, we've talked to the community about how we would like to light the exterior of the building, and we would work with them to make sure that the lighting we have works in terms of safety, but it's not obnoxious, so that when you're in your bed, you're in their house looking at our house, they're not getting disturbed.
Okay. And from an air perspective, how's this going to impact the air?
Well, there's air movement all the way down the street and down the length of the street.
Okay, so further on down the street, it'll have to come from above then, as it's now coming from the side. But once this is built,
Yeah, there's open
it's gonna
parking lot to
block-
the north.
Yeah, it's gonna be 10 feet up,
Well, it's going to be 40 feet up.
40 feet up, but 10 feet higher than this.
Right.
Yeah. I don't have any other questions.
Can we just look at one of the first exhibits, this one right here? So could you show the board?
You could use the microphone, Council.
I'm sorry. Could you show the board where exactly the utilities are going to be placed for this building?
The utilities run down Riverside Avenue, so primarily we're going to be accessing the utilities out the front of the building here and there in these locations.
And where will the air conditioning system and all the big pieces of equipment be to run the building?
On the roof of the building.
Will there be any utilities in the back here?
No.
And on the parking garage that's going to be built, is it going to be vented?
Yes.
And where will it be vented?
Out the roof of the building.
Okay, not along the back side of the building?
No.
Okay, is that different? Is that a new design from the last time we all met?
Yes.
Okay. And again, where's the Hamburg Street easement?
It runs approximately in this location.
Okay, across here.
Yep.
And if that easement was not there,
right,
where would you have put this building?
Well, we would probably put it here because, again, this is the right urban design move. You know, we don't believe that creating this 25-foot setback or a 50-foot setback is the right move to make, okay? We may have expanded the footprint and made the building bigger. I mean, we're leaving 10 units
Bigger
on
where?
We would probably encroached it into this area. So
Where
this
would
space
parking, where would people have been able to enter for parking?
We probably could have left enough space for, they could have come in underneath of the building, or we could have left enough space for them still to access it.
So if the easement wasn't there, you're saying that you would have extended the building across here?
We might have.
Might have.
Yeah.
Would that have been a practical thing to do?
Well, it would have given us the ability to maximize the number of units.
So really, the easement doesn't have a whole lot of effect in terms of where you're putting this building?
Well, it does, because it reinforces the fact that we need to go into that south. But, yeah, I mean, either way, it does affect the design of the building.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I wanted to just put in this the Montgomery Urban Renewal Plan just into the record, so that's part. Yeah.
You want to look at it?
No objection.
You want to look at it and identify it.
There's an email here.
Oops, sorry.
Besides that, it just looks like the plan. Any redirect?
No, no, thank you, thank you.
Okay, next witness.
One final witness, our traffic engineer. Heard.
For one side.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Would you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Barbara Mosier. My business address is Ambassador Drive Road in Baltimore. Don't know my own address.
Name of your company?
I work for STV Incorporated.
What is your profession?
I am a traffic engineer.
And how long have you been practicing in that field?
I've been a traffic engineer for 11 years. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of Maryland for the past 6 years and a professional traffic operations engineer.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm prepared to go through her qualifications. I have a resume if you'd like me to do that in detail.
Any
Otherwise-
objection to her admission as an expert?
We would stipulate.
Okay. And you'd like to see the resume?
No, I mean,
Or-
we would. I can't speak for council.
I just wanted to take a quick look at it.
Sure.
Happy to show you a copy.
While he's looking at that, Mr. Karseski.
Oh, sorry, those should have been 18 A and B, or if you
I
prefer.
think 19 A and B.
Oh, I apologize.
18 A.
That's 17 as lots? Oh, I missed those, correct. 18 are the elevation,
Yeah.
my fault. 19 would be the study.
And there's no objection to Lake City, sorry.
Thank you.
Any objection to her admission as an expert?
To-
Any any objection to her being admitted as an expert?
No.
Ms. Moser, you seen the site plan, the zoning plan prepared by your company, STV?
Yes, I have.
You familiar with the number of units in the existing building?
Yes.
Number of units proposed in the building addition?
Yes.
Have you been to the site?
Yes.
And have you driven around the site?
Yes.
As recently as when?
This morning.
And what roadways, what intersections did you study and observe?
My staff performed a traffic count and AM and PM peak hour observations on Riverside at the driveway at Hamburg. And then while they were doing their stationary observations, I was driving sort of the circle in a couple of different iterations, and then also on foot, walking around, observing, particularly at the Riverside and Cross Street, and then also looking up onto Warren and surrounding roadways.
Okay, I'm sure you'll get a lot of specific questions from the neighbors, so can you just tell me generally how do the surrounding roadways and intersections function with the current building on site?
Okay, generally the traffic volumes are fairly light on Riverside, as well as on Warren and Hamburg, which you would expect since they're all dead-end streets.
What qualifies as fairly light?
If, as per our counts, less than 300 vehicles in a peak hour. Significantly less than 300 vehicles in a peak hour.
Peak hour is what, just so we can define that?
Well, it varies depending on exactly which street. What we observed was this morning, I was personally out there from 7 until 8:30. So somewhere in that region, since there was a high school nearby, I assumed the peak would probably fall a little earlier, which it did seem to do. Some places it's as late as 8 to 9. It depends.
Okay, so you said fairly light on the volumes.
Right. For instance, when I was observing the intersection of Cross at Riverside, which is a 4-way stop, there was never more than a 3-vehicle queue, which is very reasonable, which immediately clears. It only happened 1 or 2 times during the peak hour, that's just generally, without having actually done a full capacity study, that is plenty of capacity.
Did you and your staff also observe the existing ingress and egress for the site on Riverside Avenue?
Yes.
What were your observations?
We found there that there was occasionally vehicles, obviously, that had to stop for the gate to open. And vehicles traveling southbound on Riverside did have to maneuver around those vehicles. However, since this section of Riverside, north of Grindel and especially north of Hamburg, is particularly wide, that was not problematic for any of the vehicles. We didn't observe anything particularly unsafe, except one of the neighborhood residents backing up most of the distance of Riverside from Cross for some reason.
Okay.
People do things. And let's see what else. Outbound, the vehicles had sufficient sight distance to see vehicles coming southbound on Riverside.
70 units proposed, correct?
Correct.
What did you study with the existing traffic volume, what projected traffic volume, how it might impact the surrounding roadways and intersections?
So as just a point of comparison, the additional 70 units, well, the existing units would be expected to generate around 30 peak hour trips. What we counted was significantly less than that. In the AM, it's close to that. In the PM, it's significantly less.
What's significantly less?
10.
So were you looking?
But sorry, go ahead.
I guess you were looking at traffic on Riverside,
Right.
correct?
So what we did, I had staff go out who actually live in the neighborhood that were stationary at Riverside and Hamburg and literally counted cars.
Okay.
And
so Riverside, I think we had already established, is one way going south.
Yes, Riverside is one way south.
So the
Grindel.
only people who are going to be taking Riverside are going to be headed south through the neighborhood.
Right.
And that is to say away from downtown, correct?
Correct.
And I guess Warren Avenue is one way or two way?
Two way.
Okay. So people who are going to be on Riverside traveling south are either going to be people who live, I guess, maybe on that section of Riverside, or maybe a little bit folks on that portion of Warren Avenue who need to go south.
Correct. We also did observe a fair number of school drop-offs. So people coming south on Riverside that I'm assuming live in the area, because it's not as if you would drive that way coming out, but coming south on Riverside, making a left on Cross and heading towards the high school.
Okay.
I'm assuming they were making drop-offs. They did that, slowed down, had kids in the back.
Sure. All right. So, and you did counts leaving the property?
Yes.
Okay. And all those cars went obviously south on Riverside and then went somewhere
No,
else?
actually.
Well-
A fair number of the vehicles went straight across Hamburg. You can make a left on Edwards.
And
coming
to
out of
flip
Warren.
around to go down Warren Avenue. So to go, I'm trying to think that intuitively, people are going to be going from the neighborhood towards downtown.
Yes.
And so people, in order to leave this property to go to, let's say that the two draws are going to be either downtown or getting out to 95 to go somewhere else.
Correct.
To go downtown, you're either going to go across Hamburg and flip around down on Warren and go out either go out William Street or Light Street, maybe Charles.
Right, which is actually how I also, when I left this morning, I left to go, but to head to 95, because I don't like to go downtown if I don't have to. So I went out to Light, left on Light, over to whatever, and then across to 295.
Okay.
Just for.
So for the people who are going to be going downtown, their options are either going to be to go down Hamburg and flip around on Warren, or go down Riverside and either go down to Grindle or to Cross.
Right, and it's extremely unlikely that very many people are going to use. I did this twice just to, for the sake of having understood how the road operates. It's not the kind of road you drove on if you don't live there.
Why is that?
It's extremely narrow. And traffic, like Susan mentioned, it's like water, which means if you have two hoses and you constrict one of them, the vehicles are going to go the other way.
Okay.
So
if they're not going to go down on Grindle, and if you're going south on Riverside, what's the next opportunity to try
Street.
and go?
Cross Street is the next
Cross
next
Street.
road to the south, yes.
Okay. And then you would take Cross Street to where would be your next opportunity to go north?
William.
Okay. And if you went across William down to Light, there's a traffic signal that's down there at the end of the hill?
I don't know off the top of my head. I don't want to guess.
Presume that there is. And if, and in your experience, do people normally, I guess when confronted with a traffic signal, with a street that's controlled by a traffic signal, or a street that's only controlled by a stop sign, which do people normally choose?
I think it depends on where they want to go. For a two-way stop sign, if they're making a right and they are the one with the stop sign, they might choose the stop sign. If they want to make a left, particularly about across a busy road, they're going to pick the road with the light.
But if they're not, well, you can't make a left on William.
Well, true.
So most people then are going to choose to make that right. If they're going downtown, most people are going to choose to make that right on William Street.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I think that's.
Did you look at the traffic condition on William Street?
We did not perform any counts on William Street. I did drive it.
Okay. All right. And what times did you drive it? What times of the day?
During the AM peak this morning, I was not able to drive it during the PM peak personally. My staff did drive it, and they also live in the neighborhood, so they were able to sort of give me.
And how many was this morning the first time that you had gone down William?
Ever? No.
Or, well, I mean, in relation to this study.
Yes.
Okay. All right. What did you note? Say between 8 and call it 8:30 this morning on William Street.
Are we referring to the school drop-offs? Is that where you're going with this? Okay.
How is that? How would you characterize that?
It's a little congested. Yeah. I mean, if that's where you're going with this, yes, it is a little congested.
I was thinking chaotic. I'm speaking from personal experience. Although this morning it was not that bad. But.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I managed to observe an early. I mean, it did seem like it's typical school drop-off. They're a mess everywhere. They're a mess in the suburbs. They're a mess in the city. It's a mess. It's a short-lived mess, and unfortunately, that's what you live with having a local school.
And there's another multifamily building on Cross Street. Cross Street between William and Light.
Cross Street between William and Light. Sorry.
I think that's 1111 Light Street.
That's entirely possible. I don't know the neighborhood well enough to
Okay.
speak to that.
Do you know whether or not there's a garage entrance and exit there on Cross?
Yes.
Folks, I'm asking the witness. I'm not asking anyone else.
Between William and Light on Cross. Not that I would have observed this morning.
Okay. If we presume that there is, and if we presume that people, and I'll say that I think the occupancy of 1111 is like 90 some odd units. And so if we presume that people are leaving that garage and they've got a choice, they're going downtown, they got a choice between making the right onto Cross, going up and making the left onto William, which is unsignaled, versus making a left onto Cross and waiting at the traffic light. I think you said that most people then would choose the intersection controlled by the stop sign.
Most likely, yes.
So then there's two multifamily buildings that are going to, in the mornings, be pretty much, for their downtown traffic, they'll be utilizing that William Street corridor.
That does seem likely, yes.
Okay, and that's a feature that you did not study?
No, we did not do a full traffic study, as Susan ran through. Since this isn't a traffic in a mitigation zone, we did not do a study.
Okay, all right. Please continue, Councilor.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Moser, other than driving a car, are there other ways that you've observed people in this neighborhood or on this property get downtown or to the downtown area, as Mr. Washington noted?
Yeah, there are, we observed almost equal pedestrians as cars during the AM peak hour. There's also buses in the area, and we observed quite a few bikes, several of which were traveling the wrong way in Riverside, but that's its own issue.
And in your experience, are there always a number of different ways to get to a certain destination if one way to get there isn't easy that morning or that afternoon?
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of the urban grid, is that there's almost always another way to get there, unless you backed yourself into a tiny little corner down here. But for the most part, you find a way.
And
Traffic finds a way.
I'm sorry. People that live in a neighborhood and learn a neighborhood, they're going to learn what?
They would learn every single way they can possibly get there, unlike me, who drove around it 3 times. And
Is that because they want to spend the least amount of time in their car as possible?
Generally, yeah.
Okay. In terms of going north, which we've heard, let's talk about going north in a grander scheme. To go north, let's say to get on Route 95, how would you do that from here?
Well, how I chose to do it this morning was a rather roundabout way, because Google Earth kept trying to send me down Pratt Street, and I don't do that. But so, which, again, there are multiple options and ways to do that. So the way I chose to do it today was Warren to, how did I do this? Warren to
maybe Light?
Yeah, I definitely I made a left on Light, and then I made a right on, and I don't remember which street, but it's the one that comes through the casino.
Okay. Maybe some of the members of the board will know this just from personal experience, but could you take Riverside to Ford Avenue and find your way to 95 that way, if you know? Or you don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. Now let's get to the set of stage. So let's get to, you know how many units the proposed addition is?
Yes.
You've already talked about what the current state of affairs is with the roads.
Yes.
What will these 70 units, and in your opinion, trips from those 70 units, add to these roadways, do to these roadways?
Since there is excess capacity on these roadways, specifically, obviously Light is congested, we all know that. But since there is excess capacity generally on the neighborhood roadways, the effect locally would be fairly negligible. Compared to the existing traffic on Riverside, it would be somewhere between a 4 to a 9% increase, depending on which section of Riverside and whether we're talking about AM or PM. And then once you get out onto the more major roads, it would really be a drop in the bucket. We're talking about a relatively low volume of traffic.
Yes, sir.
Quick question. Despite the senior building on the one side, do we know the demographics of the folks currently living in the building? And are there any projections or assumptions being made for the demographics for residents moving into the newer proposed building?
I personally don't know the age brackets. I do know there are only 6 children in the current building.
I'm asking because isn't it
Right, yeah.
somewhat of a safe assumption that if it's a more millennial, that they tend
will
to be
probably
more-
drive less. Yeah, and I think that the counts that we have on the existing 72 units do sort of bear that out. And that's also what Susan was referring to with the trip reductions that are built into the Baltimore City DOT method of calculating the trip mitigation. Those are based on BMC data, at least in part, looks at those demographics, and it models things regionally in terms of what sort of trips are they seeing and makes those adjustments.
But we don't know that for sure because we don't know the demographics of the residents.
I certainly don't.
Okay, we're almost at the end. You mentioned the gate.
I did.
Are you aware whether it's going to move?
Yes, it's going to move further into the site, which will pretty much eliminate the issue that we did see with cars having to wait in the roadway for the gate to open.
With projected trips, if the building addition were to be approved, would that point of ingress and egress operate safely here?
Yes, definitely.
Tell me why, please.
There's definitely sufficient queuing space inside the building to accommodate the volume of traffic that would be expected based on the existing arrival patterns, and then roughly doubling them. There would never be a situation where the queuing would extend out onto the public road.
Okay. No further questions on direct.
Right, thank you. Council?
How many times did you go out to look at the traffic patterns?
Twice.
Twice?
Yes.
Okay.
And my staff went out. I had 2 staff members out as well.
Okay, and so, and how much time did you spend, what was the time you went out on each?
I was out for about an hour and a half each time.
Okay, and you said your staff also went out?
Yes, the same time period.
About an hour and a half, so it was 4 trips altogether?
Correct.
Okay.
Though one of them used to live.
Okay.
Just for the record, used to live where?
On
I'm sorry.
Riverside.
You pointed to a specific house?
Riverside, just north of Cross, I think she said.
Thank you.
She now owns a home over here on Hamburg.
Okay. You said earlier that there was excess capacity?
There is, yes.
And what do you base that on?
If we were to do a full study, it would be based on...
a little bit close to the microphone there, Council.
Okay, yeah.
It would be based on Highway Capacity Manual. Since I've been doing this for 11 years, I know what level of service A, B, C, D looks like because it is actually a subjective thing. That's how the original calculations were done 40 or so years ago. So a stop-controlled sign, a stop-controlled intersection that has a queue of no more than 3 vehicles is not overcapacity. As a professional traffic operations engineer, I can say that with complete certainty.
But you were only out there twice.
During the times we observed, yeah, unfortunately, that's...
And you never did do a study. You're just basing this on your 2 observations.
I am basing it on my expert observations of the conditions on the area, yes.
And would you normally give an expert opinion based on 2 observations?
Yes.
Okay. That's
standard traffic impact
What
study.
does a study require?
So a standard traffic impact study, if we were to do that, say, in a different jurisdiction that requires that, we would have done traffic counts at some of the surrounding intersections, but it would still be a single day, AM, PM. You get your counts, and you go from there. There's not a longitudinal study over time.
So why didn't you do that in this case?
Because we're not required to.
Okay. What is your assumption on the numbers of cars that are going to be per unit here?
So the trip generation rates are based on Institute of Transportation Engineers standardized rates. There are studies that have been done across the country that they develop a trip rate per unit. It's not based on the number of cars per unit. It's based on the actual number of trips that are taken per unit.
Okay, but do you know, do you know what the trips per unit are for these 2 buildings?
The existing trips per unit or the ITE trips per unit?
For these existing buildings, do you know what the trips per unit are?
The PM, I mean, I could do the math in my head. We observed 10 PM peak hour trips the day that we happened to be out there. So for 72 units,
So you're going to base your,
no. What we have based our assumptions on are ITE trip generation rates, which are standardized across the country with the BCDOT trip reductions for
these are not based on these particular.
No. So we took the counts as a point of comparison, and the counts that we took are less than ITE trip generation rates, even with the BCDOT reductions applied, which means that the ITE trip generation rates that we're looking at as a point of comparison to will it have an adverse impact are a conservative high estimate.
But why wouldn't you just survey the building and
I mean,
say,
we
how many cars do you have per?
Because the number of cars per unit doesn't determine the number of trips per unit. I'm sure you know people who don't drive every day. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just not sure
But
if that makes sense.
if you have a car, you have it for a reason.
Not necessarily to drive every day, though. I mean,
you're making
the industry,
assumptions.
no, the industry standard for trips is a very widely, every single jurisdiction in the entire country uses these trip generation rates.
But this is, what I'm saying is the industry standard for these particular buildings.
We could use
You could.
a survey of the actual trips taken, and it would result in less projected trips, not more,
And why do you conclude that?
because we counted the driveway and compared it to the IT trip
But
generation
you don't know
rates.
how many cars are per unit.
But the cars does not necessarily equal trips.
Okay, all right. But you're assuming the trips based on some national study of
Correct.
different locations.
With the trip reduction rates that are Baltimore City based.
But you haven't done anything for this specific area and this specific buildings. In other words, you've just gone out there twice in an hour and a half and made some observations, and then you're making assumptions based on that. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Okay.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Mosier, are you familiar with the Lois Lane and Lanassa Lane streets?
I saw them. I did not drive on them since they weren't. I wasn't even sure if they were public streets. I didn't want to accidentally drive into someone's.
Did you or your representatives notice that people oftentimes turn off of Riverside onto Grindal and then cut through Lois Lane and down Lanassa Lane to access William Street?
I didn't see anybody doing that while I was there. That doesn't mean they don't do it.
Did you notice whether Lanassa Lane is actually wider than Grindal Street?
That wouldn't surprise me.
Okay. And would it seem practical to you that people who would be living in this new building, 70 new units, would be familiar with the Lois Lane and Lanassa Lane access to be able to utilize it to get out to William Street as opposed to going down Grindal Street?
Yeah, I mean, as I stated, anybody who lives in the area is going to take a way that seems convenient to them. I'm sure there are going to be some people that will do that.
And understanding that's kind of a private, these are private streets that are really for the benefit of Grindal's Yards Association, people who live there.
Do I understand?
It would increase the number of cars that would be utilizing Lois Lane and Lanassa Lane.
There is the potential for that. Just like any day, some other resident could choose to drive down that.
Right, and they do.
Yes.
But wouldn't it be likely that 70 more units with individuals, more cars, and familiar with that area because they abut the property so they know that it's an egress and access in and out of there, would be likely to use that on a day where Grindal Street might be busy, or there's a trash truck which goes down Grindal Street on Wednesday and Friday?
Since their access point is here, I don't know how likely that is, since it's just as easy for them to do that.
Well, they can't do that. I mean, if they're gonna come out and take a right turn onto Riverside.
Right, why would they take a right when they can go straight and make left?
Well, they could do that, but isn't it, your study that you just did with your assistants, did most people go straight when they came out of the parking area, or did they turn right on
It was a
Riverside?
fairly even split.
Okay. So it's likely that they're going to turn right on Riverside and might take the first right turn to head out to William Street?
It is possible that they could do that. We saw very few vehicles turn right on Riverdale, and we did not do an origin destination study to determine whether they were coming out of here to make a right or if they were just making rights.
Okay. And you don't think that would be problematic in in the mornings where school's in session? Adding all the additional cars coming down Grindal or down Lanassa Lane when kids are being dropped off in front of the Federal Hill Prep School?
I don't know that I've studied it in enough detail to have a strong opinion on that.
Okay.
Shouldn't that question be, though, with the addition of 15 more units, not 70? Because if they've reduced the size to the point that they don't need a variance, they've testified that it's 55 units versus 70.
I agree, yes.
So that, it's really is the addition of 15 more units going to impact that area.
Which would be about 3 peak hour trips, just for reference, based on IT rates.
Okay.
But I have one further question. You didn't go out there at 5 o'clock, did you? Or you after 5 o'clock, did you?
It was after 5 o'clock. When I was there, my staff was out there earlier than that.
So you went in the morning and then after 5, so you went through the rush hour in the afternoon?
My staff was there during rush hour. I probably missed the peak of it.
Okay.
For the PM, yes.
No further questions. I just wanted to confirm that Ms. Moser's resume, number 19, has been admitted.
I think that you're up to 20.
Need to learn how to count, but thank you. Number 20.
Sure. All right. That's 20. It's admitted. Okay. All right. And now we'll hear from the opposition. Just a practice pointer. Everyone doesn't need to testify. We understand that the witnesses are likely all from the same area and are all going to be similarly impacted, though some of them may be impacted in some ways differently than others. So, to the extent that we can have a compressed presentation where you can have representatives to testify to certain issues, and then say, well, if called to testify, these certain other people would give substantially the same testimony. That way, we can get through it in a little bit more orderly manner instead of calling everyone, and we can also have or can understand the impact of those issues and the number of people within the neighborhood. Ms. Roy.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, or maybe it's already good evening. Thanks for your time. My name is Rebecca Royal, and I'm a 25-year resident of the city of Baltimore. And for the past 14 years, my husband and I have owned and resided at the property at 1018 Riverside Avenue. So our home's front door is on Riverside Avenue, but we're an end of group, so the length of the home runs along Grindle Street, directly across the street from this rear yard setback that we've been discussing today. And we find that the application for the variance does not meet the requirements for a variance as outlined in the Baltimore City Code. Specifically, we find that there's no unnecessary hardship or practical difficulty that impedes the construction of the apartment building if they were to adhere to the 25-foot setback. There are no unique features to the property which would warrant a variance. In fact, they can build on the lot by adhering to the zoning code, and it doesn't have to be 70 units, as we've already discussed. We find that the proposed structure is too large to sit in such close proximity to Grindle Street. Grindle Street is less than 15 feet, so my husband and I measured it over the weekend. And a structure that's set back only 4 feet from the property line would be too imposing for the 2-story row homes that would be surrounding it. It's simply out of character for a residential neighborhood with such small homes on a narrow street. In fact, there's no other building of this size and stature in Federal Hill that sits so close to a street as narrow as Grindle. So I wanted to direct you to their existing building. So Warren Avenue is probably the widest street in Federal Hill. It's about 49 feet, or 70 feet if you count the sidewalks. This 900 block of Riverside is 40 feet, just the street, not the sidewalks. So this building is not so imposing. You'll see it's got a park across the street and some very large 3-story row homes here, and then a condo building here. It's not encroaching on those buildings. The same thing cannot be said for this part here where the rear setback would be. That would be right up against Grindle Street, which I've already said is only 15 feet. So I'd like to introduce the following photos for the record. Am I supposed to number these?
We've already got
Thank you. Opposition number 3, is that right? Am I counting correctly? On 2. 4?
Oh, we're on opposition 4?
Okay.
Okay.
So photos 1 and 2 show, again, the existing structure on the corner of Warren and Riverside, and I just want you to note how wide those streets are. Photo 3 shows the 200 block of Grindle Street. So this is really the area in question. Again, you can see how narrow it is. There's one car that can park along the side of it, and there's barely enough room for just a regular-sized sedan to get down past it. So, for example, emergency vehicles cannot fit down that street. Garbage trucks can't fit down, and snowplows can't fit down that street. In fact, everybody has to pop in their side mirror, or you risk having your mirror taken off when another car goes past. I also want to direct you to pages 4 and 5. These are of the original Southern High School building. And the reason I want to include that is because I want you to notice that that building has a very sizable setback. It's about 20 feet here, and it's greater than that on Warren Avenue. So there is some precedent for buildings of this size to have a sizable setback in our neighborhood. And I do want to point out that we don't consider it a problem space and that it's not detrimental. In fact, we'd love to see some grass and trees. This variance would be injurious to my family's use and enjoyment of our property. I want to direct you to some of the pictures that they already passed out. This is picture number 14. This is my home. And as you can see on here, we have 10 windows that face this property, our side door with a transom window, our rear courtyard, a balcony off the second floor, and a roof deck. So all of that faces this building that they're proposing.
How is that injurious?
If somebody put a 40-foot wall 25 feet from your home, I think that you would consider that injurious. It completely changes the view. Right now I can look at any of my windows and I can see Federal Hill Park. I can see sun, I can see people, and now I would be looking at a wall.
What's that view if they were 25 feet back as well?
But I would have more of a preserved view of light and air if it was 50 feet instead of 25 feet. While the requested variance has direct impact on my family and me, I must also point out the impact it has on our community as our neighbors walk, drive, and park on Grindle daily. I'd like to offer into evidence, for the record, this petition signed by 161 homeowners and residents of Federal Hill opposing the variance. I would also like to offer into the record this map of the homes immediately surrounding the property in question. The green markings indicate a property where the owner or resident has signed the petition, written a letter in opposition, and/or is in attendance at this hearing today. And I think I've counted over 40 neighbors here today. So this clearly demonstrates that the requested variance is contrary to the public interest. The Harbor Hill property is neither peculiar nor unusual and is not at all affected by the zoning restriction. The current apartment building can easily be expanded without undue hardship. There are no unique characteristics of the property, such as shape, topography, or environmental factors to overcome. The fact that they want to add doors to the street is their design choice. It's not a problem inherent to the property. The fact that it's fronting on 3 streets, again, is their design choice. They don't have to have doors coming out on all 3 sides. They can have everybody coming in through the front. It's my opinion that the application for the variance does not meet the requirements specified in the Baltimore City Code. Being that there's no bona fide reason for the variance, it can only be concluded that the request is based on the owner's desire to increase the income potential for this property. Approvals for the variance should be the exception and not the rule, and this case does not merit an exception. Any questions?
Nope.
Okay. I also, my neighbors immediately to the west of me at 241 Grindle Street could not be here today. They're out of town. So they gave me an affidavit to introduce their testimony for the record. Would you like me to just submit it, or should I read it?
You can read it and submit it.
Okay.
Oh, thank
There's
you.
a copy
Ms.
for you.
Rowe. I'm sorry, I missed what these are.
This is testimony from the neighbors that live at 241 Grindle Street. They couldn't be here today. And it's the testimony of Dr. Caleb Chan and Victoria Lowe. We wish to express our opposition to the variance requested in BMZ 2017-45 for a rear yard setback of 4 feet. We live at 241 Grindle Street and have owned the property since May 2015. We strongly object to the variance for many reasons. However, our main concerns are that the proposed building is too large for what is already an extremely narrow street, and that its construction will be detrimental to our quality of life, sense of security, and the property value of our home. In reality, Grindle Street is actually the worst possible street for a 4-foot setback due to how small and narrow it already is. It is so narrow, in fact, that garbage trucks literally have to drive on our sidewalk to make it down the street. Should the variance come to pass, the proposed building would be constructed just a few feet away from our doorsteps. The proposed building would be 40 feet tall. Our house stands at a mere 25 feet. The building will surely cast a shadow over our street at all times of the day, thus limiting our access to natural light and a fresh breeze. With the construction of this building, we fear that our quaint and beautiful street will become more like a dark alleyway. This will surely negatively impact our quality of life and enjoyment of our property. Furthermore, this past October, we were the victims of an armed carjacking right in front of our home. This was a traumatic event that we're still recovering from. Since then, we've found solace in the open space in front of our home, which gives us the ability to look around and be alert for intruders at all times. While we do not believe that this is an argument for ending the construction of the building altogether, we do think that changing the setback from 25 feet to 4 feet may have a negative effect on criminal activity of our block. Members of our community have already been victimized by petty crimes such as stolen packages, broken mailbox, and even damage to our motor vehicles. I believe that if the building is constructed just 4 feet from Harbor Hills property borders, it would create an environment that is more conducive to criminal activity. This will surely impact our ability to enjoy our neighborhood and property with peace of mind. Furthermore, we believe that the variance is being requested solely for the developer's desire to increase the earning potential of the property. Meanwhile, the property value of our home will surely diminish. A house located on a quiet, beautiful, and sunlit street in Federal Hill is much easier to market than a house that sits in shadow all day long. We believe it would be a mere inconvenience for the Harbor Hill developers to redraw their plans in order to respect the needs and wishes of our community. The request for a 4 feet setback does not meet the Baltimore City Code's requirement for a minimum necessary setback to afford relief to the developers. Rather, it is the maximum setback necessary to afford the developers as much financial gain as possible, without taking into account the inconveniences and losses that local residents will face. For these reasons and more, we do not believe that this variance upholds the public interest of our neighborhood. In closing, we are deeply concerned by the potential impact of this building variance on our quality of life, security, and the property value of our home. The developer's application does not meet requirements for a variance as defined in the Baltimore City Code. Therefore, we request that the variance be denied. Thank you in advance for your time and consideration of our concerns, Dr. Caleb Chan and Victoria Lowe. Any questions?
By me, yes, but I'm waiting my turn.
Sure.
When do I respond to the exhibits? After a cross or now?
Well, if you're talking about the affidavit, there's really no way to cross-examine that. You can deal with that in summation. If you had any questions for Ms. Royal, you can certainly ask her.
Okay, I'll be really quick about these.
Sure.
I see there's a petition here with a multitude of signatures. I can't cross-examine any of these people. I don't know if they've seen the site plan that we presented to you. They haven't heard any of our expert testimony. I don't know how these signatures were taken. Somebody could have just said, hey, someone's building a big building, will you oppose it and sign this petition? So I know the board's practice may be to allow these petitions in, and if that's the case, I would ask the board to give it the weight that it deserves, but I object to its admission at all.
Okay. We typically do receive petitions. As you have indicated, we also typically take them for what they're worth for the concerns that you brought out.
Thank you, Mr.
And the witness could answer questions about the petition and how it's.
I was going to say, if you had any questions for her regarding the petition, she's certainly here. You could ask her.
Okay. Let me mark that down. Thank you. And then this letter from Mr. Chan and Ms. Lowe is the classic example of what I'm talking about when I don't get to cross-examine someone, when they don't come to the hearing and they don't see what's going on. This gentleman, this lady say, there's going to be a dark alley, my house is going to sit in shade all day long. Well, we've presented an exhibit to you that shows that exact opposite is what's going to occur. So again, the weight that this letter deserves, these people are completely uninformed about this project and the adverse impact that it won't have on their house. So that's my objection.
Okay.
Thank you.
Typically, we do receive letters, correspondence, and the like in from people who are objecting to properties or to developments. And because they are stakeholders, obviously, they have a right to be heard. However, as you've correctly indicated, they haven't been here for any of the presentations, so they haven't really had an opportunity to frame their remarks accordingly. So we take that in, and we certainly do hear those concerns, but we also understand that they haven't had an opportunity to review what's been presented here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Royal,
Yes.
good afternoon.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
You mentioned that you measured Grindle Street.
Yes.
Is it from edge of paving to edge of paving of the road?
Yeah, from curb to curb.
And you said 15 feet, right?
Yes.
Did you measure it from building edge on Grindle to where our building edge would be?
No,
Do you know that
I
number?
measured it, no, just from, well, I measured it from our side door there, so that's 15 feet, and then each sidewalk, existing sidewalk, is another 5 feet, so 25 feet altogether.
25 feet. And that 25 feet, is that the exact same number as what the required setback is in the zoning code from?
Well, 25 feet from the property line would be the setback.
Just asking
yeah.
if it's the same number.
Yes, it is
Okay.
the same number.
You say there are no other buildings of this size and stature like this in Federal Hill?
On a street like Grindle Street, that close to the street.
Okay. You've lived in the neighborhood for 28 years?
25 years.
Sorry, 25. Again,
Don't
I'm bad at
age me.
numbers. You're familiar with 1111 Light, which Mr. Washington pointed out,
I am.
right? You know Weber? You know Weber Street, the alley?
Mm-hmm. But that,
I'm finished.
Okay.
Is that building built right up to the curb line?
it is.
Okay. And Weber is an alley as well?
Weber's an alley, not a street.
Okay.
And then right next to it is a church with a big brick wall around it. So that's quite different. That's not homes that are coming out onto it.
But it is another building, maybe even of a bigger size, that's built right up to a curb line of a narrow street, correct?
It's an alley.
Is it?
Yeah,
It's built up to a curb line of a narrow alley.
Okay.
Okay. How do you, so your house is, just for the record, this one here? How do you use Grindle to travel?
We use that side door to go in and out of our house.
Do you drive it?
Do I drive Grindle? Yeah, so we park, it depends where you can get a place to park, but we usually are parked either here or along here.
On Riverside or on Grindle? And do you use, I guess you use Grindle only if you park there?
Well, it depends where we're going. So, yeah, if we're parked there, then obviously we use it to get off. And then it depends if I'm parked here and I need to go in that direction, then I would go down Grindle.
Okay, let me ask you this. Let's say you're on Riverside and you need to go north or downtown. Which way would you go?
I would go down Grindle.
Okay, so you choose to use Grindle.
Unless if I look down and I see that somebody's unloading their car or there's a truck, then obviously I would go down to Cross. I try not to cut through Grindle's yard.
Okay.
But yes, we do go down Grindle.
Okay, and in addition to going down Grindle, you go the other way too?
And go down Cross too.
So you use both?
Sure.
Okay. I think you said in your testimony that there's nothing unique about the shape of this site, right? You know the area pretty well.
Of course.
Any other large L-shaped pieces of land like this that you know about?
When I say that it's not unique, it's just it's a flat parking lot. I mean, if I'm going to build a building, that's got to be the easiest thing to build on. There's nothing that I have to work around. It's just a flat lot.
I understand. I'm just asking you a question. You said the shape is not unique. Do you know of any other another property that replicates that shape in the
No.
neighborhood?
Mm-mm.
Okay, thank you. Okay. What do you, when you look out your window now, what's your view on the ground?
When I look at any of I see the parking lot. I can see Federal Hill Park. I can see these houses across the street. I can see down to Grindle's yard. We've got a pretty good view as an end of group.
You see parking lots and cars on the ground, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And is that a nice view?
It's never bothered me. It was not a detriment when we were buying the house. Never once did we think twice about the fact that we're going to be living next to a parking lot. It's actually been kind of nice because it gives you a lot of nice open space.
You consider a parking lot with cars open space?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, we live in the city, so yes, that's about as open as we get.
Right. Good point. Okay. Did you say you were concerned about the shade study?
I think that this building set this close, whether you're going to say it's casting a shadow or not, it's going to impact the ambient light that we get. So whether there's going to be shadow or not, it's going to impact ambient light.
Okay.
I'd like to just add.
Wait, hold on. So when you see, you can be on rebuttal. When you see a shade study, and I know maybe it's hard to believe, but if you see a shade study that casts no shadow on your lot, that doesn't alleviate any of your concern.
No.
Okay. Any other buildings on this section of Grindle setback 25 feet?
Well, this house is set back.
How far?
That new one, kind of? The driveway. Yeah, it has, I don't know, it has a driveway and a garage. It's, a bit more unusual than some of the others. So.
Okay, but for that one, any others?
No, but again, as was pointed out, these houses were built in the late 1800s when people were driving or riding horses down the street. They weren't parking cars, so it's...
I'm just trying to understand
Okay.
from your perspective, being there 25. Are all the other ones, but this one built right up to the sidewalk?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Next.
Okay.
Oh,
I
did you
was
have
just
a
going
question?
to say, if there were some questions about this petition.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain who put this together and how you obtained that?
Yeah, my husband and I put the petition together, so we do have a paragraph at the top that explains that it's specific to the variance. And when we were asking people if they wanted to sign it, we were explaining to them about the development, but that the particular zoning hearing that was coming up was specific to the variance, and that's what the petition was addressing. It wasn't addressing anything else.
And did they explain why they were willing to sign the petition?
Yeah, a lot of people said, made the comment, well, I'm not against development, but I am against variances, so yes, I'll sign anything that's against a variance.
Okay. And on the issue of the ambient light, remember, he was questioning that with the shadow study. The shadow study is going to show you on a bright sunny day, but there are other days besides bright sunny days. Right? Is that what you mean by ambient light?
Yeah, I mean, yes. Mm-hmm.
No further question.
Okay, I have a question. I'm sorry. Be real quick. So you talked to everybody personally?
I talked to most people personally. Some other neighbors were getting other signatures as well.
So you had no idea, you weren't with those other neighbors when they collected the signatures?
No.
You can't really validate what they said?
No, but they're here today.
Okay, I understand. And you and the other neighbors, did you show them all the exhibits that we have in the case to fully inform them of the proposal?
No, we were just explaining the variance.
Did you have even the zoning plan?
No.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you. I don't know, is this a board's copy? Or
No,
mine?
I think
that's yours.
Oh, thank you very much, Ms. Worrell.
You're welcome.
Can we have those included as part of the record or exhibits?
Yeah, I believe that they were.
We also have the letter from the neighbor that she read into the record. We also have that in the record also.
You can state your name for the record, please.
Hi there. My name is Michelle Lee. I live in the 400 block of Grindle. You can actually see my house from here, right there, around the corner.
Sorry, I just dropped something.
Sure.
My fault. Didn't mean to interrupt you.
We've lived on this street. I've lived on this street for nearly 17 years this June. My husband bought the house 20 years ago this August. Grindle is a very special street. Both blocks of Grindle, again, they're parking on the one-way directional parking on one side, but they're very quiet and neighborly. To paint a picture, the proposed expansion site's located in a quiet residential area of the neighborhood, far enough removed from the noise of the business and retail areas of Federal Hill Main Street, creating a family-friendly oasis in the city. We've been block captains for over a decade. We send out welcome packets to new neighbors. Unlike a lot of apartment units where you don't even know the neighbor living next to you, we create a welcoming environment. The site is located less than 1 block from Federal Hill Park and 2 Baltimore city public schools, Digital Harbor High School and Federal Prep. And I'd like to introduce this aerial photograph.
Thank you,
I'm gonna take
Ms.
this.
Lee.
This photograph shows the proximity of the proposed site expansion to these 2 schools, in addition to Federal Hill Park.
You're on opponents, what, David?
I'm sorry? That would be 5.
This would be 5.
And this does include directional arrows, so you can see which ways are one-way streets and two-way streets, although Cross is debatable as a two-way street at times. The expansion of this development to the proposed 4-foot rear yard setback facing the 200 block of Grindal does not adequately protect me and my neighbors from the unreasonable traffic and safety issues and detrimental impact associated with a project of this scale. The addition of 70 apartment units presents a concern for the existing insufficient road infrastructure. Nearby intersections simply cannot handle the dramatic increase in traffic flow that will occur from the surge of the vehicles along predominantly one-way residential streets. And with all due respect, I understand that you're an expert with the traffic, but having almost 2 decades of observations of traffic and the type of driving that goes on there, I would weigh that heavily.
Just to interject, as Mr. Barb had pointed out, the question under the zoning code is that we have to determine that the variance will not, quote, substantially increase the congestion of the streets. So the question isn't so much the added impact of the traffic from the project as a whole. It's really just constrained to that portion that they're looking to build into the setback, which would be about 15 units.
Understood. And with those 15 units, they are a mix of 1- and 2-bedroom units per the floor plans that were provided, which I know she's done the study, but you're looking at an additional 20-plus cars possibly, potentially moving in and out. And one thing I do want to note is that I don't know if this was observed today or during the 2 studies, but cars do have a tendency to take shortcuts, go the wrong way on Riverside, or cut through the private parking lot that says not a throughway in front of the federal condominiums on this side. So again, it's not additional cars. All it takes is one bad accident. For example, the Warren and Riverside intersections, Cross Street and Riverside intersections, each located half a block from this project, do not function well, are high-risk intersections for pedestrians with heavy traffic flow, no marked crosswalks, and unclear views for pedestrian crossing. As you can see by
Thank you, Ms. Lee.
these photos, specifically photos number 1 and 2, this was actually taking a cold Sunday, this past Sunday morning. We have 2 dogs. We walk the dogs to and from the park several times a day. There's no crosswalk. We, wait for traffic to eventually turn around. That right turn from Warren Avenue heading east and right onto Riverside Avenue is people cross there at their own risk. Again, no crosswalk, cars speeding around. These intersections are also walking routes for students to nearby schools, as well as residents and visitors to the neighborhood and adjacent Federal Hill Park. And I would also add that the additional influx of residents and the traffic study conducted isn't taking into account the number of events that happen at Federal Hill Park, in the bar crawls at Cross Street Market, any of the stadium events that, again, you see this influx in traffic flow. From approximately 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. weekday mornings, it was mentioned that there's a convergence of residents leaving the neighborhood to travel to work, while students are simultaneously walking along the narrow streets or being dropped off for school, creating congestion on the narrow, mostly one-way streets. For example, I would like to introduce photos number 8 through 12, demonstrating how cars are frequently backed up along Cross Street due to student drop-off, the backup of vehicles along Riverside at the 3-way stop intersection of Cross Street, and usually in the evening when delivery trucks and the garbage truck, again, any service vehicle is parked on Riverside, not necessarily servicing Harbor Hill, creates a backup on Riverside. During the evening hours, residents driving back into the neighborhood encounter numerous pedestrians walking dogs, cyclists, people walking children in strollers to and from the park, other neighbors and visitors walking in the area. It's a very nice area. It's a tourist attraction. It's also imperative to note that vehicles traveling on these streets typically well exceed the posted speed limit of 25 miles an hour on Riverside. Cross Street, if there's not an oncoming vehicle, you're lucky if they stop at that 3-way stop sign, and Warren Avenue. Limited visibility coupled by speeding vehicles is a legitimate safety concern that already exists, and allowing the requested variance, providing for 15 additional units and potentially up to at least 20 more drivers, would exacerbate the already hazardous traffic conditions to both pedestrians and other vehicles, in addition to substantially increasing congestion on the residential streets. Of note, the proposed plan does not provide an automatic gate at the ingress-egress from the complex here, so that drivers entering and exiting the property are no longer forced to slow down and yield to pedestrians as they walk along the sidewalk bisected by the only way the cars to travel in and out of the complex. That's as seen in photos number 3 and 4. If this zoning variance is approved as currently presented, the significant increase in traffic flow at these intersections and ingress-egress that will result from this redevelopment is a notable risk to students and other pedestrians. I would also note that a building this size, so close to the street, meaning 200 block of Grindle, provides an attractive location for criminal activity to occur, as there's less likelihood that someone passing by will witness their actions. We can personally test this recent crime, including the previously noted carjacking this past year in the 200 block of Grindle, and we've been encountering recent open-air drug dealing in front of our residents in the 400 block of Grindle due to the secluded nature of these side streets. That's photos number 5, 6, and 7. The bottom line is that this proposed expansion, and specifically the reduced rear yard setback variance, do not protect us from the negative impact from this redevelopment. For these reasons, as well as the fact that this application clearly does not meet the variance requirements of the Baltimore City Zoning Code Title 15-219, I urge you to vote against this proposed rear yard setback variance and uphold the current 25-foot setback. Thank you.
Questions very quickly. Hello, Ms. Lee.
Hi.
Thank you for
Hello
attending
again.
the community meeting at Bookmakers. Just a question. In your photos, you said there's a backup. Can you show me the backup? I didn't quite see it.
Sure. I think it's further in the back. You have a garbage truck. Well, again, this is demonstrating that people don't stop at the stop sign at all. You sort of. The backup is on photos 11 and 12.
So there's
So
one
11
car
and
there?
12, there's the garbage truck, so
And
you're going to
then-
be waiting a while. Again, this was just taken Friday morning,
Okay.
whenever it was taken. And it just, this would, again, encourage people. If I see a garbage truck here, if I see a moving van, I would be more inclined to use Grendel Street to bypass it if I need to head north to the city.
Okay. I was just wanted to clarify that it was one car.
Sure,
Okay.
sure. And again, this is just a brief sample. If I had taken more time to take pictures that showed reality in the morning, then that would have happened.
You mentioned that if the gate is removed, it's going to create an unsafe condition, correct? Are there any other multifamily buildings that have a gate at the entrance that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
They all operate without a gate.
Correct.
Okay. And
talked about it, and since I know about it, 1111 has a gate that's there.
Oh, the roll top gate, right.
Yes, yes. And they also have they also have another access on Weber Street.
Yes.
Which isn't controlled when you get down to Light.
That's correct.
Okay.
The only pedestrian access, the only pedestrian walkway that it crosses, that the ingress and egress crosses, it is there at Cross, and that's controlled by the gate.
And they also have a mirror, so when you're crossing it as a pedestrian or a car coming out, that you can see what's coming from either side.
If we put a mirror up, would that
pedestrian or
alleviate
car.
your concern?
No.
Okay. Where on Grindle did the crime happen? Do you know, on 200 Grindle?
I know
Exactly
it
where?
was, I know which car it was. I'm not exactly sure where it happened, but it was further down from the edge of this property, as I understand it. But the open air drug dealing right now is happening right here.
Right there.
Yep.
Okay. All right, those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Good question. You said, you testified you had a lot of eyes on streets, and I have observed this, the traffic flow.
Counsel, if you can come closer to the microphone.
Yeah, I was saying she testified that she had a lot of eyes on streets and a lot of observations over many years on this street. So in your observation, are we under capacity here in terms of traffic congestion on the streets?
It really depends on what's going on in the neighborhood and time of day.
Okay, so are there surges when there's, when you say depends on the time of day, what do you mean?
Sure, during morning and evening commuting hours, typical commuting hours, and then again when there are events going on in the neighborhood at Federal Hill Park. There's something going on almost every weekend during the warmer summer months at Federal Hill Park or in the neighborhood that, again, you know not to move your car because these the traffic conditions. You're not going to find parking, and the traffic is going to be just a nightmare.
Okay. And in your observation of the residents here, how many cars do they typically have per unit?
I believe the current.
You can speak from
I believe it's currently 1.4 is the parking ratio, and it's being reduced to 1.2 with this new.
I mean, for these particular residents, do you have some observations there? Are these the people who live here? Are they typically unrelated with several cars, or just?
I honestly have no idea.
Okay. All right. If you for the 15 in your observation or in your
17.
estimation. If you add 15 more additional units that this variance would allow, would that put additional pressure on the traffic congestion?
Yeah, absolutely. 15 one- and two-bedroom units, absolutely.
Okay. I have no further questions.
No questions.
Right up.
Shall I start? Okay. My name's Kathleen Murphy. I live at 239 Grindle Street, and I've been there for 30 years. I believe, and I'm getting right to the chase, that this setback protects our air, light, and safety for the following reasons. And I want to submit photos to demonstrate what I'm going to explain. The configuration of the street, as I mentioned before, is irregular. It is not a straight line. The 200 block of Grindle Street is is at odds with the 400 block of Grindle Street. It is interrupted by Riverside. So, in terms of air, and just to show you the aerial picture of this, this is the 200 block. You have to turn left and go about 50 feet to get to the 400 block of Grindle Street. Okay, so in terms of air, the air comes from the water, obviously. It comes up Grindle Street, or it comes over Federal Hill. It sometimes comes from the west up the 200 block of Grindle Street, but in the summertime, the cool breezes come from the water. This 25-foot building encroachment would stop that air coming from the east and the northeast. I don't have air conditioning. I operate, believe it or not, I don't have central air. I operate ceiling fans. And that system allows me to cool the house all summer. It requires keeping the windows open. I believe that this blockade of air would create a stale, dead air zone, and I would not be interested in having my windows open under those conditions.
Just as a point of observation, again, we're talking about, well, we're here on this variance. So we're not, so if they built the building without the need for a variance, there would be that effect regardless. Certainly there would be some lessened effect if there wasn't building into that 25-foot setback. But we're not talking about what the effect would be if the building were built at all. We're talking about if the building were built with or without the requested variance.
Yes, I understand. And I think that the 25-foot setback would allow the air to come up the 400 block of Grindle. It would not be a fully open zone anymore, but it would still be partially open at least. Also, the 40-foot wall is so close to the edge of the street, and I did measure it. It's the edge of the property of Harbor Hill is 23 feet away from the edge of my step. This would create a big wall, basically, in front of my house, and I sit on the bench, which is in front of my house, that would no longer be an attractive option. I am the one who called the police when the carjack was happening. I heard it because my windows were open, and I was able to get the police on the case before the girls could, who escaped, thank God. So I think public safety would be impacted. No stoop sitting, no open windows, and also a cutoff site at the corner of Grindle and Riverside. There are a lot of children crossing the street, cars zip around. If they can't see the 200 block of Grindle as they turn, I think it would be a problem.
Okay.
So that's it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any questions?
Okay.
Hi, good evening. My name is Stephanie Sims. I live at 1024 Riverside Avenue with my husband Dale Sims, who is also here this evening. We own our home and have resided there for 4 years. However, my husband has lived in Federal Hill off and on for the past 22 years. I am going to actually truncate my testimony because a number of the items have been covered, but I will give you a copy of it. I just wanted to say we disagree with the Planning Department's opinion dated February 24th, 2017 on the proposed variance for Harbor Hill Apartments. The Planning Department memo states that requested setback is acceptable given that existing homes on Grindle Street have a short setback. Please keep in mind that Grindle Street homes are 2 stories, as we talked about many times, compared to the 40 feet for the proposed development. A short setback can accommodate a small building, not a 40-foot building. Also, these homes were built before the 1900s, as we've talked about, therefore before automobiles and zoning codes designed to protect the interests of surrounding homeowners. Right now, pedestrians have to walk down the middle of Grindle Street because the sidewalks are so narrow, and the parked cars essentially make the street the width of a regular sidewalk. And this is just going to turn into a wind channel. Also, I just wanted to thank you. Again, I'm cutting down on my testimony, but I do want to thank you for listening, and I ask that you do not approve the request for the variance, and I would like to offer my evidence for the record for this testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Sir.
That's 6.
Thank you. Steve Pershowski, 237 Grindle Street.
And if we can similarly compress our remarks,
I will be brief, sir.
Thank you.
I will be brief for the chairperson and the board. So
Also,
the only
turn around, there's a room full of people who still need to be heard on their matters.
On different cases.
Brief. So regarding congestion, the one thing that I haven't heard said regarding reducing congestion is that the supposition is that all these folks in the building itself will be going in one point on Riverside Avenue to go to their places. But there's really as I've heard, 2 entrances at least on Grindle Street and more on Riverside. In reality, as a practical matter, most people that even on Grindle Street, if they want to go back into their house for a few minutes, they pull over somewhere, even if they double park, just to bop back in the house, get what they need, and come back out. It's, as a practical matter, it's not that everyone is going to use that entrance and go down 2 stories to their parking lot to get into their entrances, whether they be Riverside or Grindle. Secondly, regarding the traffic studies, I support and concur with all the previous opposition testimony, and the traffic is different throughout the days. But beyond that, the children, and I'm retired and I'm there all the time, the children do walk up and down Cross Street. So if they do not go down Grindle Street to that elementary school, they most likely will go left or right on Cross Street, whether the Key Highway or the other. And there's a swarm of kids going to Digital Harbor through, and it's not just 7 a.m. 5:30 in the morning they're there, 9:30, 10 o'clock. They're still walking up the street from the bus route to get there. Lastly, it is aesthetics for me. I like to look at Federal Hill. This property has been in my family since it was built. And in reality, if you approve the variance, they will build. If you don't approve the variance, they won't build. And I think you clearly heard that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Alexandra Clough. I live at 1029 and 31 Riverside Avenue. So we're actually the houses that are directly across here. so the ones that would potentially be impacted light-wise. And I will keep this very brief because I know that most of my points have already been covered, but I just wanted to say that that is for us a factor. Unfortunately, I ran out of printer ink, but this is our current view from our roof deck, and it would impact the amount of light that we get to the 10 windows that are currently the front of our house, and also, just our view. The sort of suggestion about a green space that might be in some way problematic would for us be welcome. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And sir?
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Clayton Agello, and I'm going to speak today not only on my own behalf, but Federal Park Condominium Association. Our building is located right here on the exhibit that was provided by the opposing side. I'm going to be mercifully short because most of what I have to say has already been stated. I agree with with everything that has been said by the folks opposing this variance. For clarity, within Federal Park Condominium, there are 5 of us have resided there for more than 20 years. 3 of us have resided there for 3 to 5 years, and the remaining 3 owners and residents have been there for the past 2 years, or entered within the last past 2 years, and were attracted in part to the stable census of our building and the historical and environmental attributes of the immediate neighborhood. Before I go into the specific 3 points that I want to make, it would have been enormously helpful if the volumes of information that had been provided today at this meeting by the opposing side would have been provided over the last 9 months. There have been public meetings, there have been presentations by council, there have been lots of information, but much of that information has been inconsistent internally within their own documents, and in fact, today we've received more information than we've received in the last year about this project, and it's terribly unfair to have to make a decision and to argue points against information that we've only seen within the last 3 hours. Our association is unanimously opposed to the granting of the variance request because pursuant to 15-219 of the zoning code, we believe the board cannot credibly conclude that the variance request meets criteria explicitly defined in the zoning code that are needed to make the necessary findings required to approve the variance. Among the possible findings the board must make in order to approve the variance request, several are of special relevance to those of us who live in Federal Park condominium. It's already been made, but let me underscore that the board must find that the purpose of the variance is not based exclusively on a desire to increase the value or income potential of the property. We offer that the purpose of the variance is in fact to increase the number of units in the site and thus to increase the income potential of the site. Harbor Hill has not offered, even today, any credible non-financially related reasons for the proposed variance. A desire to increase the value or income potential of the property is not sufficient to grant the variance, and on this basis, the variance should be denied. The second area that I want to talk about is traffic congestion, that you need to, as I understand, find that the variance will not increase congestion in streets or create hazardous traffic conditions, even if it is limited to just the 15 or 20 extra units that are immediately of concern with regard to the variance that might be allowed. We offer that the current zoning code as applied to this development does appear to require 1 parking space for each unit, a provision with which Harbor Hill has said that they have represented that they will exceed actually by creating 1.4 spaces per dwelling unit. The existing configuration that composes these buildings right over here represent, when you count all the parking spaces, is actually a ratio of 1.36. It's 101 parking spaces for 74 dwelling units. Post-construction, the total configuration appears to result in a lower ratio of 1.13, and that represents a 17% decrease from what it is already right now. Unfortunately, again, because of the lack of clarity that has been provided over the last 12 months or so, we haven't really known what the exact number of parking spaces has been until actually today. Notwithstanding the number of parking spaces to be made available post-construction, with this variance, the density will in fact worsen and have negative consequences for on-street parking and traffic congestion and traffic flow in Federal Hill, including the greater greater unwanted use of by Harbor Hills residents of our driveway and parking lot, which goes from East Hamburg Street here, goes north to Warren Avenue. I think the expert testified from the city that about 50% of the traffic coming out of Harbor Hill actually comes across to East Hamburg Street. The other half goes down this way. Of that 50% that comes on East Hamburg Street, the Federal Park Condominium has written numerous letters over the last 25 years complaining about people who cut through our parking lot and use this, and they go at a high rate of speed. I myself was grazed by a car from Harbor Hill about 2.5 years ago while I was trying to come out of the building and walk down Warren Avenue. Also, with regard to one other point that was mentioned by one of the experts, is at this corner right over here, there is in fact a major conduit sewer that collects water from the entire neighborhood, particularly from here, and during large storms. This conduit over here does become flooded. So despite the expert testimony of the planning person that this is not a problem, there is problem with flooding at this corner over here. And in fact, usually on about a 1-year basis, the Water and Sanitation Department actually does come and has to clean out this sewer on a regular basis. Those of us who live in Federal Hill understand that the existing
Storm drain, correct?
Storm drain. Thank you. That's the word. Thank you. Those of us living in Federal Hill understand that the existing zoning code regulating off-street parking does not generate anything close to the sufficient supply of parking spaces to meet actual need for total parking in Federal Hill. The reality of the standard 1 parking space per dwelling unit is woefully inadequate and will result in a worsening of net spaces across Federal Hill, and it will only be exacerbated by the granting of this variance. That there is, in fact, an actual deficit in parking spaces across Federal Hill has been well documented in an independent study conducted by the Residential Parking Authority of Baltimore City. In Exhibit 1 to the testimony that I've provided today, there is a printed copy of the study, or the summary of the study, and it's a summary of the traffic flow and parking study that the city, undertook for Federal Hill residents and a previous owner of Harbor Hill Apartments, who also sought to expand the number of parking units on the same property. This study demonstrated that there existed at the time of the study a deficit of more than 1,000 parking spaces in Federal Hill, a deficit that has only increased since the study was completed due to other significant housing projects completed in Federal Hill in the interim period. The proposed variance sought by Harbor Hill will only contribute to this parking deficit and will make parking congestion even more severe than it already is, especially on Cross Street, Grindle Street, Hamburg Street, and Riverside Avenue. One only needs to spend a bit of time, as I do each day from my home office, with a window that is situated right here in the middle of the building and looks out across all of these areas, to witness firsthand existing congestion and interruption of traffic flow. And with all due respect again to the traffic expert that was here, I feel like I'm living in a different world listening to the results of the study. If you look at the congestion, or observe the congestion and the interruption of traffic flow caused by rush hour work and school bus traffic, tour buses, wedding coaches, BG&E utility trucks, Verizon and Comcast service trucks, private waste management trucks that go into this property at this gate over here, FedEx, UPS, and more recently Amazon delivery trucks and other vehicles that double park on Riverside because of a lack of sufficient existing on-street parking places. Doubling the size of Harbor Hill or expanding it the additional 15 or 20 or however many units are in that variance area will not only disrupt traffic flow and increase congestion meaningfully, but resulting in incremental deficit of total parking space will also place a further negative drag on decision-making by prospective property owners in Federal Hill. Just this past week, totally unexpectedly, I ran into a couple on the street who I struck up a conversation with, and they decided not to purchase a house in Federal Hill after renting for 4 months, only because of a lack of reliable parking for 2 cars near the single home they sought to purchase on Riverside. Given that the deficit in off-street parking spaces and the associated impact on traffic flow and congestion are already the number 1 or 2 most important and contentious issues among residents of Federal Hill, the board really must conclude that the variance will create several undue burdens as defined, and on this basis, the variance should be denied. Finally, I'll go to last item that I had on here, which the board must also find that the variance will not be in any way contrary to the public interest. We offer that the granting of the variance would preempt action by the proposed Federal Hill Historic District Commission for Historical and Architectural Preservation, CHAP, for which application was unanimously approved by the Board of the Federal Hill Neighborhood Association after public hearings and overwhelming support by its members, and submitted to Baltimore City on February 22nd, 2013. And for which action remains pending by the city, which we understand that a hearing is coming up within the next month or 2. I have a facsimile of the Neighborhood Association's application in the printed version of my testimony, and I'm going to reference it here and ask that it be made part of the record of this hearing. Such a preemption is not consistent with the publicly expressed and documented interests of Federal Hill residents. This expressed will of Federal Hill property owners seeking to become a CHAP historic district is established, including that property owners accept CHAP provisions and new property design should be subject to architectural review by a CHAP historic district's new property design. Thus, with the public will already expressed through a community vote that long predates the request for this variance, and to which Harbor Hill itself had opportunity to have input, the requested variance cannot be found by this board to be in the public interest. For reasons I provided in this testimony, we respectfully request that the variance be denied and that the board uphold the 25-foot and 10-foot setbacks. And we also request that this board encourage Harbor Hill to work with Federal Hill residents through the Federal Hill Neighborhood Association and CHAP to come up with an approach more in tune with the letter and spirit of the existing zoning requirements, and which is rooted in greater sensitivity to the input that reflects historic and environmental setting that Federal Hill represents. And I can give you a copy of my testimony here. You may have a...
I'm going to pass that out. We can incorporate that. All right, folks, we have heard from each side at this point at length. I think that we have a very good understanding of everyone's positions and arguments. We do have a number of folks who are still here waiting to be heard. And we also have one board member who's going to have to leave. So we're going to allot 5 minutes aside for closings, and then we're going to call it a day. All right? I guess the opposition, you'll go first, and then applicant, you have the last word.
Mr. Chairman and the board, this is the testimony that the Federal Hill Neighborhood Association would have submitted had they been given the time to present it today. I know we started this hearing at 1:30. It's now almost 6 o'clock, and so it's been about 4.5 hours. There are a lot of people here in opposition. I represent the Grindall's Yard Homeowners Association as the president. I'm not acting as in my position as an attorney right now. We are these 18 townhomes that are adjacent to this project, so it's a very important issue to us. I only want to raise one issue, and I'll leave it to council to close this. They are here asking for a variance, a rear side variance from the 25-foot setback. As a homeowners association, which includes these 18 homes, Lois Lane, a parking lot that is all part of our development, all of Lanassa Lane, parking along here, we have a very significant interest in this project because of the fact that this L shape, which they keep talking about, borders our entire property of Grindall's Yards. We do not believe that this is the rear of the project. We truly believe that this is the rear of this project. And you can say that it's not. You can say that this is the rear. You could say this is the rear. But the testimony here today is that this is a frontage, this is a frontage, this is a frontage. They have 3 frontages. It's unique. But if you look at this project, there's no question that this is the rear of the project. We believe that this developer has to have a 25-foot setback to the rear of the property and a 10-foot setback to the side of this property. That would require there to be a 25-foot setback to the rear here and a 10-foot setback off of Grindal Street to properly do this project. So that is our position as a homeowners association at Grindal's Yard. We think it's important. We were here in 2008. I know 2 of you were here in 2008 as members of this board. And so you know what we dealt with back then. And so we truly believe that that is the rear of the property and it impacts us. And that is why a 25-foot setback to the rear of this property, which we believe is here, is significant. And that while we oppose this variance, we oppose the fact that we believe that asking for a rear variance on Grindal Street and trying to suggest that it's going to look the same as everybody else on Grindal Street, and so therefore you as a board should allow the variance because of that, is disingenuous. And that truly this is the rear of the property, and they should be asking for a 25-foot setback here and a 10-foot setback on Grindal Street. And that is how we feel as an association.
Thank you. Council, did you have any remaining points?
Just by way of summation?
Yes.
Yeah, by way of summation, I think what we've heard today is that the property, the reason for the uniqueness of the property is its shape, and that does not qualify under the law and under the standards of the code for uniqueness. We have also heard that the reason for the variance is because they want to build more units and they want to build pool amenities to increase the value of the property, and that is not a proper purpose for a variance. I think we've heard today that the variances that are sought are going to impact the light and the air on Grindal Street, that it's going to increase an overall already overcrowding situation. Sure, it's just 15 units, but 15 units that may have more than one car, or likely have more than one car involved with them, since they're 2- and 3-bedroom units. They're going to contribute to congestion, hazardous traffic conditions, problems with transportations, particularly with the surges of transportations, given the unique area involved, increased burden on water, sewer, and school facilities, which are already stressed to their max, increased danger for fire and other emergency access, clearly what the main point here and the main takeaway I think today is that we can still do this project, but we've got to cut it back to comply with the zoning. There's no reason not to do that, and if we do that, 25 feet does make a difference, and there is a reason for those types of setbacks. And what you've heard from the community and the people that are there every day is it does make a difference. It will make a difference for them in their life, and I think that should control.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. I think it's longer than any of us expected, and I really appreciate your patience as well as everyone in the room. You've heard exhaustive testimony about uniqueness, about impacts, about practical difficulty. I'm not going to rehash everything with respect to uniqueness. I think the board understands it. I think the board also understands that the impacts, with respect to the impacts, the proper question is, what's the difference between the impacts that would result if we have a 25-foot setback or not? It's just that portion of the building that would be between 4 feet from the property line and 25 feet from the property line. What increased impact would that have on the neighbors? And I think all you heard are the same complaints you'd have even if the building was set back 25 feet. It's too big, it's too tall, there's too many people, there's not enough parking. They're all existing conditions, and the fact that the building is proposed to be 4 feet from the property line has no impact on any of those complaints. So when the board is saying that the consideration is the change in the number of units in the variance area, that is the appropriate question. But what is this case all about? The one thing that came up over and over is the motivation for this variance. That's what the whole case is about. Is it purely financially motivated or not? And that's really what should determine the board's decision. There's no single impact that is that different, 25 feet or 4 feet. There's no, we have heard nothing that really contradicts the uniqueness. You have council actually said, we recognize the only place on the property you could put this building is where you're proposing to put it. That's our practical difficulty. And the answer is sometimes the zoning regulations don't make sense. And that's why you have the ability to ask for a variance. It's not set up. The regulations are not set up to deal with a property like this that fronts on 2 and even 3 separate streets. We would love to call Grindle the front. We'd love to have some control over what the front, side, rear is of this property, but we don't. The regulations tell you if your address is on a street, the opposite of that is the rear. So we're stuck with this rear, and we're really treating it as a front. And the motivation for that is not purely money. We're not asking for more units than are allowed. We're not asking for a bigger building than is allowed, a taller building than is allowed, less parking spaces than are allowed. We're asking to properly design the building. That is the motivation. There are no other buildings on that street set back 25 feet. You will not find a multifamily apartment building in all of Federal Hill, maybe in the city, that's set back 25 feet from a property line. That's not how you design a building. This building will match the setbacks of all of the other buildings on Grindle Street. We're not making the sidewalks narrower. In fact, we're making them wider. We're improving the exterior conditions. From a public safety perspective, having the building up on the property line will decrease an area where people could congregate, and it'll give us the ability to put lights and to control the visibility of Grindle. There's crime now. You've heard testimony from the opponents. There's crime now. There's a carjacking. There's open-air drug sales. That is going on right now. Putting the building 25 feet back from the property line could exacerbate that. Putting it up on the street with proper lighting that's designed to have eyes on the street and to prevent criminal activity, that would be a benefit to the area. So we ask you to consider the fact that there are motivations far beyond financial in this case. And that really, from sitting here, for the most part, listening to testimony, I only handled one witness primarily. You hear over and over, this is all about money. That's not what it's about. It's about proper design, and it's about setting a building that matches with its surroundings. That's why UDARP gave its schematic approval. That's why Site Plan Review Committee gave its approval. That's why the Department of Planning, the only neutral party you've heard from today, that's why they strongly support this method of design. It's not to do with money, it's to do with proper design. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you all.
Take a 3-minute break.
Yes. Let's take a
bathroom.
3-minute, yes. We'll take a 3-minute break. So since Mike needs to leave, we'll deliberate on 2017-45. All right. Who wants to start?
I'm going to break it up into the two. The pool's a non-starter to me. It didn't even come close to the standards.
I would agree.
What was that?
The pool. I broke it up. I'm going to break it up into two. The pool didn't even come close.
Do you mind if I say something about that? In our data sheet, we indicated that it's a 10-foot setback for the interior side yard that they're seeking, that potentially needs a variance. But the pool is set back further than 10 feet from that. Everything else is at grade.
the fence,
It seems like Bob wants to argue with you.
No, I'm not arguing. Based on a verbal conversation with the applicant, I asked for an elevation.
well, they gave us that.
He indicated to me it's about 4 foot above grade.
Well, the grade, okay, I don't want to argue, but
I'm just letting you know that it's not.
the photographs show the grade is higher, but it's still the grade. And they're not changing the grade at all with the pool. And the pool sets back 10 feet from the interior side yard. So basically what they have in that interior side yard is a patio type where they put lounge chairs and a 6-foot fence, which doesn't need a variance. So that's the only thing I wanted to point out, that they may not even need a variance for this pool project.
Why is it before us as a variance?
Yeah, I mean, the thing would say to that is that it's been presented that way.
Well,
and so if there's a belief that, well, you said that it may not be. It
So,
was presented as if that there is, and that's what they were asking for. So I think that we might be sort of beyond that.
So in our data sheet, we said, according to the appellant's documents, the proposed rear addition will, I'm sorry, skip ahead to the pool. The pool deck and an expected 6-foot high fence appears to be on grade, but if the deck is above grade, it will project 10 feet into the required 10-foot side yard. The fence then needs a variance. I guess the question, you can deny the variance if it needs it. If they can convince the zoning administrator that it complies, then they could go ahead with the pool without a variance.
If it's on grade, then they don't need a variance, right?
That's what I'm
But
saying.
that's not the way I understood this thing.
Yeah.
Okay. And the way I looked at it, along with the photos and the drawing, it appears to be on grade to me.
Well, I agree with you, David. If it is, fine.
I hate to.
No, I think that the issue there, that like, the issue there is that that's not what the zoning administrator understood and sent it up to us. So, and that's certainly not also what the applicant understood, because that's why they argued for it. But to finish what you were saying, Frank?
No, I just said, assuming that they need the variance, and I agree with you, Jeff. I think the argument, they've taken a position they need it. I don't think they've met the standard for that.
Okay.
Okay, you said you
That's
took
what
it
I
in
wanted to
stages.
say.
1 and 2.
I'm sorry.
You said you took it.
Oh, yeah.
You said that's the pool.
Yeah, the building, I think I can get there with the building in terms of uniqueness and hardship.
I was yes on the building, no on the pool.
This is where I was on the pool. I'm with you. It didn't get close for me. The building. The problem I had was this: that the argument was that the structure fronts on multiple sides, and so therefore it doesn't fit within the code. But that's an argument for uniqueness. It's not an argument for hardship or practical difficulty. And when we got down to the question of hardship, there never really was an answer, and the only thing that was stated was either a desire to make the building larger for revenue generation purposes, or a desire to make desire to build to the property line for really aesthetics and design considerations.
Didn't you see the easement as a hardship, or you added
Well,
it to uniqueness?
no, there's two things with the easement. The existence of the easement, sure, that makes it unique, but the question will a hardship result if the variance isn't granted? So existence of the easement may make the property unique. And the testimony also from the architect was that if the easement wasn't there, all that they would do was they would just simply build into it. It's not that they would shift the building back. So the desire to build into the setback area is motivated just by either the aesthetic design concern of, well, we want to build to the building line, or, as the planning expert testified, to make the property quote-unquote feasible, which gets to the economics. So I saw uniqueness. I think that was easy, but I couldn't see how there would be a hardship for a reason that was other than economics.
I guess it's the spirit of the law versus the letter of law with me to some degree, because I am inclined as a developer or builder to want to encompass best practices from an architectural
And I think that
perspective.
that's why they were approved at those, at the, before the panels that consider design issues, because they heard and they understood that. I would also point out that I don't think that the configuration that we were presented with really is the only way to achieve what they're looking for. I see a rather easy way to achieve the same thing by just doing it a different way but they've chosen to do it this way. I don't think that they can accomplish their aim this way. I hear you as far as, you know, the desire to want to build to the to that building, I mean, to the property line, but the folks who drafted and implemented the code wanted to have rear yard setbacks, and that's really why they're in this pickle, is because they're dealing with a property that fronts on Warren, and so now they're dealing with the rear yard.
But doesn't that create the hardship?
No.
The fact that it's an anomaly?
No, that's uniqueness. That's not hardship. I would point out that the only reason that they're seeking this variance is because they're dealing with a rear yard setback, because the property fronts on Warren. If the property, for example, fronted on a different street, they wouldn't be asking for a rear yard setback. But in this, it happens to be that they are, but in any event, I don't see a hardship that's for any reason other than economic, that would result if they didn't build to the property line.
I'm just trying to think of different multi-dwellings throughout the city and not knowing each individual situation, but just like the one that's going up on Ford Avenue at the entrance of
Lawrence. Mm-hmm.
I mean, that thing's right on the sidewalk.
Sure, because the property fronts on Ford Avenue, and they may have well, first of all, the property is governed by a PUD, and I think it's it's governed by a PUD, so it's not, I don't believe that it's within I don't think it's got the same design constraints, but be that as it may, the property fronts on Ford Avenue, and I believe there is a portion that's set back from the side, but even if it's not, there's the entrance from the garage that that's along that Lawrence Street side, and so if you've got that setback there, it just creates, the only way you would use that space would be as pedestrian ingress and egress, and I don't really think that you want to have a busy access point that's crossed by pedestrians. But as I said, I don't think that project is governed within the zoning code, and more importantly, it's not in front of us.
Would the limitations on the easement and the height under the urban renewal plan contribute to to a hardship?
Well, that's sort of where I came. I look at it as the totality of everything, adding everything together. It's not a classic hardship, but adding all the factors here together, that's how I got, and leaning towards the improving the building.
Well, again, sounds a lot like uniqueness. It's not, the question is, will a hardship result if the variance isn't granted? And the height imposed by the urban renewal ordinance, that's there regardless of whether there's a variance or not. Certainly, if there wasn't if the urban renewal ordinance wasn't there, then sure, then they wouldn't need the then they wouldn't need the variance. They would build up. Although I think that there also was some testimony that that the reason why why the building height is such as it is because it's over top of a garage. So you could just simply make the garage smaller and get a parking variance. But the existence of that height restrictions, again, goes to the uniqueness. I don't think that it goes to a hardship.
I kind of agree with Frank that there is. I got there because of the totality of it all. You know, the physical surroundings, the shape. We've had plenty of decisions where we've had a triangular shaped or trapezoidal shaped or some other shaped land property, and we found that shape was a key element to finding the practical difficulty or the hardship. And I kind of draw the same kind of conclusion here. Factored in also with the easement and this physical surroundings of how all the other properties are, you know, right up against the street. I kind of put it all in the same pot.
Again, I'd point out there is that those properties front on the street.
Right.
So that's not, they're dealing, the instance here is with a rear yard.
Right, right.
So for example, if you subdivided the property and you made the front of it Grindle, then it would be the exact same situation that you're talking about as far as building up to that property line. But that's not what's before us. It's a rear yard. He's got to run, so.
Yeah, I can cast my vote now if you're going to deliberate more.
Did you want to offer anything? Are you ready?
Leaning towards Frank and Marty's mode of thinking. I think the totality gets us to the hardship. I'm still having trouble with the pool. I just don't.
To me, the pool's a non-starter.
Yeah. Pool's a non-starter.
And plus, I asked them about alternative designs for the pool, and there was never any testimony on that. All right, let's vote. Oh, we lost Derek.
He left some time ago.
That's all right. I got it.
He left some time ago.
He had to leave.
Okay, I guess, Bob, you're taking the vote? All right, on 2017-45, 211-301 Warren Avenue, I'm a no.
I'm a yes on the building, no on the pool.
I'm a yes on the building, no on the pool.
Yes on the building, no on the pool.
Same here. Yes on the building, no on the pool.
All right.
My apologies, ladies and
Good
gentlemen.
evening.
You'll still get home before I will.
Knock on wood. All right, calling 2017-3, 3845 Falls Road, Lori Yurdy.
I wasn't on the record there, Chairman. I said I wasn't on the record there.
Okay.
Are they still here?
Yes. All right, we're calling 2017-3, 3845 Falls Road, Lori Yurdy.
Yeah, that's my wife. She's unavailable.
Okay. Your name, sir?
Charlie Jurdy, G-J-E-R-D-E.
Okay, and Mr. Jurdy, we have this as an application to add an outdoor table service and catering to existing restaurant/tavern. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, if you can raise your right hand and be sworn, please, sir.
You swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, and do we have staff reports?
We have one report from planning.
pardon me. Planning Department reviewed this application and has these recommendations concerning approval if it's granted. The department would request these conditions for approval. The capacity of the outdoor seating area in the rear of the property will be not more than 8 tables and 32 patrons. Tables will be limited to those that can seat 4 patrons and are to be kept in accordance with the plan approved by the board. There will be no outdoor bar, no outdoor music, jukebox, or other form of entertainment, and all patrons must be seated for dining and served by wait staff. Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Jurdy, are those conditions stated by the Planning Department acceptable to you?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Why don't you tell us about what you're proposing here?
Well, we are located at 3845 Falls Road, and in the rear of the building, there's about a 80-foot by 50-foot area that we'd like to turn into some outdoor dining. It'll consist of 8 tables of 4. And then, in addition, we also would like to get catering added to our license, or be zoned for catering. I brought a layout of what we're planning.
Okay. Can you pass that up? And your catering operation, can you give us some information about that?
It would just be sort of in addition to what we're a full-service restaurant. We're open 7 days a week for lunch and dinner and brunch on the weekends, and that would just be in addition to what we do. We would do off-site catering.
Okay.
Would that be, in terms of the volume that you do at the restaurant, is catering going to be a major part, a minor part?
Very minor. I would say 5% or less. I have more copies of that if you need it.
We actually have it.
Okay. And I have a catering menu as well.
Sure, if you want to pass it. Any other questions?
You should have brought some of this with you tonight.
You can use it.
That would be much appreciated if you had done that. All right, thank you very much.
All right, thanks a lot.
Have a good evening. 2016-413, 2273 West Baltimore Street, Gerald Payne.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir. You're Mr. Payne?
Yes, sir.
All right, and Mr. Payne, we have this application to use the first floor as a delicatessen and seafood store. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you can raise your right hand and be sworn, please, sir.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Not true.
All right, do we have staff reports?
Basically, we have a 59 signature petition where the indications are that the community, they've known this property and the operator for the past 20 years. They have no objection and they support the request. And then we have planning's report.
Planning Department reviewed the application, noted that the last authorized use of the property was as a carry-out food shop. The applicant is requesting a change of non-conforming use in this R8 district to a delicatessen and seafood store, and the department has the position it recommends approval of this application if the non-conforming use of this property has not been discontinued or abandoned. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and Mr. Payne, why don't you tell us about what you're planning on doing?
Well, I want to do a delicatessen and a seafood market. Me and my granddad is avid fisherman. We're trying to get the neighborhood eating healthier and catching fresh fish. He got a commercial fishing business in Florida. We also fish up north, and we do a lot of fishing. So a lot of times I come back and I give a lot of fishing in the neighborhood where I'm at, and a lot of the older folks in the neighborhood, I want to cater to them because Lexington Market is a little ways for them to bus rides. A lot of older homeowners, so I want to cater to that crowd, and I want to do the delicatessen more so for like the hospital that's there. There's Bon Secours is there, and other small little places around. They don't really have no good healthy places to eat. They're getting fried food and bad stuff. Trying to get the neighborhood eating a little healthier. That's also.
What's at the location right now?
Well, there's nothing there now. It was a restaurant for years. I got some from previous owners of how it was approved already. They just didn't go all the way through to. I only acquired the building 14 months ago.
Okay.
So from there, I'll just pursue the delicatessen because they already was approved for most of the stuff that I already want to do. I got drawings of what they was going to do, and the drawings of what I want to do. That's for the layout for downstairs.
Okay, yeah, I think we have that one.
Okay.
All right. And so they were there before you purchased the property?
Yes.
Okay. And what's in is there anything in the store right now?
No, that's work stuff. Stuff we're going to start going to work for. Okay. Got stuff. There ain't nothing tied in. Everything is going to do. I'm going to put all new water lines, everything in new, and sinks and everything I need to do. There's an apartment over top. I was going to use it for store space. Okay. So that's finished though. That was already finished. I bought it like that when I bought the property.
Okay. Any questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's not mine.
Okay.
We're trying to get all the paperwork together for Essex Street.
Okay, well, we won't go Essex.
How much do you need to get together?
Where's the letter?
You got one left on the second page, Joe.
All right.
The 458 came
Yeah. Yeah. And let's put that on the record. 2016-458, 746 North Fulton Avenue is postponed. All right. You're going to call 2017-46, 707 South Highland Avenue.
Yes, sir.
Your opposition go home?
Yes.
All right, we have this as an application to demolish the existing second floor rear addition in order to construct a new two-story rear addition that will include a rooftop deck with internal access. Is that correct?
There is a rear deck. There's no rear addition right now. So we would be replacing what exists as a deck on the second floor and build an extension, a two-floor extension that goes out about.
Okay, so the existing, I guess what's existing on the second floor is a deck onto which you would construct a new rear addition that would include a rooftop deck with internal access.
Correct. We would remove the deck that's there, though. I just want to correct that.
All right, and your name for the record, sir?
Don Caleri.
All right, you can raise your right hand.
Sure.
Just one, please.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, do we have staff reports?
We do have a letter from the property owner at 703 South Highland Avenue.
Is it the same person who signed in?
No.
Okay.
I think she was a separate neighbor.
She was a friend, actually, yeah.
Friend of the person that wrote the letter.
Correct.
She says, I'm submitting this letter to express my opposition to the proposed construction identified in Appeal 2017-46 for a two-story, 12-foot long addition in the rear of the house. I do not oppose the rooftop deck. The reason I oppose the two-story, 12-foot long addition is that it would reduce my view of the sky and direct sunlight from southern exposure from my back door window, dining room window, and backyard, and greatly reduce the feeling of openness that currently exists. There's a courtyard feeling with all the backyards along the odd side of South Holland between Foster and Fate. that is open, sunny, and airy. You can see from yard to yard without anything to block the view or open ceiling. That would be broken by the intrusion of the addition of this new construction. Exposure to sun and light, especially southern exposure, is very important to me. It's one of the major reasons why I bought my house. I have many windows that face south. This is a quality of life issue for me. She also attached some photographs, which I'll pass down for the board members to look at. Good, we stalled long enough.
Was that it?
Yes, that concludes our staff report.
Okay. Anything from planning, Ms. French?
Planning Department has no comment on this application. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and Mr. Kolari, did you have an opportunity to speak with your opposition before she left?
I spoke with her, and she was just basically telling me that she was representing her friend, and just wanted to represent her concern. I have a question though, because we talked a little bit about it, and after hearing the letter, I'm not sure how many windows this would block, because this is a row home. Ours is a corner house that we're looking to extend, and hers, the opposition's is 2 houses over. So I don't know that dining room, et cetera, hers is an interior house, so I would think that it would only affect the rear window. And the comments made to me, the detail was the way the sun rises, it would block the sunlight to her home or her backyard. And my question was, well, there's a deck there now. The 2-story addition that we're looking to add only goes approximately 2 more feet than the deck that would be obstructing that sunlight today. And she also mentioned that they had she didn't think that her friend had an issue with a 2nd floor addition, which is strange to me, because the 1st floor is below a wall that, would block any sun that was lower. I'm having trouble conceptualizing the concern about blocking sunlight.
Sure. She's had some photographs there that provide a little bit of perspective as far as the view from our property, if you want to take a look at this. But from looking at your plans, it looks like you're looking to construct a 12-foot addition off the 1st and the 2nd floors?
Correct.
And as you stated, there's an existing 2nd floor deck that would be demolished.
Correct. That would be this deck.
Resulting, I guess you would have, we've got 18 feet, 8 inches that would be left in the rear, and you're off of a 4-foot alley, so there's no parking or anything like that would be possible.
Yes, there is, actually. It's on the side, though, because we're a side house. Correct.
But, I mean, yours is the only one that would be able to park on that entire alley, because it's only a 4-foot alley.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
It's really side parking. It's coming off Muller Street.
Yeah.
Parking, correct.
So if you're coming off of Muller, is there an existing curb cut there?
There is not.
Okay. So you'd need to, I guess, apply for one if you're going to use that for parking?
That's correct. Now, we've submitted the plans. I'm not sure how relevant it is, but we just received the CHAP's approval for the detailed plans that you're looking at, so it's compliant for historical purposes.
Okay. It looks like there's the master bedroom that's going to go in the second floor rear, and then in the first floor rear in the new addition, looks like there's going to be a mudroom, pantry, coat room, mudroom, well, I mean, powder room.
And powder room, correct. Can I question the pictures here? I'm not sure I'm following even this. It's the view that would be obstructed. If this is not mine, or, well, I guess this is from 707, so yes, it would come out to here.
Mm-hmm.
So the obstructed view would be the back of those houses.
Yeah. That's what I understood. Okay, you want to pass that?
Oh, sorry.
Any questions? Okay. All right. Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
Oh, straight down there now?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Calling 2017-33, 2244 Essex Street. Ida Gamerman.
Somebody from the Harbor Hill hearing left some documents. Do you want them?
Okay. Ms. Gamerman, we have this as an application to construct a 3-story rear addition, including first floor front access garage and new 4th floor with additional cooking facilities and deck onto a single-family attached dwelling. Is that correct?
No cooking facility.
It's been amended that no cooking facilities.
Okay. Okay, so it's with a new 4th floor, no cooking facilities, and deck. Is that correct? Okay. All right. If you can raise your hands and be sworn, please.
Do you swear or affirm that, raise your right hands if you can testify, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
So I know, but.
I do.
Okay. And, sir, your name for the record?
David Gammerman, Dr. David Gammerman.
Okay. Do we have staff reports?
Yes. We have letters from the residents of 623 South Patterson Park Avenue, 602 South Patterson Park Avenue, 625 South Patterson Park Avenue, 619 South Patterson Park Avenue, and 2226 Essex Street. In summary, they write that the proposed addition would negatively impact the enjoyment of their property, blocking the afternoon sun. Section 15-219 of the Baltimore City Zoning Code requires that the board make certain findings in order to grant a variance, including that variance will not be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property in the immediate area. I wish to express my opposition to the above-mentioned zoning appeal as proposed. I own 2 homes a few doors up from the site in question, 602 South Patterson Park Avenue, which is my residence, as well as 604 South Patterson Park Avenue. I moved here in 1994 from New York City, where tall buildings rule, and although the scenario does not actually apply here, I feel that a precedent is being set that could change not just the light distribution to the homes of the current residents, but also to the character of the neighborhood. While the latter may not appear important, it is this very element that keeps individuals secure in the area in which they live from one generation to another. I ask that you consider this proposal very carefully. My primary concern with the plans as currently proposed is the addition of the fourth floor being added to the property. The proposed addition requires a variance of the permitted height of 35 feet and would negatively impact the enjoyment of my property by blocking this afternoon sunlight. This letter writes, we will lose the sunlight from the southwestern direction. We are also concerned that if this variance is granted, additional neighbors will seek to add similar structures to their property. Our neighbor even said that while they were not in favor of this design, they were not going to protest it because if they went through this, they would petition to do the same thing with their property. The last letter from the resident says, the owner has presented us with preliminary drawings of the renovation via email, but the information is difficult to comprehend and is almost illegible. Given the information, we are uncertain of exactly what the property owner is attempting to construct. And then we have the letter from the Canton Community Association. They write, we are pleased to see that this property will be a single-family dwelling unit and that the improvements will receive much-needed renovation. Let's see. We received expressions of concern from neighbors of this property, particularly concerning the height of the proposed addition. We wish to advise the board that except for the height variance, the Canton Community Association supports the application in this matter. As for the height variance, we are not opposed to the request, but neither do we support it. And then we have planning's report.
Planning Department reviewed this application, notes that this property is contained within the Canton Waterfront Urban Renewal Area. This particular urban renewal plan has a 35-foot height restriction. It also contains a provision providing that this restriction may be waived by the Commissioner of Housing and Community Development after a review of the development by the community pursuant to a sections C4C of the plan. The department also has the opinion that the two-level addition to the rear of the property could be reduced to a single additional level to keep it compatible with the two-story rear extensions of the neighboring structures along Essex Street and compatible with the two-story facades of the row houses immediately north of this property on the west side of Patterson Park Avenue. The department therefore recommends that approval of this application, if granted, be subject to the condition that the Commissioner of Housing and Community Development approves a waiver of the 35-foot height limitation now applicable to the existing structure. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and Mr. and Mrs. Gammerman, is that condition stated by the Planning Department acceptable to you?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't you tell us about what you were proposing here?
Okay.
My wife wanted to speak first.
Okay. I am Ida Gammerman. I wanted to first thank the board for their time and consideration. David and I are very excited about this project. It's not an investor rehab and flip, but it will be our family home. We know that this renovation will make a significant improvement to the Essex Street, Patterson Park Avenue, and Canton neighborhood. This property, let's face it, is an eyesore and has been this way for a long time. We purchased it from the Noonan family, who owned and operated a plumbing supply business on the first floor and the 2 apartments for many, many years. We were fortunate enough to get to the blessing of their daughter when we purchased it. This property is unique. It's a triangle. This uniqueness restricts the ability to make livable space. I think my husband and I have done the best we can to create livable space for a single-family home. We did hear from the Canton Community Association. There were concerns from some of the neighbors. We set up a meeting with them last Friday to hear their concerns, and you asked us again to meet with them again today, and we did. We do hope that they'll be happy with the renovation and that this will bring property values up for all of us.
So I wanted to say, again, to my new neighbors, hi, everybody. And I do apologize if we ruffled some feathers in some senses, but, you know, we're trying to make this a wonderful home. And, you know, not everybody's going to agree with what we're looking to do. And so my understanding of this process includes the neighborhood approval as discussed, and we did make an attempt, went to the neighborhood association, went to the individuals, discussed with them what we were looking to do. We do have some differing opinions. One of there's two real issues. The one that I believe is of concern here today is in reference to height variance and the issue of reduced sunlight. It was explained to me that there is a priority to the weight of this opposing position. And the highest priority is given to someone who's adjacent to the building who may or may not be directly affected. Less priority to someone across the street, and even less priority the further someone is located away from the property. It's my understanding that really only one of the parties here, 619 Patterson Park, is potentially one of the affected parties, that the other ones really don't have any significant claim by virtue of their property location.
Let me make one thing clear. We encourage people to talk to try to resolve this, but we make the decision.
Sure.
Okay. No matter what you guys come up with.
I understand. Again, I wanted to reiterate that this is an unconventional and unique property, as my wife Ida said. It does significantly reduce the ability to make useful living space. Much of the areas of the house are inefficient because the property does not have normal right angles. The building's a triangle. Essentially, it's a big triangle. So you lose a lot of usable space, and it's a very sharp angle triangle, too. I'm assuming you've also seen the pictures, and you're all familiar with it. So whereas it may appear to be a larger home for the neighborhood, it's deceiving because of the shape of some of the rooms. With that in mind and other factors to be discussed, we are requesting a 5-foot variance for the 4th floor room for more living space. As of now, there are other properties that exist with a similar structure and height. I know that precedent is not an issue, at least that's what my understanding is. I did want to present some pictures, only because I wanted you to understand that we're not unique in this neighborhood. The first picture that I presented is 2246 Fleet Street, which is 43 foot high. That is a block away and a block farther north. The other one is the whole block of 7 homes on the same street, Essex Street, which is 1 block away, and that's 2330 through 2342 Essex Street, and those are called Cambridge Walk, which are 45 feet high. So, you know, whereas each one is on an individual basis, I understand that, you know, we're not alone within a block of these, of the property. I would like you to know a little bit about us. I'm 59 years old. I started my business career as an optometrist. For the past 15 years, I've been a landlord, real estate investor, and contractor. My wife Ida is a realtor. One of the things that you learn from being a landlord is how important a basement is for living space, especially in the city. I think we all know that. In many families, basements are where the children go. In other families, it's where the adults go to have their own space. So I've been married for 25 years, and I've realized that one of the keys to a happy marriage is to have your own space. So what I'm requesting here is that this is relevant because this house does not have a usable basement. And the first floor potentially is going to be the garage, and it's going to encompass most of the space. The room that I'm requesting a 5-foot variance for will essentially be my basement/office. It is an essential part of our home. It is not a party room. Ida and I are both self-employed, and we both work from home. We are home a significant amount of time. To survive in business and marriage, we each need our own space and our own offices. Additionally, we each have elderly parents that at some point will be moving in the near future. They're in their 80s. And we'll need every bit of space that we could actually acquire or use in that building. With regards to the neighbor's concern of reduced light, I'd like to present to you the following information. As per the board's criteria, or the building planning and zoning's criteria, the house that's in question that we're referring to, that I believe really is the only party here that has a significant claim, is not contiguous to our property. It is not directly across the street. It is indirect across the street and north several houses. The neighbor's property is 101 feet from our property to their front window. And this does not include the setback of a minimum setback of 8 feet that's proposed for the 4th-story room addition. Additionally, the 600 block of South Patterson Park, I don't know if you've seen the pictures, I assume, is a very wide street, even more so where Essex is. So there's a lot of room. It's not like everybody's real close to each other. This is a big, wide street.
What's the square footage of the finished house?
You know, to be honest with you, I don't really have an official number. I would say the 1,000 square foot on each floor is what I believe it is.
Okay.
In addition, and of significance, to me, the one neighbor who has a claim, she has a beautiful, large 40-foot tree in front of the neighbor's in front of her property, which already blocks a lot of the light as it presently exists. And I have a picture here that I wanted to show you, and this is her house. It's to the left of the green door, and that's the tree with the shade in front of it. So, additionally, there's essentially no really front yard there. There's not a lot of personal space. It's, you know, these are city row homes. We are all familiar with them. Even in the winter, this 40-foot tree significantly covers the front of the house. For 9 months of the year, that tree blocks the majority of the light on the front of the neighbor's property. The most important fact, and again, is that this reduced amount of light, which is what the issue is, my understanding, is essentially for 30 minutes to an hour a day. And it's shining through a 30-inch wide window. One other thing I wanted to show you is, again, the same house and the same window that's of issue. And so if you look at the photo of my neighbor's property, albeit it's a small contributing factor, there's a shutter there that's covering the window, half of the window. So realistically, this particular complaint from this particular individual, there's reduced light for 30 minutes to an hour a day for no more than 3 months a year because the house is shaded by the tree through a 30-inch wide window, which is 50% covered. So I believe the real issue that's going on here with this particular individual is, there's another picture, is that she has a rooftop deck. And I believe that's more of the concern of what's going on, that this potential room that I'm going to build is going to block her view. And again, even if that were an issue, you know, you have this whole huge horizon, this whole huge expanse of downtown Baltimore. And there's my one little slice from, 108 feet away of this room. What percentage of that view is it blocking, if the view was even an issue?
And what's the address for that property?
619 North Patterson Park. I'm sorry, south. Excuse me. The other thought that I feel is appropriate to mention, whether it's
So that's on the other side of Fleet Street?
Oh, Patterson Park, yeah.
South Patterson Park.
Well, looking at your block on Patterson Park, I see the address is going from 610 up to 602 going, I guess, north. So this property would be, I guess, across the street?
North, across the street and north, yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
The other thought, and again, I just want you to be aware that I feel is appropriate to mention, that this time of day is dusk. This is, this is when this issue occurs. And this is generally when people are coming home from work. Today when people work, they're not even necessarily going to be home at that particular period of time, depending on their work and their lifestyle. So also when they come home, they're preparing for the evening, they're cooking dinner. It's not as though someone's going to be sitting in that particular area, that particular spot that's going to be affected on a consistent basis every day for the rest of their life. Yes, may this occur? It may. What is the realistic potential of the time that's going to be involved here? Additionally, it's my understanding that we could build a doghouse, which is, you're all familiar with doghouse, I'm assuming, and as permitted, that is permitted. And it was this particular neighbor, even in her letters, consented to a doghouse. And if that would be the case, this doghouse is going to have somewhat of the same effect as the room. It's
going to be much smaller than what you
Well,
have.
yes, it is going to be smaller, but
You've got a bathroom and a fireplace. That's
yes,
not,
I agree.
Not your typical doghouse.
Yes, I do agree with you. But again, we're talking about a window 30 inches wide, 50% covered. Finally, the room that we're requesting, which is what I'm referring to, is that, why do we need this room? Well, it's really the room that I'm going to be spending 5 days a week in. It's my office and / personal space, and it's a major part of the house. So at this point, I'll let them rebut, and we can go from there. Excuse me.
Good evening. My name is Janine DePaula Stevens. I'm actually the owner of the two properties he was mentioning, 617 South Patterson Park and 619 South Patterson Park. If I could just mention, because I've been in the neighborhood for such a long time, this was actually an old firehouse, which is why you all granted the variance. There was a firehouse on the lower level, which became a multi-car garage, and they wanted to go up 2 floors, and they added this partial addition. So that was why that actually took place with that one. And I know that this is a complete grouping of homes. I think it's, I want to say 10 to 15. Is it 10? Somewhere in that ballpark. A bit away from us, but it's an entire community, so they're all the same height, all in the same area. In reference to my concerns, first, I believe the variance could be applicable to other properties in the neighborhood, which is a concern. I believe that this addition is a place that is going to increase the value of their property, but as the drawings that I have reviewed indicated, they have a beautiful home that they've put together with a 3-bedroom, 3-bath plus study. I recognize we all want more space, but I do feel that this entity is going to inhibit our sunlight, and that is the main concern for these 2 properties that I own, both of which have outdoor flower beds that I've cultivated. The pictures that I've taken and I included in my letter, I only have one copy of it, but they were taken between the hours of 2:30 and 4 o'clock. One from that window that he stated, which in the city we all want a little bit of privacy, so the way that we've done this to maximize sunlight is instead of putting blinds and drapes, we did the shutters so that we would get the sun, because we don't see sun to this side of the house until late in the afternoon. And then this one, these were taken from the ground floor, so this is my first floor, which the second floor is of more concern to me, which does have sunlight, and there are no blinds or shutters on those windows. So it is a concern. It's going to block the sun. There's a possibility that it will hurt the flower beds. In regards to the large tree outside, I would love to take it down, but I'm not allowed to. The city owns that tree. So we have asked for it to be cut back, and if you looked at it, it has been cut back away from our house to allow as much light as possible to reach our house, as well as our neighbors. So that is our concern. My concern primarily is with the sunlight. I recognize we're not directly next to the house, but we are across the street. And when you look at and kind of visualize where that unit might be, it's going to block the sun for a decent amount of time. And here I can give you this too, so you have at least 2 copies of that. Oh, and I'm sorry if I could make one other comment in regards to the rooftop deck. I love them. Go for it. The doghouse is not going to block the sun for the amount of time that this entity will. And just to give you a perspective, when I get up because I have a tall ceiling. When you get to my roof, I would sit above their so there's no issue with my view. The view will be the same. That's not a concern. I would love for them to have a deck and be able to enjoy that just like the rest of us. It's just the addition of such a large structure on their roof that I would ask that the variance not be granted. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nicole Folks. I live at 2216 Essex Street, so this is probably, I guess, like 8-10 houses down from the subject property. Just to give you a little bit about my background, I am a practicing attorney. I do practice land use zoning, real estate law. I know. I've actually appeared before you guys many times. But I'm also an adjunct professor at University of Maryland School of Law and Penn State Dickinson Law, where I teach real estate. And when I look at this application for a variance, this is something I would show to my students as a very good example of a bad application. It does not even meet the basic requirements for a variance. It does not demonstrate, and he's admitted, there's no undue hardship, there's no practical difficulty. These additions are purely to have more room in a home they bought. If they needed more room, they could have bought a bigger house. And then I also wanted to talk about this.
The argument is that because of the shape of the house.
That's my next point.
That they lose, because it's triangular in shape, that they lose a lot of interior usable space, which forces them to go up.
Right, and the uniqueness argument, I had comments about that next, because directly across the street is an oddly shaped triangle home, which was just in the last year completely renovated, and they sought no variances. They had no need to. They dealt within that unique triangular shape of that home, and then go again across the street again between Essex and Foster. Another triangular home was gutted completely, and that home did not require any variances whatsoever.
Isn't that the choice of the owner? I mean, just because one property doesn't seek a variance, that doesn't mean another unique property, even across the street, couldn't get a variance.
Well, the uniqueness, though, that does not require to go up into a fourth floor.
No, I'm just talking about uniqueness. You were mentioning uniqueness, and that was, two owners did not get a variance. And my point to you is that doesn't bear upon this case. Whether or not someone else gets a variance doesn't mean that this gentleman couldn't get a variance.
It goes to Janine's point that she made about the precedence, that if we give a variance to this particular property, then any property that's oddly shaped can say, I'm oddly shaped, so I should be able to go up, even though I don't have to demonstrate an undue hardship or a practical difficulty.
We have to meet the standards.
Correct, and that's why I'm saying they don't, which makes it a good example of a bad zoning variance. I do have a question for the board. On the agenda, it says that you're considering the garage. Is that part of your consideration tonight?
Because I don't see that the garage is...
It's on the agenda.
Three-story rear addition.
Well, it's included within the description that there will be a first floor front access garage. But in looking at the issues that are in front of us, I've got lot coverage, rear yard, and height.
So we're not going to talk about that tonight because there's opposition to that, because it would take away, there would be no net gain of parking. It would take away 2, possibly 3 parking spaces for their garage. And if that was to be considered by the board, we want to voice our objection to that as well.
I don't see that as one of the issues that's been identified.
Yeah. Sorry, I was on my way to the restroom. But the garage requires a curb cut, which is a separate process from the city.
That's what I was going to say next.
So, if you get the curb cut, you can have the garage, basically. It is part of this application because it's shown on the plans for the house.
But it won't be a point of decision, of your decision this evening.
No, as I said, I've got the 3 issues that we have associated with this appeal as being lot coverage, rear yard, and height.
Okay. So that is my testimony then, so I won't address the parking issue because we're vehemently opposed to that. Thanks. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Paul Jessen. I live on 2226 Essex Street, and I had submitted a letter last week. Couple points of clarification. There was a letter from the Canton Community Association endorsing the construction and renovation of the property. That's erroneous. This property is actually located in Fells Prospect, so the wrong community association has voiced an opinion about this. So I've addressed that in my letter, but just wanted to point that out. Secondly, about the variance, they are asking for 5 feet variance exception to the variance. But when they shared the plans with us last week, when we met on Thursday, and we looked at the elevation drawing, it's a 10 foot this way. I'm trying to just. Okay. I'm looking at everyone. 10 foot to 11 foot addition, including the roof. So just want to point.
The issue is that the height that we show is. Let me see. I saw the front elevation here.
Yeah, I couldn't read it off of the drawing they had supplied, but the
40-foot height.
Yeah.
And they're permitted to do 35. By law.
Okay, from the base of the existing roof, though, it looked like it was 10 to 11 feet.
So what we've got is that, yes, the total height from the, I guess from the loft subfloor to the roof peak, looks like it's about 10 feet in total height. But they're allowed to go up to 35. And then, so the total height is 40. So you only look at the amount above that. So yes, the total height of the addition is 10 feet, but the only portion that's above the maximum allowable height is 5 feet.
Agreed. It's just much taller. 10 feet, 11 feet is much higher than it is now. That's the only point I was making.
Well, but they can build to
But
35.
they can get 5, yeah.
Oh, understood. The last point is to echo what Nicole said about the parking. I understand that might not be an issue, but I would like to at least make reference to it. The street is very parking challenged, for lack of a better word, and we will lose spots. So I think it was another error by a different department of the city. Looks like Land Use and Urban Design Division didn't realize where the curb cut was going, had parking. They said parking didn't exist, but it is usable parking, so we will lose spaces there. And that is a major problem, yeah, and sticking point for us, so.
Parking is not before us.
Right. I just wanted to, my name's Pete Chesner, and I live directly across the street from the house. I can definitely understand the argument that you want as much space as you can get out of your house. I echo what all of my neighbors have said here with the variances. As I said, live directly across the house. I know this property very, very well. I also was one that put in a bid to purchase this property when it was for sale. It has 3,000 square feet, and it has a triangular appearance. Definitely has 3 walls instead of 4, but I was in it, and I had plans in my head, and I don't feel that there's any major hardship with the shape of the property. It still has 3,000-foot levels that have, at least in my opinion, and when I was looking into improving the property, would be quite useful space on all 3 levels. Okay. Yeah.
My name is Jennifer Calhoun, and I live at 2226 Essex Street, and I don't really have anything additional to add other than I echo what everybody else has said here. We are right smack in the middle of this block. We have a roof deck, which has increasingly diminishing views and sunlight, and we would appreciate to be able to keep intact what views we have without setting precedent and creating more structures and diminishing view sites. So, thank you.
My turn?
You done?
Sure.
Everybody done here? Yeah.
Anything else? So, in closing, I wanted to mention just a couple of things real quick. I'm going to try and be brief. We've met with these individuals, you know, as I said, starting with emails and then with a meeting with them, and then outside here again today, because I really wanted to hear what they had to say, and I really wish that you all could hear what was going on out there, because what really is the biggest issue that they have is parking. And parking is, my understanding, a moot point for here with this board. But just as an aside, I have a letter from Eric Tizzo, which approved the curb cut and parking. Excuse me, I can't see. I'm the optometrist, I should know better, right? This is Eric Tizzo's letter. If you read the second portion of it, I think that's where it discusses that they approve it. I think my understanding of the, quote, misconception of what's going on there is that the way that corner is, because it's such a large space, people were coming around and it was unsafe. And so they created a no parking zone with lines and with these, I don't know what you call them, the big bumpers in the street.
No, but what you're saying is not, and I'll let you finish, but I'll explain what really happened.
Well, okay. We're not hearing parking, number one.
Right.
Number two, what you guys said out in the hall should stay out in the hall.
Right.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. So the number one thing was, again, was parking. It's a moot point. The other issue was everybody was talking about their view from their rooftop deck. So it's my understanding from our conversations, every one of these individuals has a rooftop deck. And to be quite honest with you, I think that's the common element of all the parties that are of issue here. That I think that other than 619 North Patterson Park, all the other parties don't have any issue with air and light. If we talk about Nicole, she's on the same side of the street as on Patterson Park.
Their motivation for their objection is irrelevant. The
Okay.
question, as I understood it, was that they were, so Ms. Folks was saying that you weren't meeting your burden, which she doesn't have to have an interest either way, because the question is whether or not you've met your burden. I think that some of the other comments have been directed in that way as well. The across the street neighbor had mentioned her interest that it would impact her, I guess the height variance would impact her adequate light that comes into her house. There were some other concerns about views, but you know, I think that it would be, I'm not sure that it would be accurate to say that all of their concerns just boiled down to their views from their roof deck.
Okay, I mean, that's fair. I understand. And so ultimately, you know, what I'm basically asking is stating at this point is I think that the light and air issue, which is what's relevant here, again, if I can emphasize.
What's relevant here are the standards that Mr. Washington just
Okay.
mentioned. That's what we want you to address.
Okay, so in reference to the burden is that we are a family, that we have a child who'll be moving.
I'll rewind a little bit. So 15 to 18, and you might have heard some discussion about this in that really long case that we started off with today. 15 to 18 deals with finding of unnecessary hardship or practical difficulty. The board, mayor, and city council must, this board, must find that because of the particular physical, surrounding, shape, or topographical conditions of the specific structure or land involved, an unnecessary hardship or practical difficulty would result as distinguished from a mere inconvenience if the strict letter of the applicable requirement were carried out. And then there's 15 to 19, and these are somewhat backwards because I think that we first have to find uniqueness, and then we get to the hardship. But this is the way that it's presented in the code. 15 to 19, the board or mayor and city council must also find that, one, the conditions on which the application is based are unique to the property for which the variance is sought and are not generally applicable to other property within the same zoning classification. 2, the unnecessary hardship or practical difficulty is caused by this article and has not been created by the intentional action or inaction of any person who has a present interest in the property. 3, the purpose of the variance is not based exclusively on a desire to increase the value or income potential of the property. 4, the variance will not be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property in the immediate vicinity or substantially diminish and impair property values in the neighborhood. And then 5, there are several other different findings that we have to make that the variance, I guess things that the variance will not do, so impair an adequate supply of light and air, overcrowd the land, create an undue concentration of population, substantially increase congestion of the streets, et cetera, et cetera. So when the Ms. Folks was saying that you weren't meeting your burden in showing that the property was unique, because she said that there are others that are similarly situated, and you didn't meet your burden because you weren't showing that an unnecessary hardship or practical difficulty would result if the variance were not granted. So that's the burden that's being referred to.
So if I can address the one thing that was said about the one property that she was saying, this is a unique property, because the other property she was saying that they remodeled and didn't do any variances to, the property had 6,000 square feet.
Well, one thing that I would observe is that the property is triangular in shape, and I believe there was testimony that there are maybe 2 other ones in the immediate vicinity that are triangular in shape. But from looking at the zoning map that we have, it looks like that generally speaking, the properties in this area are typical row house properties. That is, they're rectangular in shaped lots. This particular portion of the grid that is between, looks like Montford and Fleet, does have some number of triangular or lots that are cut off because of the angles that the streets come in. But generally speaking, the lots are all rectangular in shape, and so that there are some which are triangular in shape, I wouldn't necessarily say makes any of those triangular shaped properties not unique, given that generally speaking, the rest of the properties are all rectangular.
So given that it is unique, which is what I believe you were just saying to me, the other issue is the use of space, which is diminished by the uniqueness of the building. And in addition, with having a garage on the first floor, which takes up the majority of the first floor, and in addition to what the building and planning stated, that that there cannot be a third-story addition on the other side, that's taking space away as well. The other portion of burden refers to how many people are going to be occupying the building. So I don't know the other individuals too well. I don't know their family size. I imagine some of them are single. Some of them may or may not have children, may or may not have adult children. I have one adult child, one 20-year-old. I guess she's an adult, maybe. But she will be living with us. As I stated before, our mother-in-laws are going to need space because they are in their 80s. They are going to need care. They are, that's how we plan to deal with them. So from that respect, that's my burden of space, because you need some elbow room. I don't know if that's significant or not, but that's what I wanted to present. So, and again, I appreciate your time and your consideration and your wisdom. I hope that you see our side of the the story, and hopefully we can continue with our project.
Looking at your drawing here, just doing some quick math, adding up all the elevations that you've got a total building height of 40 feet 11 3/4 inches from these various different heights that are provided here. Because I don't see that it's provided that there's one particular height. It's broken out. It's okay. So, and it looks like 4 feet, or almost 4 feet, 3 feet 9 inches is taken up just by the shape of the roof. So you've got a roof peak instead of a flat roof, so that peak adds 3 feet 9 inches. And as we're talking about, the total amount of the variance here is 5 feet.
If it's okay, I'll stipulate that we will go only to 40 feet.
Well, I think that you're already, I mean, you're limited to what's presented in your plan, so that's not really much of a stipulation. I was just looking through some of the numbers here. And I guess the biggest thing is that each of these, the first and the second floor are both 9 feet. The third floor is almost 12 feet in height.
What I think the third floor also encompasses is there's a party wall there that's at least 3 feet high. And I think that's part of the misconception of what some of the other parties are looking at, because they think we're going on top from that top of that party wall up, where you have at least 3 feet below that edge of the building.
Yeah, I think you can see that in the east elevation drawing. You can see that it drops a good bit below that, that wall that's there. One thing I wasn't quite clear on was exactly where you were building. So there's a rear yard and lot coverage variance that's associated with your plan. I wasn't sure if you were expanding the building envelope or if everything that you were doing was inside of the existing structure.
It's all inside. There's like these little garages that were there with the plumbing supply, and but it's all part of the.
It was all previously covered. It's not virgin ground there. There's concrete there. There's outbuildings. So, are we increasing the building envelope? That depends on how you define what those other items are. They're already impervious surfaces there, and I think building and planning is aware of that, and so it's not as though we're covering any bare ground. Are we going beyond the existing structure of one of the walls? Yeah, but I don't know if you can see the pictures. I mean, there's concrete. There's a garage there.
What I can see is it looks like it's sort of like a triangle with the tip cut off, the existing building.
Correct.
And then there's this space that's in here.
Right, and that's all either concrete and so.
It looks like there's some structure that's
right
there.
That's like somebody must have built a garage there literally 70 years ago.
Okay.
Our data sheet says you've got 78% lot coverage existing, and then you want to take that up to 100%.
Right, but again, to be honest with you, I don't know what the definition of is, whether it's, I would say it's improved. I don't know if that's what they're referring to or not, but there's no grass there. It's all concrete and
buildings.
It really looks for, like, if it's improved with a structure. So it looks, and from what it sounds like, is that there is some structure that's there, and then the rest is just sort of like a concrete pad. But I guess the point that I was, the information I was looking for was whether or not you were filling all of this space in, and I guess the answer there is yes. Okay. All right.
Just to refute a couple things, I felt like the applicant was speaking on our behalf, which we're right here, so he doesn't need to. Obviously, I think you pointed that out very clearly, Mr. Chairman, that we're not all here about the rooftop deck views. That is not the issue. I just found out for the first time that they're going for 100% lot coverage. I had requested a plan from the gentleman before the hearing. He didn't have anything to give to me, and I knew there was a lot area variance. And so going to 100% lot coverage, I would ask the board of their authority to grant that. I'm just learning that it's 100% lot coverage. So I'd like to add in my opposition to 100% lot coverage because I walk my dog in front of this property every single day. And it's nice to have a little bit of open area in that where that house is, because right past it is an open area where there's a parking pad of one of the adjacent properties. So I did not realize it was 100% lot coverage, and I didn't know if anyone else, nobody here knew it was 100% lot coverage. So that is news to us. And can I say we all oppose? I see nodding heads. My neighbors here are giving me permission to speak on their behalf to say that we're all opposed to the 100% lot coverage variance. But once again, just to emphasize, it's become very clear from the applicant's testimony that they have created this undue hardship or practical difficulty, whichever one they're arguing. I didn't hear either, and that they've created it. And also, too, learning of the mother-in-laws moving in, that is news to us, too, because we were told by applicant it was just going to be he and his wife and a college-age daughter who would come home when school was not in session. So it's been interesting to learn more about their plans during the hearing. So I appreciate your time. Is there anybody else that has anything else to say? So thank you for your time. We appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right. And we'll go off the record.
Okay. Y'all have a good evening.
Thank you. I wasn't envisioning today starting about 7 hours after we got here. I told people I'd be back around 4.
Yeah, I gotta get some stuff out.
Good luck. I'm glad I'm not facing it. Okay. Which ones do we want to talk about?
What, 13? This one?
Which one?
413. It wasn't clear on the testimony. Was his testimony that the prior business was there when he bought it 14 months ago?
That was the understanding I had of it, that they were there, he bought it from them, and that there was nothing in it.
Okay, I wasn't clear on whether it was, I thought he was testifying that when he bought it, there was a business there 14 months ago.
Yeah, I was hearing that as well, that there was stuff in there. I think did he clear it out, or and that he's been trying in the process of trying to get something done.
Right.
That was more my understanding, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear on the abandonment issue.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the one we just heard.
Yeah.
46, Highlands.
I was okay with that particularly because I think that's the one where under transform, he wouldn't need any variance.
That's true.
Yeah, that's the one where, yeah, I was okay with 46.
Okay.
Question on 33, David. So on the lot coverage, got it that I guess under 13506, non-complying structure may not be expanded if the expansion would increase the degree of non-compliance of any part of the structure. So it already exceeds the maximum allowable lot coverage. Expand. expansion would seemingly increase the degree of non-compliance?
The, I always took that to mean without a variance. In other words, the zoning administrator could not grant a permit to build an addition that increased the degree of noncompliance. But you could build an addition to an existing noncompliant structure if it met the bulk regulation. But you can always, the board has the authority to grant a variance of up to 100%. And, you know, we've had this debate in the past. I've always taken the position that it's the board does have the authority to allow an additional variance, but the zoning administration, even if it meets, does not have the authority to approve it, but can grant additions that don't increase the non-compliant, the degree of non-compliance. So I always took that to apply to the original permit process. Sorry if I'm starting to babble, but.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, David. I would, and I was okay with lot coverage in
In this case, it's, they have a wall that circles the entire lot.
Right.
Yeah.
There is a triangular shaped lot that we figured towards that open space on the lot. The rest of the lot's covered with one-story attached sheds and structures that counts towards lot coverage. So the only area that
Just a little triangle.
is not covered is that space right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yard is.
And I was okay with the yard as well.
While they're only one-story structures, they're still part of the lot coverage because they're attached to the main building. So, it's the best way I can describe it.
Makes sense.
And the previous, and another factor is the previous use of the building dealt with an FAR because it was 2 dwelling units and another use. By going to a single family, it takes the FAR out of the picture and it just goes to the 35-foot height. So they were two
Which
separate.
they would have to get a waiver for anyway, right?
Yeah.
Okay, ready?
Yeah.
2016-413, 2273 West Baltimore Street. I'm a yes.
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 Agree.
2016-458, that was postponed. 2017-3, 3845 Falls Road. I'm a yes with the conditions offered by the planning department.
Agree.
Yes, I guess in the condition that the catering be limited to an accessory use.
Yeah, I thought that was the.
Is that in the planning conditions?
No.
Oh, okay.
But it was a concern that we
Discussed.
wanted clarified.
Thought that was in the description, but now that I check it, it's not. 2017-13 was postponed. 2017-27 was postponed. 2017-30 was withdrawn. 2017-32 was by consent. 2017-33, 2244 Essex Street. I'm a yes.
I'm a yes as to the rear yard and the lot coverage. I'm still up in the air about the height, and I gotta make a decision.
Right,
I'm okay with all three.
You okay with all three?
Yeah.
All right, I'm good. I'm okay.
Yeah, okay. I'm a yes for everything.
2017-34 was postponed. 2017-35 was postponed. 2017-36 was postponed. 2017-37 was a no-show. 2017-39, 2745 Huntington Avenue was postponed. 2017-40, 1821 Pratt Street was by consent. 2017-42, 1214 South Highland Avenue was by consent. 2017-43, 801 Washington Boulevard was by consent. Planning Department conditions. 2017-44, 2113 St. Paul Street was by consent. We already got to that one. 2017-46, 707 South Highland Avenue. I'm a yes.
Yes.
2017-47 was postponed.
We had all those postponements.